A Necessary Nudge Out of the Friend Zone by Victorine E. Liskey. Narrated by Liz Krane. Chapter 1. Remi picked up the electric tea kettle and poured hot water over the contents of the Swiss Miss packet that sat in the bottom of her Harry Potter mug. So what if it was July? Sometimes hot chocolate was needed, and this was definitely one of those times. She stirred the chocolate, the small white marshmallows swirling in the middle. They never added enough marshmallows. Why was that? Were they too expensive? Was there some global marshmallow shortage? She sat down at her kitchen table and opened her scrapbook. Her super secret, super embarrassing crush book. Yes, she was 25 and far too old to have a crush book. Still, she couldn't get rid of it. It was full of photos of Colton Drake, her childhood best friend. All the early pages were filled with photos from middle school and high school, pictures she'd snuck of Colton or selfies with him. And all the later pages were filled with Colton's studio shots or movie poster images. She hadn't spoken to him in 5 years. Not since he was discovered and moved to LA to be a famous movie star. She pulled out the package of stickers of Colton she'd purchased from Amazon. Tonight she would add 2 more pages to her crush book and try to forget about the events of the day. The horrible, terrible, awful events. A knock sounded on her door and her sister's voice called through. Dang, she thought she might have some privacy at least for a little while. Guess not. She closed the stickers into her book, ran to the living room, and stuffed it under the seat cushion of the couch. No need to let Brooke see it. She'd get a lecture. Open the door! Brooke called. She knocked again. Pounded, really. Sheesh. Panties in a wad much? Just a second! Remi padded across her floor in her bunny slippers, grabbed her mug, then went to the door and slid the chain lock. Brooke burst in. Remi! What are you doing? Making cocoa. Want some? She lifted her mug. No, it's 1,000,000 degrees out. What makes you think I want hot cocoa? Brooke enveloped her in a hug. Sweetie, are you okay? I'm fine, Remi said, backing away from her older sister. Brooke was everything Remi was not. Tall, fashionable, and suave. She could have been a runway model had they grown up in New York or Los Angeles, instead of the middle of the Midwest. She turned every man's head as she walked by. Some women just knew how to be beautiful. Remi didn't get those genes. Fine. Aren't we going to talk about what happened today? Brooke looked at her with pity in her eyes. Remi shrugged. I changed my mind. That's all. She padded over to her overstuffed chair and plopped down. I know. Brooke folded her arms. Everyone in the chapel heard you yell it as you bolted down the aisle. I didn't yell. I announced. She frowned. Don't you think once you're in your wedding dress and standing in front of the minister that it's probably not a good time to change your mind? Remi stirred her chocolate. All the marshmallows were now melted foam on top. It's better than after the I do, she mumbled. Brooke's gaze softened and she sat on the couch. What happened? Remi's gaze fell to the lump beside her sister that hid her crush book. Nothing happened. What do you mean? You were ready to marry Tavan yesterday. What changed? She lifted her mug to her lips, letting the hot liquid pass over her tongue. Brooke wouldn't understand. Tavan was a nice guy. He was polite and punctual. He brushed his teeth 3 times a day, and he put money into a retirement fund each month. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Tavon except he wasn't Colton. A large sigh came from Brooke. "Come on! Tell me!" "I don't love him." Brooke made a face. "You loved him yesterday." Ugh. Her sister was going to make her say it. Remi shook her head and stared down at her lap. "Not really." "What? Why would you say that? You dated him for 2.5 years. You said yes when he asked you to marry him. What did you do all that for if you didn't love him?" Remi traced the outline of Hogwarts Castle on her mug with her index finger. I wanted to love him. I tried. But it never really took. How can that be? I don't know. He just never gave me that feeling, you know? He was nice, but there were no sparks. And you're just saying something now? Brooke grunted and slapped the seat cushion. Her crush book made a crinkling noise and Remi cringed. Luckily, her sister didn't notice. "I thought maybe things would take off if we got more serious." "Honey," Brooke said, giving her a flat look. "You should have told me. I feel like I pushed you into saying yes to marrying him." "A little." Her sister had been a bit aggressive about the whole dating and marrying thing. But that was part of Brooke's charming personality. "Now what are you going to do?" "Drown my sorrows in hot chocolate?" She took a long swig of the cooling liquid. "Are you really sure it's over with Tavon?" Remi nodded. They'd already talked. Tavon wasn't even that broken up about it. Maybe he had continued to date her like he continued to change the oil in his car. And after dating for so long, you get married. It was just the progression of things. "I'm sure." "I'm sorry," she said, leaning over. Her super secret, super embarrassing crush book made another noise. Great. There was no way she didn't hear that. Brooke lifted the cushion and pulled out the scrapbook, her stickers flying out and landing on the floor. "What is this?" Remi lunged for it, but Brooke held it high, and since Brooke got all the tall jeans, Remi couldn't grab it. "Give it!" "No!" Remi huffed and wiped at her 5 Nights at Freddy's t-shirt. "You made me spill my hot chocolate." Disgust wrinkled Brooke's nose. "That's okay. Looks like you were collecting stains on there anyway." In defense of her shirt, it was amazingly comfortable. The kind that you slipped into when all you wanted to do was curl up with a good book and forget life. So what if it had a few stains? That didn't make the shirt any less comfortable. Remi gave up and sat back down in her chair. Brooke flipped through Remi's crush book, and heat crept up Remi's ears. "It's nothing," she blurted out. "Oh, it's something, all right." Her sister gave her a sidelong glance. "Colton?" She kept flipping, a frown growing on her face. "This is some homage. Just give it." Brooke's gaze bounced from Remi to the book and back again. "This doesn't have anything to do with what happened today, does it?" Remi scoffed and shifted in her chair. She wasn't going to acknowledge Brooke's stupid question. It was incredibly unlikely Remi would ever see Colton again, since he was a famous movie star now, and she was a low-rung computer programmer who worked from home. "Oh, sweetie." Brooke sat down and set the scrapbook on the seat next to her. "You're still in love with him?" Well, of course. He was her first crush. He'd been there for her during the worst time of her life. He was kind and funny and always knew what to do to cheer her up. And now he was a movie star. How could she not be in love with him? Instead of saying any of that, Remi just scoffed again. But she couldn't keep the tickle in her throat or the embarrassing way her eyes teared up. "Have you talked to him?" Remi about swallowed her tongue. "Talked to him? Are you kidding me?" A look of compassion crossed Brooke's features. "I thought maybe you still kept in touch." She waved a hand. "No! He's a big-time actor now." "Remi," Brooke said, staring at her. "You just left your fiancé at the altar because you're still in love with Colton. You have to face it. You have a major hang-up. It's not going to get better. You have to purge him from your system." "Purge him?" "Yes! You have to talk to him. You need to come to realize that he's no longer the person you think you're in love with. You have to figure out that he's changed and you've changed. Things are different now." "Well, I don't know how to do that. I can't call information and get his number." She rolled her eyes. The suggestion was ridiculous. Not to mention, if she ever did speak to Colton again, she'd die of embarrassment because of what happened the last time she had seen him. Brooke crossed her legs and pulled out her phone. "I know what to do." "Wait, what are you doing?" "I'm calling Jules." Remi jumped up and tried to grab Brooke's phone, but once again her genetics failed her as Brooke stood tall, extending her hand up in the air. "Don't you dare!" Remi said. "Jules will know how to get in touch with her brother." Remi gave up trying to get her sister's phone and decided that abject mortification was best. So she plopped down on her chair, set her Harry Potter mug on the end table, and buried her face in her hands. "No, no, no," she said on repeat as her sister began talking to Jules. It wasn't that Jules was a terrible person. She wasn't. Brooke was friends with her in high school. Maybe they even hung out still. She wasn't sure. It was just that Remi didn't really want to get back in touch with Colton. Not after all that had happened. She'd much rather bury herself in blankets and just dream about what might have been had Colton even once acknowledged Remi was a woman, and not thought of her as just one of the guys. "Thanks, bye." Brooke hung up the phone and Remi jerked her head up. She hadn't even heard what her sister had said. Why had she zoned out? She stared at her sister expectantly. "Jules won't give out his number. She said he'd kill her if she did, but she did tell me where he and her father are for the next week, and you're never going to believe it." A funny feeling crept into her chest. "Where?" Brooke clapped and pointed at Remi. "The Diamond Oasis!" Wait, what? The resort she and Tavon were supposed to fly to for their honeymoon? She sat there in a stupor. "Don't you see? This is fate. You have to go and talk with Colton. Either you'll reconnect and it will be great, or you'll find out that neither of you are the same people and you can finally stop this obsession." Remi barely heard her sister over the sound of humiliation roaring in her ears. "I can't. Tavon was supposed to go with me." "Tavon didn't even want to go on a honeymoon. What did he say it was? A waste of money? You're the one who paid for it all anyway, right?" "You want me to go on my honeymoon, alone?" Brooke paused, then shook her head. "I'll go with you. It's all set up. Why not go?" Because she'd rather experience death by spontaneous combustion than run into Colton at some fancy resort that was meant to be her honeymoon destination. "I can think of a million reasons," she said, her voice flat. "Come on! You're already packed. It's all paid for. And I just finished that huge advertising campaign. I'm due for some time off." Brooke grinned. "Hey, maybe I'll meet someone. You never know." She knew. Brooke always met someone. It was her superpower, meeting guys who fell all over her. Remi, on the other hand, would either strike out completely and not even get to see Colton, or worse, she'd see him and have a repeat of what happened 5 years ago, when she'd finally gotten up the courage and decided to confess her feelings to him. I don't think it's a good idea. Brooke stood and squared her shoulders. Get up! We're doing this! You never know. Maybe you and Colton are meant to be together. Remi should have ignored her sister. She shouldn't have let those words worm their way into her brain and make a nest there. But a small part of her actually hoped things might turn out differently this time. That things might go her way. And that was her first mistake. Chapter 2. Colton stared out the window of the limousine as the lush vegetation of Grand Cayman sped by. He should have been happy to have a week at the famous Diamond Oasis, the resort everyone affectionately called the Billionaire Club. But instead, a foreboding feeling settled in his stomach, like he was headed to the Bates Motel. Liz gave him a tentative smile. He tried to smile back, but feared it only looked like a grimace. Nice one. Liz was the co-star of his latest film, and for the next week, his fake girlfriend. His last few films hadn't done well, and his father, or rather his manager, had decided they'd better up the publicity for this upcoming film. And nothing got more attention than co-stars of a romantic comedy being seen together at a fancy resort. Last week had been opening week for the new movie, and they had spent the week being seen together around Los Angeles. The rumors had made opening weekend a blockbuster hit. Now they just had to seal the deal with this getaway. He could break up with her on Saturday. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, yet it irritated Colton. Not because Liz was horrible, she wasn't. She was actually nice, comparatively speaking. He just didn't like being forced into anything. And with his father, you didn't say no, or you heard about it for the next 20 years. He wasn't sure why Liz had decided to go along with it. Maybe his father was paying her. You ready for the cameras? His father set his iPad down on the seat next to him. I made sure all the paparazzi would be there. Colton nodded. He would be the good son. He would play along with the charade and do everything his father said to do. That was what he always did. The limousine slowed as they approached the resort. His father had come through. About 24 paparazzi crowded around, their cameras pointed at the limousine. The driver parked and walked around the car to open Colton's door, as his father had instructed. Colton stepped out of the vehicle, then turned and held out his arm for Liz. She grinned at the cameras, and he realized he needed to do the same. He gave the cameras his best sexy smile, the one that showed his one dimple and had landed him his breakout job. The one he always turned to when he needed to hide. Okay, let the lovebirds through, his father announced. But he made no move toward the resort doors. He stood there, letting the paparazzi take all the photos they wanted. Colton refrained from rolling his eyes. What a joke. He slipped his arm around Liz and pulled her closer, as if protecting her from the mob. Liz looked up at him, adoration in her gaze. She was a pretty good actress. How long have you two been dating? Did you meet on the set? Can we expect to see a real-life happy ending? Liz blushed and Colton simply raised his hand. No comment. Tired of waiting for his father, Colton finally pushed his way toward the doors, and when he made it into the lobby with Liz, things quieted down considerably. He'd been to the Billionaire Club before, and it was always a breath of fresh air when he walked in. A massive water fountain sat in the middle of the lobby, blue and purple lights making the water look almost like colored glass, and a large mural hung from one wall with depictions of the local greenery. Everything shouted upscale, from the gold-plated door handles to the chandelier hanging over the fountain. His father joined them a moment later, after he'd made sure all the photographers had gotten good shots. He hitched up his pants and something fell out of his pocket.
"Well, I think that went well."
Colton waited for his father to pick up the piece of paper, but instead, he walked to the counter to check them in. Maybe it wasn't important, but Colton didn't want to leave trash in the middle of the lobby, so he picked it up and shoved it into his pocket. "Where are we going tonight?" Liz glanced around, her feet shifting.
"The shrimp next door. It's supposed to have amazing food, and of course, more paparazzi."
"Ah, I see." A woman entered the lobby, and Colton watched as she made her way toward the check-in counter. She turned and caught his gaze, and her eyes widened. She recognized him. Crud. His sunglasses were in his carry-on, which had already been taken away by the bellboy. Usually he kept them on, but his father had wanted him to be seen with Liz. Instead of rushing over and asking for an autograph, the woman held up the resort map to hide her face. Odd. Did he know her? She seemed familiar, but he had no clue where he'd seen her before. She wasn't an actress, was she? With her blonde hair twisted up in a messy knot on her head and an oversized t-shirt, it was hard to tell. He didn't know any actresses who would be caught dead wearing sweatpants and Crocs. Still, if she were at the Diamond Oasis, she had to have money. She edged her way to the fountain and disappeared behind it. His father approached him and caught his attention, then held out key cards for him and Liz and let them know what rooms they were in.
"Let's meet after we get settled so we can chat."
Colton slipped his key card into his pocket.
"Sure. Hey, can you make sure they get my luggage delivered? I have to go check on something."
His father made a face.
"Check on something? What?"
I need to grab something. I'll be right there." He didn't wait for his father to say anything. He walked toward the fountain. But when he got around to the other side, no one was there. Huh. Where had the woman gone? A flash of gray sweatpants caught his eye on the other side of the fountain. The woman had hedged her way around just to get away from him? What was going on? He kept walking, but she moved as well. He sped up his footsteps, and she followed suit. He rushed forward, then quickly turned and sprinted the other way. That tricked her, and she ran smack into his chest, her purse flying and landing in the water fountain. "Oh!" He squinted.
"Remi?"
He hadn't seen her in years, but now she stood in front of him. He had no doubt it was his childhood friend. With her large blue eyes, upturned nose, and the way she licked her lips when she was nervous, he knew he wasn't mistaken. She blanched and turned from him to fish her purse out of the fountain. No, I need my passport. It can't get wet." As she reached, her purse floated farther toward the middle.
"Here, let me,"
he said. He leaned forward, but Remi stretched as well. Her foot slipped, and she yelped, grabbing onto him with both hands. Her momentum carried them both over the edge of the fountain. Cold water seeped into his clothes, even though the fountain wasn't very deep, and he thrashed for a second before he could get his face out of the water. A few passers-by pulled out their phones to catch the famous actor on all fours in the upscale fountain. Great! Remi seized her purse and stood. "I got it!" she announced before jumping down from the ledge. Colton scrambled to climb out before more people could photograph him.
"Remi!"
he said, taking a step toward her and wiping at his now soaked shirt.
"What are you doing here?"
He was so shocked to see her that he couldn't help but stare. Remi had been his best friend through all his awkward school years. They'd met in 7th grade, being forced to sit next to each other in physical science class, and they'd quickly become good friends. She was the best Final Fantasy player he knew. He'd shared everything with her, told her things he'd never told anyone. And she was standing right in front of him, dripping wet. Honeymoon. Remi's gaze shifted around the lobby, landing on everything but him. Wait, what? Did she just say honeymoon?
You're married?
He couldn't believe it. Remi had been like a little sister to him. How could she be married and he not even know? Remi shook her head, her cheeks turning pink. No, it fell through. At that moment, Remi's older sister came around the fountain and his heart jumped. Brooke. Someone must have opened the lobby doors because a breeze blew and Brooke's hair fanned out like she was doing a shampoo commercial. She looked like a goddess, but Brooke had always looked like that. And, of course, his mouth went dry and his hands began to sweat. You'd think he'd be over his stupid crush on her, but apparently not.
Hey,
he said, nodding, trying to act cool, which was hard to do when he looked like he'd taken a dip in the pool with his clothes on. He quickly ran a hand through his hair and then shook off the drops of water from his fingers. Nice. Brooke's eyes widened. Colton? Colton Drake? Oh my gosh, how long has it been?
5 years,
Colton said, even though he was pretty sure it was a rhetorical question. Why did he always turn into a bumbling idiot around Brooke? He should be over that by now. He was an actor. He'd been in major Hollywood films. Why couldn't he act cool around her? I see you found Remi. Brooke nudged her sister and Remi stumbled into him again. He caught her and set her upright.
Yes.
Brooke squinted at him as if she were just now really looking at him. Why are you guys wet? What happened? An unfortunate fountain accident, Remi muttered. Colton hid a laugh. That was so like Remi. She was always getting them into trouble. Oh. A frown flashed onto Brooke's face, but left just as quickly. Well, we should totally do something tonight. Catch up. She gave him a bright smile. The thought of catching up with Remi and possibly getting to spend time with Brooke lightened his spirits.
We should. We could go get something to eat and then...
His voice trailed off as he spied Liz making her way toward him. Oh, Liz. The fake relationship. The reason he was at the resort in the first place. His good mood came to a halt like the screeching of tires on asphalt. He couldn't go out with Brooke and Remi. He was in a fake relationship nightmare. Liz smiled and sidled up to him, taking his arm. Hey, I was wondering what was taking you so long. Who's this? Colton motioned.
Liz, this is Remi and her sister Brooke. We all went to school together years ago.
Oh, wow. Liz reached out and shook their hands. Nice to meet you. She gave him a funny look. Did you have a water fight?
Slight accident, he said, hiding a smile.
Oh. She leaned closer and lowered her voice. Your father wanted me to get you. He said it's urgent we talk. Her lips formed into an apologetic frown.
I'm sorry. Looks like duty calls.
He snaked his arm around Liz in case there were still cameras on him.
Maybe we can find some time to get together later.
He hoped it would happen. Seeing Remi again made him want to talk to her. It had been forever. He suddenly missed her. And maybe this time he'd have enough courage to see if there was any chance of something happening between him and Brooke. Sure, in high school, it had been awkward. She was 2 years older than him. It wasn't socially acceptable. He got that. But now it wouldn't be such a big deal. Right?
The only problem was his father, and this ridiculous fake relationship with Liz.
Chapter 3. Heat crept up Remi's neck as she stood rooted to her spot, watching Colton walk away, his arm around Liz Adams. He had a girlfriend. Not only a girlfriend, a gorgeous and totally famous girlfriend. She wanted to turn invisible and die. Or just die. That would suffice. Water dripped down her forehead and she involuntarily shivered. Brooke turned to her. "What happened? A fountain accident? I leave you alone for 2 seconds." Remi hid her face from her sister. "I dropped my purse in the fountain, then fell in, grabbing Colton on the way." Brooke's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh, Remi." But the squeak in her voice betrayed her. "You're laughing!" She gave her sister a shove. This was not the time to laugh. This was the time to eat ice cream until she could no longer feel anything. "Stop that!" "I'm sorry, it's just so classic, Remi." "Shut up. Let's go to our room. Our entire trip is ruined. I have to get out of these clothes." "Ruined? No way." Remi rolled her eyes. What was her sister thinking? Of course everything is ruined. Her Crocs made squishing noises as they walked through the building and out into the courtyard. "You're overreacting." "He's with someone," Remi hissed. "Didn't you see? We came here for nothing. This is 5 years ago all over again." At least he didn't bring up what had happened the last time she'd seen him. Maybe he'd forgotten? Please, please let that be it. "He's not married and he's not dead. And he wants to get together with you? I'd call that a win." Brooke flashed a smug smile. "And don't worry, I'll make sure this happens. Don't forget why we're here. You have to realize that Colton isn't the same kid you grew up with." It bothered Remi that her sister was assuming the worst-case scenario. Or we'll realize that we're meant for each other, right? Brooke paused before digging out her key card for the room door. She pressed the key to the lock and the door clicked open. "Yeah, that's what I meant." Irritation washed over Remi as she pushed past her sister and grabbed her suitcase, dragging it to her side of the bed. She hefted it up onto the corner. "This is so like you." "What?" "You make me come all the way out here with the promise that you'd help me, when all you're trying to do is fix me." She made air quotes. "That's not true. I am trying to help you. You need to purge Colton from your system, remember?" Tears pricked at Remi's eyes. She had ignored the purge situation and clung to the "maybe you two are meant to be together" part. She couldn't cut Colton out of her life. It would be like cutting off an arm or a leg. Colton was a part of her. She yanked on her suitcase zipper, but it wouldn't budge, and the harder she tugged, the more stuck it got. Finally, she grunted and shoved her suitcase away. It toppled off the bed and onto the floor. "Hey!" Brooke said, grabbing her shoulders. "Why are you so upset?" Upset? Couldn't her sister see? They'd flown out on this stupid trip she didn't want to go on anyway to meet up with Colton, who was, right now, probably kissing some famous chick who looked amazing in a push-up bra. Remi wasn't famous. She wasn't even feminine. She was frumpy. And she needed to shave but really hated doing it, so she'd put it off until her legs were now protected under the National Forest Management Act. But that was beside the point. Her dream of ending up with Colton was shattering, and it was making her miserable. "He has a girlfriend," she finally said. "Remi," her sister said softly. "He's a famous movie star." Remi sank to the bed. Brooke was right. How could she have thought for 1 minute that she could find Colton here, unattached, and wishing he were dating his high school friend who happened to be a girl? She was hopeless. Colton had a totally different life now. One that didn't include her. She wiped at the tears that were now flowing. "Are you okay?" her sister asked, sitting next to her on the bed. Remi nodded, then changed her mind and shook her head. "No." "Oh, sweetie." Brooke pulled her close and patted her back. "You'll get over him." A knock came on the door and Brooke stood. "It's probably housekeeping. I'll send them away." She crossed the room and opened the door. Remi turned so whomever was at the door couldn't see her tear-streaked face. Brooke had a brief conversation and then shut the door, turned, and let out a squeal. "Girl, you might just have a chance." Remi peeked at her sister. "What?" Brooke crossed the room and plopped down on the bed, making it bounce. "Colton sent someone over from the resort staff. He wants to meet up with you tonight. He sent you his card." She thrust it at Remi. Confusion swirled in her head as she took the card from Brooke. "But he has a girlfriend." "So? He wants to see you. You two are friends. Maybe it's just a friend thing right now, but that's okay. You can work with that." What was going on? Why was Brooke changing her tune all of a sudden? What happened to purging him? "Look, I'll be honest. I didn't think Colton would give you the time of day. I thought once you saw how stuck up and materialistic he is, you'd get turned off and your crush would be gone. I never thought he'd pester the staff to give you his number. Do you know what this means?" Brooke's voice rose until it squeaked. Oh my word. Brooke thought Colton would brush her off? What kind of guy did Brooke think he was? "It means he's still a nice guy?" she muttered. "Well, yeah, but it also means you have a chance. Don't you see? He snuck away from his girlfriend to send you a message. I never thought he would do that." "Yeah, you thought he'd treat me like trash. I can't believe you convinced me to come out here thinking he was going to totally break my heart." She shoved Brooke's shoulder. "How rude!" Brooke tossed her hands up into the air. "He didn't, okay? You actually have a chance. What are you going to wear?" Remi snorted and waved her hand at the floor. "Nothing. My suitcase won't open." "Well, that will get his attention." Brooke jumped off the bed and began working the zipper, and it came open after a couple of tries. Brooke gasped when she saw inside. "What? Did my shampoo leak? Are my clothes ruined?" Remi leaned over, but everything looked fine. "This is what you brought?" Brooke held up one of her favorite t-shirts between her fingers like it was dirty. What a snob. Like she would wear evening gowns or something. "So?" "You can't win Colton over wearing these. Seriously, Remi, did you even try?" Remi scoffed and tried to kick her sister, but she moved out of the way. So mean. Who are you, the fashion police? You know I don't care about that stuff. And Colton liked me just fine in t-shirts before. I'm not going to change who I am." Brooke rolled her eyes so hard Remi marveled that they didn't cycle all the way around. "I didn't say to change who you are. You simply need to show him you're just as pretty as that Liz girl." Remi stared down at her fingers. "But I'm not." "What?" Brooke stood and put her arm around Remi. "What are you talking about? You're beautiful. You just need maybe a haircut and some makeup. I don't like all that stuff on my face." "It doesn't have to look like that. Let me do it. I'll make it look natural." Remi made a face. I don't want to change myself for a man. She shook off her sister's arm. I like me the way I am. And if Colton doesn't like me this way, then he can go jump in a lake. But no, Remi said, standing. I'm serious. Colton gave me his phone number because he wants to reconnect. She motioned to her t-shirt and sweats. This is who he wants to connect with. Brooke sighed. All right, whatever. I'm going to change and go sunbathe on the beach. She glanced at the large sliding glass door that looked out at the ocean. The outside is calling to me. Perfect. I'm going to change out of my wet clothes, get comfy, and finish the code work I was doing. Brooke's jaw dropped. You brought your work? Of course. Why else did you think I brought my laptop? She tossed her sister a, well, duh, look. I don't know, surfing the net? Are you serious right now? You're going to sit inside and do code work instead of going out on the beach with me? The sun makes my skin itch. The look on Brooke's face couldn't be described in words. Then why did you choose the beach for your honeymoon? Remi shrugged. Wasn't going to a tropical paradise something everyone did for their honeymoon? Tavon likes the heat. Oh, come on. Let's go outside. You need sun. You look like Casper had a baby with Bella after she became a vampire. Her sister was such a pest. But she wouldn't let up unless Remi gave in. All right, stop your moaning. I'll go outside with you. She didn't care about the next few hours anyway. She gripped Colton's card so tightly it dug into her palm. She had his number. Colton wanted to see her. That was all that mattered. This trip wasn't going to be a waste of time after all. Chapter 4. Colton stared down at his phone while his father droned on about what to do during dinner tonight, like he didn't know how to act in front of the cameras. What did his father think he was? A bumbling fool? He didn't care about tonight's dinner anyway. He was much more interested in what might happen after dinner. He couldn't wait to hear from Remi.
Colton!
Colton looked up from his phone.
Sure, Dad, that's fine.
Liz cringed and gave him a subtle, that wasn't the right response look. His father was less subtle.
Can't you pay attention for 2 minutes? What are you doing, playing a game on your phone?
He snatched it away. Colton scowled.
No, I wasn't playing a game.
He was waiting for Remi to text, but he wasn't going to say that to his father. He'd have a cow.
I just don't understand why you think it's difficult to pretend to date someone. Why do we have to have all these talks about it? I don't want you to be caught off guard. We have to get our stories straight. If the press asks you how long you've been dating, what are you going to say?
No comment. Colton reached out and grabbed his phone back.
See? Easy. The public will want details. Now listen. You've been secretly dating Liz for 3 months. You came here for a private getaway. Then why are you here?
Watching the blood first drain from his father's face and then rush back to it was fascinating. Even the bald spot on his head grew bright red.
Colton, I'm warning you, if you don't take this seriously...
A text came through and Colton jumped up.
Sorry, Dad. I'll take it more seriously. From now on, I'll be totally enamored with Liz. We're cool, right?
He put his fist out toward Liz. Yeah, Liz said, giving him a lame fist bump. She looked like she'd rather be anywhere but here. He once again wondered what his father had said to her to get her to go along with this charade.
Where are you going?
His father asked.
I'm going to go freshen up and get ready for our date tonight. Unless I'm not allowed to shower for some reason.
He knew he was being a bit of a brat, but he didn't care.
Go,
his father said, stepping back.
See you later.
Colton left, relief flooding over him. He'd gotten a text from Remi, finally! He wanted to read it, but just to be sure no one saw it, he waited until he was locked in his room alone to pull out his phone. "Thanks for sending me your number." That was all it said. He chuckled. That was just like Remi. She wasn't one to mince words. Instead of texting her back, he pressed call. She picked up on the second ring. "Hello?"
Remi, it's so amazing you're here. I'd love to catch up. I wasn't just saying that.
Colton unzipped his suitcase and began putting his clothes in the closet. He still needed to change. "I'd like that." The sound of wind whistling against the microphone came through. Was she on the beach? He walked to the sliding glass door and looked out.
"What are you doing?"
"Brooke made me sit in the sun. Something about looking like a vampire." Funny. That reminded him of the computer setup she'd had in her basement back in high school. That was her lair. He could see her at the computer, writing some complicated code or playing a game. Not that she never went outside. They'd go bike riding when they were bored in the summer, or they would mess around in the park. But she didn't love the heat, so that was usually in the mornings or the evenings. In the hot afternoons, they would eat popsicles and play games inside. He scanned the beach, but couldn't find them.
"Where are you? Do you mind if I come sit with you? I have some time before dinner."
"That sounds good. We're near the scuba rental stand." His gaze traveled to the rental shack and landed on Remi and her sister.
"I see you. I'll be there in a second."
He hung up the phone and pulled off his shirt. He hadn't seen Remi since the Valentine's single dance at the community hall back in Silver Creek. That seemed like eons ago. Remi had been acting funny, but he couldn't remember why. Odd. Why had he thought of that? He slipped out of his wet shorts and tossed them onto his bed, but something white peeked out of his pocket. The paper his father had dropped. Curious, he pulled it out. Thankfully, it hadn't gotten too wet, and he unfolded it. He didn't recognize the slanted handwriting. "I know the truth about Colton. I know what you did." A strange sensation shivered through him as he stared at the words. Just 2 short sentences, yet it had a threatening nature to it. What did it mean, though? What truth about him? And what did his father do? He tossed it onto the desk, unsure of what to think. If his father was getting threatening notes, he hadn't told Colton about it. Maybe that was why he'd insisted on coming to Grand Cayman. His father could be worried about a stalker. He'd keep an eye out for anything that looked weird. Colton pulled on a plain white tee, a pair of khaki shorts, and fished his sunglasses out of his bag. To be sure no one recognized him, he grabbed his baseball cap. After slipping into his sandals, he slid open the door and walked down his deck stairs. The sun kissed his skin, warming him. Remi shielded her eyes as he approached. She looked quite uncomfortable sitting in the sun in her sweatpants. He held in a chuckle. She hadn't changed a bit. "Hey," Remi said, motioning to an empty seat beside her.
"Hi."
He sat down, trying hard not to stare at Brooke, stretched out on a lounge chair in her bathing suit. Dang, she looked good. She could sell the heck out of a bottle of sunscreen. He didn't want to be rude and not even acknowledge her. However, her eyes were closed and she appeared to be resting. After debating, he decided it was ruder to ignore her.
"Brooke?"
Brooke opened her eyes and smiled. "Hi, Colton."
"Getting sun?"
Colton cringed. What a dumb thing to say. Obviously, she was sunbathing. "Yes."
"What are you up to these days?"
That was a better question. "Nothing much." She hopped up from her chair. "I forgot something in the room. I'll be right back. Nice to see you, Colton." As she passed her sister, she nudged her shoulder. Remi just glared in return. Unsure what that was about, he ignored it. It was probably just a sister thing. He turned to Remi, who had changed out of her wet gray sweats into another pair that looked exactly the same. He hid a chuckle. "You cold?" Remi's nose wrinkled. "No, I'm hot." He laughed. "That's just like you. Why didn't you wear shorts?" "I didn't bring any." And that was just like her as well. He smiled to himself. "So, tell me how you've been. What have you been up to?" Her cheeks flushed. "I mean, I know you've been doing movies, of course. I've seen them. I've seen you in them. Or rather, the ads. Trailers. That's what I meant. I'm not like a crazy stalker fan or something." How adorable. Remi was just the same as always. She rambled when she got flustered. "I've been good. What are you doing nowadays? What was all that about a honeymoon?" If he hadn't known better, he would have thought she'd been out in the sun all day with how red her face got. Guilt constricted his chest. He was prying. "You don't have to tell me. I'm sorry for butting in. I didn't mean to embarrass you." "No, it's okay. You aren't embarrassing me. I did a good job of that all on my own." She lifted her gaze to meet his. "I was engaged to a man. Almost married him, in fact. But at the last minute, I couldn't go through with it." "Oh." He swallowed, unsure of what to say. It was weird to think of Remi with another man. Not that they had that kind of a relationship. They were friends. But he couldn't think of Remi in a romantic relationship with someone. "I'm sorry." "Don't be." She scanned the beach like she wanted to change the subject. "Are you thirsty? I thought I saw someone carrying a tray of drinks a minute ago." "Yes, let me flag him down." Colton raised his arm and searched for the server who had been by just a moment before. A man wearing a shirt with the resort logo on it came over to them. "What can I get you, sir?" "I'll have a Diet Coke. And you?" He turned to Remi. "Can I have a Dr. Pepper with no ice?" "Of course, ma'am." "Thanks," he said, pulling his card out of his pocket. The server took it from him and nodded. "I'll be right back, sir." "Thank you." Remi picked at the edge of her t-shirt. She'd changed out of her gray one. This one was black with the words, "It's all fun and games until someone divides by 0 on it. He motioned to it. "I like your shirt. Reminds me of the discussions we used to have in school." Remi smiled at him. "It's funny, right? At least you get it. Brooke thinks I should burn all my t-shirts." "Burn them?" He glanced in the direction Brooke had gone. "Why?" "See?" Remi pointed at him. "I told her my t-shirts were cool. She says they're a fashion faux pas. She thinks I need to wear designer clothing." Remi scoffed. Remi in designer clothes? He couldn't even imagine. Remi was so not like that. "What do funny t-shirts have to do with fashion?" She smiled and it lit up her eyes. "I knew you and I were kindred spirits." Warmth spread through his chest. It had been so long since he'd been able to relax and be himself around anyone. And it seemed like he and Remi were picking up right where they'd left off. It felt so good. He wanted to know everything he'd missed. "What's life like for you? Where do you work?" "I work for systems tech." He sat up straight. "Really? That was your dream job. How is that possible? I didn't think they had a branch in Silver Creek." "They don't. I work remotely from home. It's the best job. The commute takes no time at all, and I can work in my pajamas if I want to." She gave him a cheesy grin. He'd forgotten how funny Remi was. She had her own quirky sense of humor. "Sounds like heaven." "It is." She reached up and tugged on her hair tie. It came out and her blonde hair spilled down to her shoulders. It was a little messy, but she didn't fix it. "What about you? How are things going with the new movie? It's called You're Still the One, right?"
Yes, it had a good release. You could say I'm working on the publicity for it while we're here.
He would love to tell Remi the truth about him and Liz, but his father would kill him if he said anything. He'd even made him sign a non-disclosure agreement. He'd have to pay his father $100,000 if he breathed a word of it. It hadn't seemed like a big deal at the time, but that was before he knew he'd run into Remi and Brooke, and now he regretted signing that thing. "How much time off do you get in between movies?"
Depends. Sometimes I don't get a break at all. We're looking at several options for our next project, but my dad doesn't like any of the scripts we've been given.
Remi raised her eyebrows. "Your father?" He knew what the look behind her hooded gaze meant. Remi knew his father.
Yes, he's my manager.
Oh, how he would love to change that. But he didn't want to fire his own father. He'd look like a colossal jerk. And you didn't go against his father. It simply wasn't an option. "How's that working for you?" Remi's gaze held a deeper meaning, one he didn't want to explore. So he cracked a joke instead.
"You still have a crush on Dr. Phil?"
Remi punched him in the shoulder. He should have known it was coming, but he was out of practice. "I don't have a crush on Dr. Phil. My word. You're so juvenile." He loved it when Remi got all riled up. Her nose scrunched in that cute way.
"You have the hots for him and you know it."
"He's interesting to listen to, that's all."
Colton turned. "Wait, is that him? Over there?"
Remi jerked her head around. "Seriously? Is he here?" He chuckled.
"You're so gullible."
She punched him again, harder. But this time he was ready for it. "You're so mean."
"Why is it that you get all excited when you think Dr. Phil is here, but when you saw me, you hid behind the water fountain?"
He tried not to sound affronted, but he had to admit it did hurt his feelings. Why had she run from him? Didn't she want to talk to him? Remi blanched and sat back in her chair. Oh, that. There was obviously something she was keeping from him. It bothered him because they'd been so close back in the day. But time had changed things.
"Yeah, what was that?"
"I just wasn't expecting to see you so soon." She squirmed in her chair. "Hey, look, there's Brooke." Her sister walked up to them and sat back down on her lounge chair. She slid on a pair of sunglasses. Colton went back to the conversation.
"So soon? What does that mean?"
Sometimes Remi talked in circles. It was hard to pull stuff out of her. "Nothing." She waved her hand. "You and Liz are dating? How long has that been going on?" Colton glanced at Brooke, but it didn't look like she was listening.
Yeah, we've been dating for a bit, but it's nothing serious."
Remi looked him over. Nothing serious? Had he said that? Did anyone overhear? He had to change the subject before he got himself into trouble.
"How long you guys here?"
"We leave Saturday morning."
"Same as me."
Remi's eyes widened. "Really?"
"Seems like it was fate that we met."
Remi slowly nodded and then stared down at the sand. "Yeah. Fate."
"Do you and Brooke want to do something tonight?"
Brooke suddenly sat up and smiled. "We'd love to. What do you want to do?" He racked his brain for something they could do that wouldn't be caught on film by any paparazzi.
"How about you guys come to my room and we can watch a movie or something?"
"Great, yes. Let's do." Brooke sat back and closed her eyes. Had Brooke looked happy because he'd included her in the invitation? She certainly jumped at the chance to spend time with him. Maybe she wasn't as indifferent toward him as he'd thought. If the stars aligned right, he might be able to fulfill a wish he'd made a long time ago. Maybe he could hit it off with Brooke. Chapter 5. The server handed them their drinks. Remi gripped her glass, her fingers turning white. Why was she so nervous around Colton? They'd been friends for a long time. It didn't have to be weird. Okay, it was weird, and it was all her fault. It was because she had spent the last 5 years doodling his name in her stupid book, or staring at his picture, or daydreaming about kissing him. Ugh! Now all she could do was stare at his lips. His very appealing, sexy lips. Stop that! She shook her head and shoved her straw in her mouth. The bubbles burned her throat. That was okay. It was needed. She had to stop thinking about kissing Colton.
What room are you in?
Colton asked. 308.
Hey, you're just 2 doors down from me.
He took a drink of his Diet Coke.
Maybe after the movie tonight we can do a Final Fantasy quest, like old times.
She grinned. I still play.
I know.
He ducked his head and his ears turned red.
You know?
She squinted at him. Did Colton keep tabs on her?
I see you on sometimes. I mean, not that I have time to play anymore, but every once in a while I notice you're on at the same time I am.
His blush intensified. She kicked his leg. You're stalking me on Final Fantasy? A wave of pleasure washed over her. He hadn't totally forgotten about her.
No, it's not like that.
His whole face was now red. How perfectly adorable he looked when he was embarrassed.
How's your Dr. Pepper?
It's good, but it's getting warm. His eyes smiled.
You shouldn't have ordered it without ice.
Now she looked stupid. Not that this was a new thing for her. But I don't like how the ice waters down the soda. It would be fine if it wasn't so hot out here. He laughed.
You're only hot because you're wearing sweats.
They're comfortable. His gaze traveled over her.
Not if they're making you too hot.
She rolled her eyes. You sound like Brooke. At the mention of her name, Brooke opened her eyes and glared at Remi. If you're hot, go inside. I don't care. I just thought you should spend some time in the sun since we're in the Cayman Islands. Colton chuckled and stood.
We can go inside. I know you're part snowman. Come on.
She hopped up. He didn't have to ask her twice. Thanks. They walked up the beach, the sand getting in her shoes, which only annoyed her further. Why had she let Brooke talk her into this? She knew it was going to be 5 years ago all over again. He had a girlfriend, for heaven's sake. When they reached the resort, he guided her toward his deck, then slid the door open and led her into his room. She stopped short. This is your room? It was easily twice the size of hers, had more elaborate decorations, a couch, a jacuzzi tub, and a bed the size of a small country. Did they make beds larger than king-sized? Why did one person need one like that?
Yeah. Why?
It's just nicer than mine. She turned to the television. How did they get that size TV into this room? Colton shrugged.
I don't know. There are just some things in life that are a mystery. Like, if you're not a beach person, why did you book a trip to the Cayman Islands?
He shot her a look that held deeper meaning. Fantastic. He knew something was up. And now was when she would have to melt into the floor with embarrassment. She hugged her arms to herself. She didn't want to tell him, but she knew if she didn't, he would just keep asking, in one way or another. It was best to rip off the Band-Aid. This trip was planned as my honeymoon. Colton froze, his gaze intensifying.
What?
I know, lame, right? Instead of canceling everything, I brought my sister on my honeymoon." Heat flushed to her cheeks. She was pretty sure in the book of ludicrous things to do, bringing your sister on your planned honeymoon trip was listed first. He swallowed and took a step toward her.
"Why did you do that?"
Imaginary sirens sounded loud in her head, and her internal voice shouted, "Abort! Abort!" Why did she talk about this trip being her honeymoon? She could have said anything. He was going to figure out they'd talked to Jules and came because of him. Being too frank was a curse sometimes. But Colton stood before her, a slight frown on his lovely lips, waiting for her to say something. She shrugged, trying to keep the conversation light. The trip was already paid for?
"And your ex?"
Yes, let's talk about her ex. That was much better than talking about her newly found stalker tendencies. And maybe when they were done talking about her ex, they could go through all her old photos after that poor decision to get a mullet and post them on social media for people to laugh at. That might be a good idea. She sighed. He didn't want to come anyway. I mean, he thought the trip was wasteful. His gaze softened and he took another step toward her.
"When did you break things off?"
Remi swallowed, her throat dry and scratchy. Why did he have to ask that? She was done with all this painful talk. Wanna fire up the old Final Fantasy game? Should we give it a whirl before dinner? He put his hand on her shoulder and tingles erupted over her skin.
"You're deflecting."
Yes, she was. Because I don't want to talk about Tavon.
"Wait, Tavon? As in Tavon Harrison? The guy who carried around a briefcase in high school?"
Oh dear. She had forgotten they'd all gone to high school together. She couldn't take it back now. And Colton would know she was lying if she said no. She plopped down on the couch. Yeah.
"Seriously? You were going to marry Tavon? The same guy who petitioned to change the name of the chess club to the Ponzi scheme?"
Stop. Colton flinched and sat next to her.
"I'm sorry, I shouldn't make fun of him. I just never in a million years pictured you with a guy like him."
And who did you picture me with? The words flew out before she could assess them. If she had thought about it, those words never would have left her mouth. The last thing she wanted to hear was Colton saying who she should date because she knew it wouldn't be him.
"I don't know. Not Tavon. But please forgive me, I'm being insensitive. You've just gone through a hard time. And you broke up with Tavon..."
He let the statement hang in the air. 2 days ago. She took a quick peek at Colton, who was staring at her. When I walked out of our wedding. Colton whistled and sat back.
"Sheesh, Remi. What are you doing here? Why aren't you at home healing from all this?"
Emotion rose in her throat. In all honesty, she hadn't even allowed herself to think about it yet. All she knew was that she didn't love Tavon. And thinking about Colton made her happy, but she'd never in this lifetime say those words out loud. It's complicated. He assessed her, his shoulders falling.
"I'm sorry, I'm being such a jerk. Come here."
He reached out and pulled her into his arms. His warm, strong arms. Her throat grew dry as her emotions heightened. She snuggled into his shoulder and closed her eyes so she wouldn't start crying. If she gathered up all her imagination, she could pretend he was holding her because he loved her, and not because she'd just done something dumb like leave her fiancé at the altar.
"I'll stop asking about Tavon. We can get him off your mind tonight. We can rent something super scary like old times. And I'll even pick up some Twizzlers."
Blinking back tears, she pulled away and grinned. You know exactly how to make me feel better. He kissed the top of her forehead. It felt like one of those spontaneous things that just happened, but it made Remy's heart completely stop. It was things like that had made her fall for Colton in the first place. The way he so impulsively cared for her. Like it wasn't something he could even control.
Of course,
he said lightly.
We've been friends forever.
She stiffened. Right. Friends. That was what they were. That was what they'd always been. Even when he did little things like kiss her forehead, they were still just friends. And she had no idea how to change that. Chapter 6. Colton's phone chimed and he pulled it out of his pocket. Remi shifted on the couch as if she wanted to give him privacy to read his text. She was always thoughtful like that. He knew too many people who would blatantly crane their necks to get the scoop on what you were up to. Especially now, with his fame. It was refreshing to not have to worry about that with Remi.
Get Liz from her room and meet me in the lobby. I want the paparazzi to see you leaving the resort together.
Colton held in a sigh, but he sent an okay text back. His father was annoying him, but he had agreed to do this stunt. He had no idea he'd meet up with Remi and Brooke. All he had to do was get through this meal without stabbing himself in the throat with his fork. And he could have some fun with Remi. And maybe, if Brooke was scared during the film, she might cling to him. Heh. Choosing a horror flick had its side benefits. He stood and brushed off his shorts. They were still sandy from the beach.
I'd better change. Dad wants me to meet him and Liz. I'll text you when we get back. I'm looking forward to tonight's movie.
Remi nodded and hopped off the couch. Me too. Tavon didn't like scary movies. I haven't seen a good one in forever.
You mean you haven't seen The Silent Footsteps yet?
No, but the trailer looked amazing. He grinned, getting excited.
Okay, that settles it. That's the one we're watching tonight. I can't wait to see your reaction.
Perfect. See you later. Remi left and he dug through his closet to find something to wear to his fake dinner date. Suddenly it didn't seem like it was going to be too terrible. He had something to look forward to afterward. He and Remi loved to talk about movie plots and how the writers twisted things, or how well the actors performed. It dawned on him that it was his chats with Remi that had gotten him interested in acting in the first place. Acting, and... He unzipped the large pouch on his suitcase and pulled out the screenplay he'd written. It wasn't his first screenplay, but it was the first one he felt had promise. He'd kept this part of himself a secret. His father wouldn't be happy to know he was spending so much time on something like this. But he needed to tell him at some point. He really wanted to take a shot at selling this latest one. A sinking feeling crept into his chest as he stared at the papers. He knew what his father would say, and it wasn't good. So he shoved the screenplay back inside the flap and zipped it shut. If he ever got the courage to tell his father, he was sure it would result in a fight. His gut clenched, and he pulled out a pair of slacks from his suitcase. He didn't want to think about it anymore. He dressed and walked to the room next door to get Liz. She opened the door, and he nodded at her.
You look nice.
Thanks. She lowered her gaze. How long do you think this dinner will take tonight? I have someone I need to call, but I don't want your father to get upset about it.
Then let's not tell him.
Colton winked at her, and she gave him a grateful smile. They headed toward the main resort building.
I'm all for a quick dinner,
he said.
In fact, we could just order appetizers and call it a night.
That would be fine with him. What about your father? Liz bit her lower lip.
I'll take care of him,
Colton said with a lot more confidence than he felt. They entered the lobby and his father approached them.
Liz, you look perfect. Colton, why aren't you wearing a suit?
He looked down at his slacks and button-up shirt. Why did his father always do that to him?
I'm fine, Dad. I'm not proposing or anything.
His father blinked at him, then slowly nodded.
That's not a bad idea.
Colton took in a sharp breath and choked on his spit.
What? You, proposing? Maybe that could happen on Friday. You know, heighten the celebrity gossip.
He glanced at Liz, and all the color drained from her face. Heat rushed to his ears.
Absolutely not. Why not? You want this to work, right? You do know why we're doing this. I'm trying to get you another good role. The scripts that have been coming your way are all garbage. If this film doesn't do well, we're not going to get any better offers.
His father narrowed his eyes at him.
You do know I have your best interests in all this. I'm not going to propose,
he said, his voice low so no one could overhear.
That's pushing it too far.
His father sighed and rubbed his temples.
Colton, no. You're not going to strong-arm me this time. Let's talk about it later.
His father glanced at the people around him, who were now taking interest in their conversation.
Fine. It's time for me to take my girlfriend out to dinner anyway.
He slid his arm around Liz.
You're not coming, are you? What kind of a date would that be?
His father worked his jaw.
I wasn't planning on going on your date with you. Perfect. We'll see you tomorrow.
Colton opened the door for Liz and left his father standing in the lobby. Cameras clicked as he walked out of the resort with Liz, and paparazzi shoved microphones in his face. How serious is your relationship with Liz?
How long have you two been dating? Is there any truth to the rumor that you two are living together?
Colton jerked his head at that one. Was that a rumor his father started?
No comment,
he said rather pointedly. He didn't mean to get flustered, but he couldn't help it. His father was taking this way too far. And now he wanted him to get engaged to Liz. It boiled inside him. They were supposed to end this farce on Saturday. Had his father forgotten? Or was this his way of pushing things longer? The paparazzi followed them to the restaurant, where he let them take more photos before they entered. They were seated by a massive window, which he was sure his father had arranged. That way they could get lots of candid photos of them eating together. Once the server was gone, he leaned closer to Liz.
I'm sorry about my father. I will talk him out of this crazy idea that we need to get engaged for more publicity.
She stared down at her menu. Thanks.
I saw how you reacted. I know you don't like the idea any more than I do.
I admit, I'm kind of regretting this whole thing. She winced, then looked him in the eye. Not that you're a bad person. I didn't mean it the way it sounded.
No, I totally get it. I'm regretting it as well.
He crossed his ankles and leaned a little closer.
Why did you agree to this pretend dating thing anyway?
Her cheeks grew pink. My recent bad publicity. I wanted this to be something positive people could talk about, instead of, you know.
Liz had bad publicity? Whatever it was, he hadn't heard about it. He stayed away from the tabloids. They only made him feel terrible. No, I don't know. What happened?
She swallowed, a sour expression on her face. I've gained a few pounds since my breakout movie. Everyone thinks I'm too fat.
Colton's jaw dropped. Too fat? You?
He couldn't believe it. She looked amazing. How could anyone say she was too fat? It was ludicrous. If you're not a size 0, especially in this business, people talk. And I guess someone caught a photo of me eating that wasn't flattering, and all the tabloids picked it up. The story exploded. Now all anyone talks about is how I'm going to be a washed-up actress with no work if I don't lose weight.
That's stupid. You're gorgeous the way you are. You're not fat at all. You're beautiful.
Liz began rapid blinking, and he thought he'd offended her somehow.
"I'm sorry," he said as she dabbed at her eyes. "I didn't mean to upset you."
No, you didn't. I'm just emotional about everything right now. You were kind to say those things.
"I meant them."
He searched her face.
"You are right. This industry is brutal. No wonder so many people have body issues."
It really is upsetting. I'd love to speak out about it, but I know I'd get buried. I probably would never work again. She lowered her gaze, a frown pulling her lips down. So instead, I'm pretending to date you.
"I'm sorry. I know this is stupid. If you want out, I can stage an argument tonight or something."
Her eyes widened and she shook her head. Your father would kill us both. She wasn't too far off. But a small part of him wanted to push the limits with his father.
"He's controlling, but not a murderer. Rest assured, I would get a sound tongue lashing, but in the end, what can he do about it? If it's public and everyone sees us break up, the jig is up. He can't mend that no matter how many paparazzi he calls."
Yeah, she said, her gaze dipping again. But I don't want to make waves. Let's just keep to the original contract. We only have to do this for 3 more days and then we can break up.
Okay.
He had to admit he was a bit disappointed. Causing a big scene would have been fun. But at least this way he didn't have to face his father's wrath. They ordered a couple of appetizers and they finished at the restaurant in under an hour. He played the perfect boyfriend, pulling out her chair, taking her arm as they walked out, and shielding her from the massive cameras as they walked back to the resort. After they were beyond what even a telephoto lens could catch, he let go of her.
"Another date down."
She smiled at him as they walked along the pathway. Thanks for making this one quick.
"What does my dear father have in mind for tomorrow?"
She stopped at her door and turned to him. You really weren't paying attention earlier, were you? He scratched his cheek.
"Can you blame me? He drones on."
We have a scuba diving lesson together tomorrow, and then a boat excursion. She made a face. I'm not looking forward to the comments I'll get after pictures of me in a scuba outfit. He let out a breath.
"Ignore what people say. You shouldn't be reading those comments anyway. People are mean to every celebrity. Doesn't matter who you are."
I know. It's hard to stop reading them, though.
Yes.
He totally understood. It could become an addiction to see what others are saying. It's such a high when people say they love your work, but those comments are always mixed together with the mean ones. The ones that can take your confidence and make you feel like trash.
"Good night, Liz."
She gave him a smile. Thanks, Colton. For everything. He waved, then crossed to his door and disappeared into his room before he took out his phone and texted Remi.
"I'm done with my plans. Ready to come get your pants scared off."
She texted right back. Don't be a perv. He laughed and sent another quick text.
"Come on over with your sister."
He grabbed the remote and ordered the movie. Tonight was going to be awesome. He would make sure he was the first one to sit down in the middle of the couch, so Brooke had no choice but to sit next to him. It was the perfect plan. Chapter 7. Remi grabbed the pack of microwave popcorn she'd purchased at the convenience store up the street and nudged Brooke's foot. You coming? Brooke looked up from her phone and shot her a frown. I'm not going, you dummy. Remi scoffed and kicked her sister again. You told Colton you'd love to do something tonight. You sounded all excited. Yes, Brooke said like she was speaking to a child. So he would make plans with you and I could back out at the last second, leaving you alone with him? He told me to bring you when he texted. She was trying not to be offended by this. Of course she was going to bring Brooke. That was the plan, anyway. But now she was backing out. How would that make her look? I don't want him to think I'm trying to do anything funny. Brooke raised her eyebrows. Ah, I see. You think this is too obvious? Right. Okay. I'll go with you. Then about 10 minutes in, I'll make up an excuse and leave. That way it will be less obvious. She jumped up from the couch. Then I'll go down to the dance club on the corner. It looked like fun. Don't wait up for me. I might be out late.
Dance club? That was so Brooke. She'd go to a place she'd never been to hang out with people she didn't know and find instant friends. If Remi tried to do that, she'd stand by the wall all night, wondering why she was having a miserable time. All right. Brooke grabbed her tiny purse and pulled the strap over her shoulder. Remi eyeballed it. Does anything real fit in that, or is it just for show? I've always wondered.
Sure. My credit cards are in it, and my room key, and my lipstick.
Oh, I'm glad, because I wouldn't want you to have a lipstick emergency. Brooke ignored her.
What are you going to do tonight to get Colton's attention?
Remi shrugged. I don't know.
What's your plan?
To go watch a movie with him? And maybe play Final Fantasy after? She'd already told Brooke that, so she was confused as to why she was asking.
No, I mean, what's your plan for making him fall for you?
Brooke put her hands on her hips.
You do have a plan, right?
No, she didn't have a plan. She was a planless person. If she'd known a plan could get a guy to fall in love with you, then she would have had one a long time ago. She'd been in love with Colton since 7th grade. But no one had told her she needed one. What kind of a plan? Brooke sighed.
Just laugh at everything he says and brush your hair over your shoulder, like this.
She did a cute little hair flip thing. Remi tried to replicate the move, but her hair shot backwards and hit the desk lamp. Oh, smooth one. She turned, but her hair snagged and caught on the lamp, knocking it over. It tugged hard on her hair and then whipped around and hung in front of her chest. She winced. Ouch! Brooke shook her head and turned, probably too high to snicker.
Never mind. Don't do the hair flip. You're banned from that move.
Good, Remi said, untangling the lamp from in her hair. Because that move sucks.
Just snuggle up to him during the movie. I think you can handle that one, right?
The thought of snuggling up to Colton made heat rush to Remi's face. Could she be that bold? It seemed awfully forward. But she wasn't about to admit that to Brooke. Sure, she said, trying not to let her voice squeak.
Are you going to change?
No. Why would she? Brooke gave her one last frowny face scrutinizing look before she nodded.
All right, let's go.
The sun had set and the heat of the day had evaporated, leaving a pleasant evening with a cool breeze. Remi knocked on Colton's door. Hey, Brooke, he said, rubbing his neck. His face flushed. He let them both in. Hi, Remi, he tacked on. Brooke raised one eyebrow and gave Remi a meaningful look, but Remi had no idea what it meant. I brought popcorn. Remi held up her microwavable pack. Great, I'll put that in later. Let's sit down first. He plopped down in the middle of the couch and put his arms over the back. Have a seat. Remi sat beside him, and Brooke gave her another meaningful stare before she sat on the other side of him. What was her problem? If she thought she was communicating something, she was sadly wrong. Remi was clueless. Oh, I almost forgot. Colton hopped up and grabbed a package from the desk. Twizzlers. They always go with scary movies. Brooke jumped up from the couch.
Scary movies? No one said anything about a scary movie. I don't do horror. Sorry, but you two go ahead. Remi, I'll see you later. She winked and then bolted out of the room, slamming the door. Colton's shoulders dropped and his whole countenance soured.
Did I do something wrong? Your sister used to watch scary movies with us.
Remi's mouth dried up. Great. She wanted Brooke there so it wasn't obvious that she was trying to get close to Colton. And what does Brooke do? She makes it super obvious that she's leaving the two of them alone. Remi tried to swallow, but she didn't have enough spit, so instead she just coughed. She's been acting weird lately. We should just ignore her.
Oh.
Colton sat back down and ripped open the package.
Well, I guess that leaves more for us.
He pulled out a Twizzler and then offered her the bag. Right, more for us. Remi pulled one out and bit off the end. It tasted like hot summer nights and lying in the grass watching the stars with Colton. Her heart warmed.
I'll start the movie. I'm so excited for you to see this!
He grinned at her, his dimple coming out, and she couldn't help but smile back. This was the Colton she knew. The one who used to spend hours at her house during the weekends. Her best friend. The one she'd fallen in love with. She was glad. The deflated Colton bothered her. It was like he was crushing on Brooke or something. She froze, her blood turning cold. Was Colton sad when her sister left because he liked Brooke? It made sense. He did stare at her earlier on the beach. And Brooke did catch men like Remi caught colds. Her stomach dropped. Colton had a thing for Brooke. At least, that was what it seemed like. Maybe she should check to make sure she wasn't jumping to the wrong conclusion. Something subtle. A sneaky, small thing that would tell her the truth, but that Colton wouldn't really notice. He started the film and sat back into the seat. She tried to think of some way to trick him into telling her if he had a crush on her sister. She held her breath, then blurted out, "Do you like Brooke?" So much for the subtle. She was no good at that anyway. She was about as subtle as a drag queen. His mouth dropped open.
Was it that obvious?
Remi's heart sank. It was true. He did like Brooke. A little. He gave her a pitiful look.
Do you think I have a chance? Like, at all?
Nice. Now he was asking her if he had a chance with her older sister. Remi wanted to shove him off the couch, or punch him in the throat, or both. Instead of resulting to violence, she cleared her throat to give her time to think of what to say. I don't know.
Brilliant. Did she say anything about me when you guys were alone?
Not really. All of their conversations about him centered around Remi catching his eye, and about him having a girlfriend. Wait, wasn't he already in a relationship? Why was he looking at Brooke? She shoved his shoulder. Don't you have a girlfriend? He stiffened. That was a telltale sign that he was lying. Classic Colton. He turned from her, but not before she saw the guilty look on his face. Remi shoved him again. Spill it! What's going on?
I can't talk about it.
What do you mean? Of course you can. You open your mouth and words come out.
No,
he said, his neck turning red.
I literally can't talk about it.
Remi grabbed the remote and paused the movie because they weren't watching it anyway. What do you mean? I don't understand. He brought his hands up in a surrender motion.
I can't say anything. I signed a contract. Just know that I wouldn't do anything to hurt your sister, and things aren't exactly as they seem.
Remi narrowed her eyes. You're in a fake relationship? That was what it sounded like to her. Colton blanched and backed away from her, waving his hands in front of him.
I didn't say that.
Oh, my goodness, you totally are! She could always read Colton like the Sunday afternoon paper. His eyes widened and he shook his head.
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. You totally gave the whole thing away with how you carefully worded it and how you're not even denying it right now. Panic crossed his features and he balked.
I'm not doing anything. You're assuming.
Then are you? Silence filled the room as he squirmed, not meeting her gaze. Finally, he said,
I can't talk about it.
Remi picked up the throw pillow beside her and whacked him in the head. It mussed up his hair, making it stick up at odd angles. Colton looked stunned.
What was that for?
You deserved it. He grabbed the pillow from her and whacked her in the shoulder. She tried to grab it back, but his grip was too tight, and she couldn't get him to release it. So she poked him in the side where she knew he was most ticklish. He jerked back but couldn't go very far since they were still sitting on the couch.
Hey, he said, laughing. Tickling isn't fair.
She took that as an invitation to keep going, so she poked him harder. He squirmed and she ended up on top of him, the throw pillow pinned between them as she tried to get access to his sides for more tickling.
Stop, he said between fits of laughter. I give up. You win.
She stilled, her heart beating so fast she thought it might make her pass out. Colton looked sexy, even with his mussed-up hair. His gray eyes took on a silver tone in the dim lighting as his lips slightly parted, and she couldn't help but stare at them. What would it feel like to have those lips on her own? She'd watched every kiss scene Colton had been involved in, repeatedly. It wasn't fair, having them all so easily accessible on YouTube. It was a temptation too great for Remi. But now, just inches from his lips, she regretted watching them. Each scene replayed in her mind, taunting her. Colton kissing some other woman? Something shifted in Colton's gaze, but Remi wasn't quite sure what it was. His breathing slowed, and he stared at her in a way she'd never seen before. Time stretched, and she wondered what he was thinking.
Remi?
He finally asked. Yeah?
Can you get off me? Oh!
She scrambled back, embarrassed to be caught ogling him. Sorry. Heat assaulted her, and she was sure her entire body was now red. Luckily, there was only one dim lamp on. She hoped he couldn't tell.
So.
Colton sat up and stared at the floor.
Can we agree not to talk about that?
She gulped. About what? The fact that she was basically on top of him, staring at his lips? Did he notice that? Did he think she was about to kiss him? Oh no. What was she supposed to say? She didn't actually kiss him. Did he hate the idea so much that he didn't even want to talk about it? She swallowed and decided to play dumb. Talk about what? Chapter 8. Colton stared at Remi. Didn't she understand this had to be kept a secret? He shifted his position on the couch.
About the whole fake relationship thing?
She let out a breath, like she was relieved or something. Odd. He wasn't sure what that was about. Oh, sure, I won't tell anyone. He trusted her. That wasn't it. He just had a lot riding on this. His father couldn't find out that Remi knew the truth, or he'd be in so much trouble.
And I didn't actually admit to it, so keep that in mind.
You basically did. He held up a finger.
But I didn't. That's important. Because if I did, I would lose $100,000, and I don't really feel like doing that.
He was saying too much, but at this point, it didn't matter. Remi already knew about the fake relationship. She might as well know the stakes if the truth got out. Her mouth dropped.
What? That's what happens when you break your non-disclosure agreement.
Sheesh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you break that. He raked a hand through his hair. This wasn't working.
But I didn't. See, you guessed it. I didn't reveal it, and I didn't confirm it. You're just speculating, and I'm not saying anything. Got it?
Remi finally nodded, her eyes holding understanding. Right, you didn't tell me anything. You kept your agreement.
Exactly.
But... Remi stared down at her knees. How are you going to date my sister if you're already dating Liz? Yeah, that was a problem. He didn't have a plan. Had no clue what he was doing, actually. Brooke was a wrench thrown into the cogs of his life. And honestly, he had no idea what he was thinking trying to get her to notice him. Maybe to fulfill an old teen fantasy? Which was enormously stupid when $100,000 were on the line. And for some reason, he was kind of glad it was just him and Remi here tonight. He rolled his shoulders, trying to get the tension to release.
I don't know, maybe I'm just stupid.
Remi hesitated, as if she had something to say but wasn't sure how to word it. Her gaze bounced around the room. You're not stupid.
But...
Remi shrugged. Nothing.
Oh no. You have a butt, and you're going to tell me.
She snickered.
You just said I have a butt.
He held back a smile and gave her shoulder a gentle shove.
Don't do that. Don't deflect.
Are we going to watch the movie or just talk all night? She turned an innocent expression towards the television. She was holding something back, but he didn't feel like pinning her to the wall to get it out of her, so he picked up the remote and clicked to start the movie back up.
Fine. Don't tell me.
Remi picked up the Twizzlers from the end table and tugged another piece out. It's just... I don't think she sees you as a possibility, she said quietly. He jerked his head toward Remi and studied her features.
Why not?
He thought he was pretty good looking, even if he did say so himself. Girls liked him. Why not Brooke? Remi fiddled with her Twizzler. You've always been my friend. She probably can't see you as anything different.
Yeah, but maybe you could kind of give her a nudge in my direction?
He wiggled his eyebrows. She rolled her eyes. Don't do that. You look like an 80-year-old with a dirty mind.
Sheesh, I was just trying to get you to help me out. Don't you want to help me?
He gave her a puppy dog face. Remi frowned, but didn't answer him.
Remi?
She sighed. All right, I'll ask her if she's interested.
No.
He backpedaled.
Don't ask her outright. My word, just be subtle. Find out if I have a chance. That's all I'm saying.
When she didn't say anything, he elbowed her.
Please?
She looked like she'd rather go rob a bank than help him with Brooke, but she finally nodded. Okay.
Thanks.
He pulled her to him and gave her a side hug. She was tense for a moment, but when he didn't let go, she snuggled into him and he pointed the remote at the television.
Now, I'm rewinding to the beginning because you've missed all kinds of small things and we can't have that.
She nodded and wiped at her face, and for a split second he wondered if she was crying, but that would be ridiculous. Why would she be crying? He didn't say anything mean, and the movie hadn't gotten to anything sad yet. She probably had something on her face, like an eyelash bothering her. It made no sense that she'd be crying. Remi wiped at a tear, trying not to attract attention.
This whole situation was a mess. Liz wasn't his girlfriend, but that didn't matter, because he was hoping she would set him up with her sister. Of course Brooke would be the one he wanted. Everyone wanted Brooke, because she was tall and beautiful and had actual boobs instead of middle school speed bumps. Remi felt like throwing up. Colton's fingers brushed against the skin of her arm, and 1,000 butterflies took flight inside her, which only made the tears want to fall even faster. Here she was, so close to Colton she could smell his amazing cologne mixed with his fabric softener, and all she could think about was how he would look with Brooke in his arms. He was gorgeous, she was gorgeous. They went together. Another tear escaped and traveled down her cheek. She left it. He would notice if she was constantly wiping at her face. He would want to know why she was crying, and that was an embarrassment she could do without tonight. She curled her legs up into herself and concentrated on the movie. There was nothing she could do about Colton liking Brooke. Might as well try to enjoy the film and see why he thought it was amazing. Luckily, it worked, and she quickly got sucked into the plot. And he was right. It was a good film. She was able to stop obsessing about Colton and Brooke because the movie was so well crafted. Halfway through the movie, Colton jumped off the couch, making her face plant into the seat because she'd been leaning on him. She pushed herself up. "What is it?" "We forgot the popcorn." "Oh." She paused the movie. "I'll make it." "No, you sit. I think I can handle making microwave popcorn." He snickered. "Who do you think I am? Some useless rich guy?" "Well, if the rich pants fit." She gave him a cheesy grin. He scoffed. "You're so funny." As he unwrapped the package and fiddled with the microwave, Remi tried not to stare too much at his muscles. "Did you ever think you'd be a household name?" she asked to distract herself from them. Colton shook his head. "No way. Do you know how incredibly hard it is to make it big in this business? And incredibly hard to stay on top. You're either up and coming or you're a has-been." Something about the way he said it caught her attention. "A has-been? Are you worried about becoming one of those?" Colton shot her a frown. "It's what my father is concerned about." "And what about you?" The microwave beeped and he pulled out the bag. But it must have been too hot because he juggled with it a minute before he was able to catch it by one of the top corners. He jaunted back over to the couch and plopped down beside her. When she didn't immediately snuggle back into his side, he put his arm around her and pulled her close, which warmed her to her toes, even though she knew he didn't mean anything by it. "I guess I'm worried about it, but not as much as my father. I mean, fame is fleeting, I know this. I don't care if I don't get any more leading roles. I just love stretching myself. I've been—" He paused like he hadn't meant to say it. "You've been what?" "Nothing." "No, tell me." "It's nothing. You know what I'd love to do?" What was he hiding? She wasn't sure, but he obviously didn't want to talk about it, so she let it go. "Love to what?" "I'd love to take on a role that was more challenging. These rom-coms are fun, but I want to see a script with more meat to it." He pointed at the paused show, like the psycho in this one. "I'd love to play a villain for once." Remi looked up at him. "You should totally go for a role like that. I think you'd kill it." Colton pulled open the popcorn bag and offered her some. "Yeah, I don't think that will happen right now." "Why not?" She popped a kernel into her mouth. "Because my father—" "Oh." That explained it. She'd forgotten his father was still running his life, just like back in high school. "Can't you get away from him? Hire a new manager?" "And fire my dad?"
He raised his eyebrows so high they disappeared under his auburn hair. Okay, I can see why you'd feel like this isn't an option. But listen for a second. Colton set the bag of popcorn on their legs and grabbed a handful.
Sure, go ahead. Tell me how to fire my father. I'm all ears.
She understood all too well why he was balking at the idea. Colton hated conflict. He would much rather just do what he was told than to make waves. Sure, he was sassy sometimes, but he always ended up going with the flow. Just listen, okay? You know your father loves you and wants what's best for you, right?
I do believe that.
Then all we have to do is convince your father that having a different manager would be better for your career. And that shouldn't be too hard. There are some mega stars in Hollywood. I mean, really big stars. His mouth dropped.
Ouch, Remi. That hurts.
Colton pretended to have a knife stuck in his chest. She reached up and pressed her hands on his cheeks. Oh, you poor baby. There are actors who are more famous than you. I feel so sad for you. He shook her hands off, a hint of a smile on his face.
All right, you made your point.
She grabbed another handful of popcorn. Since you were a nobody when he began managing you, it wasn't a big deal that he'd never managed a star before. But it's possible he will understand that now you need a manager with more experience. Colton slowly nodded as he chomped on more popcorn.
You know, that's not a bad angle.
She gave him a smug smile. Right? I'm a genius. He laughed, then kissed the tip of her nose. It was such a quick, spontaneous thing that it looked like he didn't even think about it. But it created a tidal wave of emotion inside Remi. The softness of his lips on her skin, the tenderness of the gesture, and the closeness of their relationship that it represented almost brought her to tears again. He stared at her, like the gesture took himself by surprise. She looked into his gray eyes. They were mesmerizing.
You are a genius,
he finally said.
You've proven it repeatedly.
He picked up the remote and clicked the movie back on. But there was no coming back from that for Remi. She could no longer concentrate. Colton Drake just kissed her. And it was amazing. Chapter 9. Colton waited until the last scene had finished and the credits began rolling before he asked the question that had been bursting to get out of him.
Did you see that last twist coming?
When Remi didn't answer, he peered down at her. She was asleep. What the heck? How could she have fallen asleep during that intense movie? The first time he saw it, it had kept him on the edge of his seat the entire time. Even tonight, he'd been holding his breath. It kind of annoyed him that she'd fallen asleep. What about their analysis? They always had great discussions after they watched movies. But after his initial annoyance faded, he realized she was probably exhausted from traveling and from all the emotions she had to be suppressing from her broken engagement. She totally wasn't dealing with that at all. He knew avoidance and denial when he saw it. No one walked away from an engagement without an incredible amount of hurt and pain. Instead of waking her, he settled back into the couch and slowly guided her until she snuggled into his chest. He positioned the throw pillow under his head and closed his eyes. Remi deserved to rest. He'd pester her to deal with her pain later, after he was sure she was ready to face it. It felt really good to spend time with Remi again. He didn't realize how much he'd missed being with her. The way they joked around with each other, how clever she was, and even the way she was herself around him. It was so nice. No one acted normal around him anymore, especially women. He was so tired of everyone being fake. There wasn't anything about Remi that was remotely false. What you saw was what you got. He let out a quiet sigh and he put his arm around her and patted her shoulder. It was kind of sweet how she fell asleep on him. How long should he let her be? Her sister would probably worry if she came back too late. He glanced at the clock. It was only 11. It wouldn't hurt to let her sleep for a while longer. On impulse, he leaned over and kissed the top of her head. Her hair smelled of coconuts and sunshine that made him think of today when she was sitting outside in her sweats and t-shirt. He chuckled. She was so funny. Why had he lost touch with Remi? She'd been his best friend all through high school. Why had he let them drift apart? He hadn't meant to, he'd just gotten busy. And his father had pushed him hard in the beginning. Heck, he was still pushing him. But he missed the closeness he and Remi used to have. He wanted that back. She stirred and lifted her head to look at him. Oh, I'm sorry, did I fall asleep?
Yeah, and you missed the end of the movie.
He brushed a strand of her hair from her face. He'd always thought she had stunning blue eyes. For some reason, they looked quite large right now as she stared at him. Oops.
That's okay. We can finish it tomorrow. Unless you don't want to.
I want to. I was into it. I just got extremely tired for some reason. She yawned as if to punctuate her statement. It was adorable. Why hadn't he noticed how cute Remi was before? She wasn't model material like her sister, but there was something else about her that he couldn't put his finger on. Maybe it was her aura of innocence, or maybe it was just that he hadn't seen her since high school and she'd grown up since then. Whatever it was, he was surprised to find himself thoroughly enjoying their closeness. Maybe even a little too much. Remi was just a friend. It's okay. I don't mind you sleeping on me. Her cheeks colored and she sat up. She suddenly wouldn't look directly at him. I didn't realize
I wasn't being sarcastic,
he said quietly. Remi's face turned another shade of red. Was she upset? He was trying to be playful, but maybe he was just making her uncomfortable. That was the last thing he wanted. Especially now he was hoping to keep up their friendship. She rubbed at her eyes. I should go.
So soon?
He wasn't ready to part yet. He wanted to talk more with her. I feel like I'm going to fall back asleep. She wouldn't meet his gaze. Crud, he had made her uncomfortable. Colton stood and held out his hand to her.
I'll walk you to your room.
Oh, it's okay. It's only 2 doors down. She laughed and combed her fingers through her hair as she crossed the room. She tugged it up into a messy bun. Her movements were stilted, like she wasn't quite sure how to act in front of him. I think I can make it. Was she trying to get away from him? The last thing he wanted to do was ruin their friendship. He wanted things to go back to the way they were. He didn't want to add any awkwardness between them.
Come on, you're tired. I just want to make sure you get back to your room okay.
All right, she said, leaning against the desk. Her finger brushed against the piece of paper his father had dropped, and he reached over and picked it up.
Hey, before you go, take a look at this. What do you think of it?
He handed it to her. She opened the paper and stared at it. What's this?
My dad dropped it in the lobby.
She read the note and looked up at him. What does that mean?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Did you ask your father about it?
No.
He dropped his gaze.
I kind of want to figure out what they're talking about first. What is the truth about me? And what did my father do?
Remi tossed the note on the desk. Could be a prank.
Yes.
He'd wondered that too. but a niggling in the back of his mind wouldn't let him totally dismiss it. A part of him took it seriously. Remi clapped her hands together. I got it. Your dad could be a murderer who stole some pregnant woman's baby, and you're not really related to him. Like that movie we saw as kids? Remi flashed one of her lopsided grins at him. He scoffed. Yeah, right. You don't look anything like your father. Remi rubbed her chin. I mean, we used to talk about that, remember? Yes, he remembered. But it had just been stupid conversations. You think my real mother was murdered by my father and I'm some long-lost, kidnapped child? You have a very active imagination there, Egghead. She punched his shoulder. Don't you start calling me that again. He laughed. Even though she liked to pretend she hated that name, he knew she secretly liked it. But it's such a good nickname. It was never a good nickname. She crossed the room, and he followed after her. I beg to differ. He opened the door, and they stepped out into the night. The temperature had dropped, and Remi rubbed her bare arm, so Colton put his arm around her without thinking, and then wondered if he was once again making her uncomfortable. He hoped not, because he liked the feeling of Remi in his arms. It felt right somehow. Thanks for coming over. If you have free time tomorrow, I'll come back and we can finish that movie. And maybe play some Final Fantasy. She grinned at him. Perfect. I'll text you. He had no idea how long his outing with Liz would take. All afternoon, probably. But that might leave him the evening free. He'd take it. He was anxious for Remi to see the rest of that movie and to spend more time with her. Tonight had been fun, even more so than he'd expected. Remi nodded and disappeared behind her door. Instead of going back to his room, he took a walk around the courtyard of the resort and toward the small garden area. The gentle gurgling noise from a koi pond carried in the air. He sat on the bench and let his mind wander back to that odd note his father had dropped. Remi's voice echoed in his mind. You don't look anything like your father. He had to admit, she was right. He had light brown hair with a hint of red, whereas his father had jet black hair, and his mother was blonde. His father had a sharp nose and dark brown eyes, but Colton had a wider nose and more pronounced jawline and cheekbones. He did have some resemblance to his mother. He and she shared the same eye shape, and they both had one dimple. But he couldn't think of a single feature he shared with his father. And then there was the odd way his parents had acted when he had said they were going to be doing blood typing at school. They'd packed up the van and went to Disneyland, which was odd because it was the middle of the school year. At the time, he'd wondered about it, but his parents had said they'd been planning the trip as a surprise and hadn't said anything because they didn't want to ruin it. He'd shrugged it off. He hadn't thought about that in a long time. But now it just made things seem weirder. He didn't think his father was capable of murder, but you always hear about the serial killer's neighbor who thought they were so nice and quiet, never had loud parties, always got their paper for them when they were on vacation. They wouldn't have suspected a thing. Did that mean his father could have done something so heinous? He scoffed and ran a hand through his hair. He was letting his love of scary movies take over his imagination. His father didn't murder anyone and steal their kid. But it was possible his mother had an affair and they both decided to cover it up. On a whim, he pulled out his phone and dialed his mother. He had no idea what he was going to say to her. He just did it without thinking. When his mother answered, he leaned back on the bench and crossed his ankles. Hey, Mom. Is everything okay? It's late. Oh, yeah. He'd forgotten it was after 11 o'clock. His mom always went to bed early.
Oops. Everything's fine. I just wanted to ask you something.
Okay. What is it? Great. Now what was he supposed to ask her? He wasn't about to just come out and ask her if she had an affair. He needed something more subtle, something less offensive.
What's my blood type?
Silence came through the line, and as the seconds piled up, he wondered if he'd lost her.
Hello?
I don't know, sweetie. Why are you asking that?
Because I don't remember what it is. And they tell you that stuff when you have a kid, right?
She paused. Well, yes, I think so, but that was 25 years ago, dear.
What blood type are you and Dad?
Colton, what is going on? Why did you call so late at night to ask about blood types? Was it just his imagination, or was his mother deflecting? Maybe Remi's direct approach was best.
Is Dad my biological father?
He blurted out. Dead silence. Time seemed to slow as he waited for her.
Mom?
The sound of the bubbling koi pond filled the silence until, finally, she spoke. Of course he is. Her voice had lost all hint of warmth. A cold feeling spread through him and settled in his stomach. He didn't believe her. A normal person would laugh at a question like that if it wasn't true. Instead, she grew silent and then acted like he'd asked her if she had stabbed someone. Shock and disbelief swirled around inside him. He hadn't really expected his mother to confirm his suspicions. He figured she would settle his fears and they'd both get a good chuckle out of it. He hadn't expected her to act like this. He didn't know what to say. Her reaction caught him off guard. He didn't want to admit to her that he didn't believe her. He didn't want to call her a liar. He'd gotten his answer. At least, he was pretty sure he had. He quickly got off the phone and then stared at the bright orange fish as they swam under the surface of the water. He had no idea what to do with this information. The words from the note came back to him. I know the truth about Colton. This had to be it. He wasn't his father's biological son. His parents had been lying to him his whole life. But what did the next part mean? I know what you did. What exactly had his father done? Chapter 10. Remi woke to the sound of her phone vibrating. It made a short buzzing sound, and then it came again. And again. Holy banana, who was texting her so much? She groaned and grabbed her phone. It was blurry, and she had to blink a few times to clear the sleepy fog from her eyes and mind. When she could finally make out her screen, she saw there were several texts, all from Colton.
Hey, are you awake yet? I found something out last night, and I want to talk to you about it. Wake up, you sleepyhead. Wakey, wakey. Remi, you lazy bum, get out of bed. Time to get up.
She sighed and sent a reply. What the heck, nerdball? Another text came quickly.
Oh, good. You're up.
Remi rolled onto her back, still trying to blink away the blurriness. No, not up. Just awake and incredibly cranky?
Well, come over when you're up. I have to talk to you.
She couldn't hide a smile. He might have a crush on Brooke, but he wasn't texting her repeatedly to come over. He wanted to talk to Remi. And that was amazing! It felt like they were back in high school, and he had some crazy things happen he had to tell her about. She texted back, all right, don't get your panties in a bunch. I'll get dressed and come over. She set her phone down and crawled out of bed. As she searched through her suitcase, she heard him send one more message.
You know I don't wear panties, right?
She laughed out loud and Brooke stirred, moaning. Why are you awake at this unspeakable hour? Remi checked the clock. It's 9 a.m. Like I said, why are you awake at this unspeakable hour? Colton wants to talk to me. She couldn't hide the smile from her face. Brooke sat up, seriously rocking the bedhead look. Oh, you have to tell me what happened last night. You were already asleep when I got in. Remi grabbed a t-shirt and a pair of yoga pants from her suitcase, along with a clean set of underwear. What should she tell Brooke? That Colton confessed he had the hots for Brooke? Or that he was totally faking his relationship with Liz? Or that Remi fell asleep on him and practically shared an intimate moment? She opted for the last one. We snuggled. Brooke squealed. That girl! That's what I'm talking about! I want details. There's not much to tell, she said, heading toward the bathroom. We snuggled while we watched a movie, then I ended up falling asleep on him and woke up lying on his chest. Like, totally sleeping on the couch? Yep. Brooke slapped the bed. Dang, girl! Do you think he was flirting with you? Because I was worried when we arrived. He looked like he was kind of flirting with me a bit. He was just giving off those I like you vibes. That's why I left so fast. Remi stared down at the wad of clothes in her hands. She didn't want to be reminded that Colton liked Brooke. She'd rather pretend that conversation hadn't happened, but it did. And Brooke obviously sensed it. No use in denying it. Yeah, you were catching the vibes, all right. She looked at her sister. He asked me if I thought you'd go out with him. He what? Oh no, Remi, I'm so sorry. Brooke frowned and combed her fingers through her hair. You know that I'd never date him, right? I wouldn't do that to you, no matter how famous he was. I know. But what could she do? If Colton liked Brooke, then there was no way he'd fall for Remi. They were polar opposites. What happened with that actress? Did he dump her already? Remi hid her face behind her clothes. She was no good at lying. No, she said, stretching out the word. What does that mean? Nothing. She ran into the bathroom and closed the door. There. She successfully avoided breaking Colton's contract thing. She wasn't going to be responsible for him losing $100,000 and getting chewed out by his father. Brooke burst into the room. Okay, spill it. What's going on with the girl? What the heck? Remi shoved her sister toward the door. I'm in the bathroom. So, tell me. You know something. Brooke narrowed her eyes. I can't say. Come on. Brooke grabbed onto the doorframe. I'm not leaving until you tell me. When Brooke got that way, there was nothing that would deter her. Remi gave one last-ditch effort to shove her out of the room, but she wasn't going anywhere. Fine. Remi sighed and folded her arms. Technically, it was Colton who couldn't say anything about it. He was the one who had signed that contract. He had said it himself. He hadn't told Remi anything. She'd guessed it. If she told Brooke her guess, what harm would that do? Especially if she swore her to secrecy. I think they're pretending to be a couple for publicity. But you can't say anything or Colton could get in trouble. Brooke's eyebrows knit together. Wait, what makes you think they're not really dating? I asked him, and he said he couldn't tell me, which basically was an admission, even though he didn't really admit to anything. Huh. Why did this sound all jumbled coming out of her mouth? It had been much clearer last night. What are you talking about? Are you drunk? No, Remi scoffed. I don't have to drink to sound stupid.
Wait, that didn't come out right either.
Whatever, if he's not really in a relationship, then you just have to wake him up and make him see you for the woman you are. You're not staying in the friend zone. You're not going to allow that anymore. Right?
Right.
Remi tossed her clothes on the counter. Now get out of the bathroom so I can shower. Colton wants me to come over right now, and you're delaying me. Okay.
Brooke backed out of the room.
Get going, just...
She scowled at the yoga pants.
Let me know when you're ready to shop for some flattering clothes.
Ugh! Remi slammed the door.
Why did she care what Remi wore anyway? Remi showered and got ready in record time. She was proud of the fact that it only took her 15 minutes in the bathroom each morning. Brooke took 45, and that was on a good day. What she did in front of the mirror for a half hour, Remi would never understand.
See ya,
she called to her sister as she left. Good luck! When Remi got to Colton's door, it opened before she had a chance to knock.
What was he doing, standing there, watching out of the peephole for her?
He reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her inside.
You're not going to believe this.
What's going on? What am I not going to believe? She gazed up at him and froze. Colton looked like he hadn't gotten any sleep last night. His hair stuck out at funny angles, and his eyes were red.
I think my father isn't really my father. I mean, I think my mom had an affair and they covered it up.
What? Are you serious? You know I was joking about your dad last night, right?
Your comment got me started, though. I couldn't stop thinking about how my father and I don't look anything alike. So I called my mother and asked her straight up. And do you know what she did?
Remi gasped.
She admitted it?
Colton's mother was the kind of person who got anxious before a change in weather. She would often stand on the front porch with her hands twisted, lips pressed tight, waiting for Colton to come home from school. She took worrying to a whole new level. How a woman like that could end up having an affair was beyond her.
No, she didn't say anything for a long time. Like I had shocked her and she didn't know what to say. Then she denied it.
Remi waited for him to continue, but he just stared at her.
Wait,
she said, squinting at him. Her being shocked is proof she had an affair? Colton raked his hand through his hair and let out an exasperated noise.
Well, when you say it like that, it sounds stupid. But I swear, Remi, there's something here. I can feel it.
He put his hand on his chest.
There's something my parents are hiding from me.
Okay, calm down. Let's talk this out. Remi sat on the couch and motioned for Colton to sit next to her. Maybe it's not what you think. Colton sat, then put his head in his hands.
I think I need to get a paternity test. If they're not going to tell me the truth, I should find out on my own, right?
He peeked at her.
That's a smart thing to do. But how do I get my dad's DNA without him knowing?
Sheesh, Colton, are you seriously listening to yourself? Think about your parents. Your mother. Would she really have an affair? The thought was so absurd, Remi couldn't even believe he was entertaining the idea.
If you had heard her on the phone.
He didn't finish his sentence. He scrubbed a hand over his face.
I don't know what to do, Remi. We always joked about it as kids, but now I honestly think it's a possibility. And it's freaking me out a little.
A little? Try a whole lot. But she didn't say that to him. Come here. She pulled his shoulders down until he was laying on her lap. Roll onto your back.
What are you doing?
Just do it. Colton obeyed, and Remi began massaging his temples. This was obviously something that was stressing him out. He needed to calm down and try to think this through rationally. Relax. You're so tense, I'm surprised you haven't had an aneurysm or something.
That's not how those work.
He did gift her with a small smile, though, which delighted her. She even saw a hint of his dimple. I know, just let your tension ease a bit. She turned toward him and began massaging his shoulders. They were full of knots and amazing muscles. Man, he must work out every day. He'd become incredibly buff. If that was because of his acting jobs, then she was all for it. He said as she worked over his muscles.
That feels good.
Great. Now, try to let go of all your thoughts about your parents. We can do some digging. I'll help you look into it. But don't let it stress you out so much. What is, just is. It won't change anything to know if your father shares your biology or not. He's still the dad who raised you. That won't change. He was silent for a moment. She kept working over his shoulders and then started on his arms.
You're right,
he finally said.
I hadn't been thinking about it like that.
His muscles softened. There. Let all that stress go. Colton closed his eyes.
Where did you learn to do this?
Remi chuckled. Nowhere. I'm just rubbing your muscles. I'm not, trained or anything.
You should be. I'd pay you good money to do this.
How much is good money? Because she would quit her job in a heartbeat if Colton would pay her to be his personal masseuse. Heck, she'd do it for free. Colton smiled. This time, his full grin with the dimple included. He looked up at her.
Crazy amounts of money.
She laughed, and a wave of pleasure washed over her. Even though he was joking, it made her feel extremely good he was enjoying her massage that much. Now, if only there was a way to get him to see her as a potential date instead of just a friend. But Remi had no idea how to do that. She wasn't any good at that stuff, and time was ticking. It was already Wednesday, and they were all leaving the island on Saturday morning. Why had that seemed like plenty of time yesterday? But today it didn't seem like nearly enough. Chapter 11. Colton closed his eyes and let Remi's hands work over his neck and shoulders. It was relaxing. The way her fingers felt was incredible. Her touch sent shivers through him. He could easily get lost in the feeling of her so close, her breath tickling his cheek. It was intoxicating. The way she smelled, combined with just being close to her, made him feel like someone hooked him up to an electrical outlet. His skin hummed with the current. What would it feel like to kiss her? Wait, what was he doing? Remi and he were friends. That was it. He shouldn't be thinking of her in any other way. Heat rushed to his face. What might she do if she knew the kinds of thoughts running through his mind right now? Would she freak out on him? He needed to stop thinking those thoughts before it became a problem. Her fingers skimmed over his neck again, making his breath catch. Dang, he should tell her to stop. She'd done enough. But he just couldn't quite force his lips to speak. Maybe in a minute. After a while longer.
What are you thinking?
Colton bolted upright.
Nothing. I'm not thinking anything. Why? Why do you want to know?
Okay, he needed to shut up now. Remi studied him. Just curious. You seemed really relaxed. Did that help you?
Yes,
he said too quickly. Why was he acting all nervous? What was wrong with him?
I'm fine now. You can go. I need to get ready for my date with Liz.
He cringed. Did he just tell Remi to leave? He hadn't meant to say that. Remi stood and walked toward the door. All right. Text me when you're done with your date. I'll come over. She seemed stiff. Awkward.
Ask Brooke if she wants to come.
He blurted out. Maybe having Brooke there would make him start acting more normal? Remi paused a second before nodding to him. Yeah, Brooke, sure. I'll ask. She left before he had the chance to say anything else. He sighed and sank back into the seat. That hadn't gone well. Why had he started thinking those kinds of things about Remi? How could that happen? Remi was just Remi, his friend. He'd never thought of her in any other way before. Now things were getting all jumbled up in his head. Maybe he needed to put a stop to the crazy notion that he was attracted to Remi. She wasn't his type. Why was he having those kinds of thoughts? He shook his head. It had to be some weird fluke. He was tired, thinking too much. He'd go on the scuba diving excursion and all would be fine again when he got back to his room. Remi opened the hotel door. Brooke? The sound of the shower answered her. Figures. She pulled out her scrapbook and leafed through the pages while she waited for what seemed like forever for her sister to come out of the bathroom. Memories flooded her of the time she and Colton had shared. The school trip to John Brown's cave, and how they had traded their lunches and then gotten in trouble by old Mrs. Fussy Pants. Her name was Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but Colton had given her that nickname after the lunch incident, and it stuck. Brooke opened the bathroom door and a cloud of hairspray wafted out. Remi sighed. This is hopeless, she said to Brooke as she shoved her scrapbook into her suitcase and crossed the room. What is? I thought things were going well. You snuggled. He called you over. Now what? Remi flopped down onto the bed and covered her face with her hands. I was bold. I did what I thought you would do. I gave Colton a massage. He said it felt nice, but then when I was leaving, he said to make sure you come over tonight with me. So it didn't work at all. Brooke sat down next to her on the bed. It's okay. Tell him I have a date with someone else. That should help. Remi sat up and gaped at her sister. You want me to lie to him? A smile grew on Brooke's face. No, it's not a lie. Confusion swirled in Remi until the truth dawned on her. Wait, you're going on a date? You didn't ask me how it went last night at the dance club. She brought out her lip balm and applied it while trying not to grin. Sure. Brooke wasn't just going to say it. She was going to make Remi ask. How did it go? Really well. Obviously. What happened? I met a great guy named Mark. Brooke blushed, like a real blush. Remi didn't think she'd ever seen her sister blush before. She must really like this guy. Mark, huh? What's he like? Brooke smiled and flopped onto her back to match Remi lying on the bed. He's tall and has a great laugh. He's from Florida, here on vacation. Florida? You like a Florida man? All she could think of were those Florida man headlines. Brooke nudged her. What's wrong with Florida? Mark's a nice guy, and he asked me out for tonight. It gives you the perfect excuse to give to Colton. I'm dating someone. He can let the idea of crushing on me go and put his full attention on you. Brooke tossed Remi a raised eyebrow look. You're welcome. Yes, thank you, dear sister, for picking up some random guy last night. Remi snickered as Brooke shoved her off the bed. You brat. Remi climbed back onto the bed. Seriously, though, I'm happy for you. even though you go through men like other women go through shoes. Brooke made a face. Women don't go through shoes, darling. They collect them. There's a difference.
Yeah, I've never understood the shoe thing.
Remi had a solid pair of walking shoes and a pair of black flats that looked good when she needed to dress up. That was all she needed. I know, sweetie. Brooke kissed Remi's forehead. Why was everyone doing that lately? So, what are you doing tonight with Mr. Tall and Handsome? Remi asked. He's taking me out to dinner, and then we're going to walk on the beach. Brooke sighed and clasped her hands under her chin. Isn't that so romantic?
Sure. Sounded like a lot of sand in her shoes, but Remi was kind of tone deaf when it came to romance. I hope you have fun.
And what are you doing with Colton tonight? Something about another movie?
She wrinkled her nose.
Why don't you go out and do something?
We must finish the movie because I fell asleep, remember? And who needs to go out when there's a perfectly great quest that could be had on Final Fantasy?
Blah, blah, blah. I can't even tell if you're speaking English.
Brooke rolled her eyes, then hopped off the bed.
Whatever. As long as you're wooing him, then you're cool.
Remi sighed. She didn't want to admit it, but she wasn't even sure there was hope in that department. At least it looked like Colton wanted to be friends again. Maybe when she went home, he would keep in contact with her. That might be all she could get.
Sure.
Brooke pursed her lips and crossed the room.
When you're ready for my help, I'll give it to you.
I'm fine on my own. I don't need you telling me what to do.
Stubborn mule,
Brooke whispered under her breath. I heard that.
I meant you to,
Brooke called before she disappeared into the bathroom once again.
Chapter 12.
The scuba lesson and boating excursion took the entire afternoon, so it was after 6 when Colton finally made his way back to his room. He texted Remi when he got inside. He was looking forward to their evening. I'm done with my thing and starving. Want to come over and we can order a pizza or something? Her answer made him smile. Can it be pepperoni and cream cheese? Because I'm all over that. If they have cream cheese, I'll order it. See what Brooke wants. He waited for her to answer, but after a few minutes of radio silence, he finally texted again. Brooke is going on a date tonight. Sorry. A date? He tugged at his shirt, which suddenly felt tight around his neck. That meant he'd be alone again with Remi. Hopefully it wouldn't be too awkward. He was probably overreacting anyway. It was just Remi. He'd been fine around her his whole life. Why was he worried all of a sudden? There shouldn't be any reason to be freaked out. Everything would be fine. He sent her a quick message. That's okay. See you soon. A knock came on his door a minute later, and he opened it. Remi carried her laptop and wore a heather gray t-shirt that said, "You read my shirt. That's enough social interaction for today." He smiled as he led her into his room. That was totally Remi. Hey. He shoved his hands into his pockets. Why did he feel nervous all of a sudden? Sheesh. You'd think he was in high school and Remi was his crush or something. Did you order the pizza? I was just finishing it up on the app. Want any breadsticks? She looked at him funny. Would I ever say no to breadsticks? He chuckled and swiped on his phone. All right, dumb question. Remi plopped down on the couch and picked up the remote. I'll get the movie to the place where I fell asleep, and you can finish your order. Ooh, do they have dessert? Yep, already in the cart. What kind? Brownies with fudge icing. She grinned at him. You're the best! He finished his order and joined her on the couch, where they continued watching the movie. Colton snuck a few peeks at her to make sure she wasn't falling asleep again.
but he was careful not to put his arm around her. He didn't want to do anything dumb tonight. Remi jumped when the knock came on the door for the pizza. She put her hand on her chest. Jeez, that scared me. Why did he have to come during the super scary part? Colton chuckled as he paused the movie and grabbed the pizza from the delivery kid. Perfect timing, I'd say. Remi pulled a slice of pizza from the box, cheese extending until she swiped it with her finger. She took a large bite. Okay, start it up. I can't wait to see what happens next. The movie played and they finished off the pizza and breadsticks. Remi gasped at the twist at the end, just like he had expected her to. As the credits rolled, he couldn't help but grin. What did you think? Brilliant. I mean, it was the perfect way to end it. Right? It was unexpected, yet they had to end it that way if you think about it. She went on to explain what she had meant by that, and he sat, transfixed on her. Remi was probably the smartest person he'd ever met. Not that he would ever admit to her that she was smarter than he was, but she totally was. And listening to her talk about the movie just proved it to him. She thought of an entire new thread he hadn't even considered before. Discussing the movie made him want to show her his screenplay. He wanted to know what she thought of it. But what if she didn't like it? What if she thought the twists were too contrived, the plot too easy to figure out? He was positive Remi would tell him exactly what she thought, and he wasn't sure he could take it. He'd never showed any of his screenplays to anyone. Having it ripped apart by Remi would kill him, so he kept his mouth shut. They discussed the movie for another hour, and then broke open the brownies. Remi took a bite of the gooey chocolate and then moaned at the taste. This is why I like you. You had these in the cart before I even asked. Of course. Only a monster would overlook this kind of dessert. Remi took another bite, but a bit of the chocolate frosting stayed on her lip. Colton stared at it as he watched her eat, his pulse picking up speed. He shouldn't be looking at her like that, but he couldn't help it. All he could think about was what Remi might do if he leaned forward and kissed the chocolate off her lips. He shook his head to clear it. That wouldn't end well. Remi would probably freak out. He didn't want to get slapped. Besides, he liked Brooke. Why was he thinking about Remi that way? Hey, he blurted out. Who is Brooke dating? Remi stared at him a second before dropping her gaze. Some guy she met last night. Last night? Like she'd gone out and met some guy after she ditched them? He frowned at the thought. That so wasn't cool. Yeah, I guess she decided to go to that dance club up the street. Remi shrugged. It's just her life. She walks into the pharmacy and gets picked up. Oh. He should have expected that. Brooke was gorgeous. Of course she would be a man magnet. Still, the thought of dating Brooke had become less and less appealing. Right now, he was more into Remi. Weird. Remi must have noticed his frown because she quickly tacked on, but don't worry, she rarely dates any of them for long. Nice. So she not only gets tons of men after her, but she also doesn't take relationships very seriously. Commitment issues? He asked, mostly to himself. He didn't expect Remi to know. Remi made a face. She still hadn't noticed the chocolate on her lip. Before he could stop himself, he reached out and wiped it off with his thumb. She stared at him, her lips parted in surprise. A buzzing current coursed through him as he couldn't break his gaze from her mouth. On impulse, he stuck his thumb in his mouth and licked the chocolate off. A look he couldn't quite read came over her face. I wouldn't be surprised, she said, going back to their conversation. When our parents got divorced, I dealt with it by pulling away from others. Brooke did the opposite. That was when she began serial dating. That was an interesting insight. So if she could deal with that past hurt, she might be able to have a stable relationship? Remi shrugged and whacked his leg. I don't know. I'm not a therapist.
Fine. Don't help me heal your sister. We could be figuring out how to give her eternal happiness, but whatever. Let's just play Final Fantasy.
Eternal happiness? With you? She snorted and rolled her eyes. He scoffed, pretending to be hurt.
What do you mean by that? What's wrong with me? Am I not good enough for your sister?
He playfully poked her sides until she grabbed his wrists. They wrestled for a moment before Remi stilled and the mood turned heavy. She gazed at him, a silent question behind her eyes. His pulse jumped. He was so close to Remi he could kiss her if he leaned any closer. And suddenly he wanted to. He slowly backed away. That was a bad idea. There's nothing wrong with you, she quietly said, and let go of him. Had he killed the light-hearted mood? He'd just been joking around. He didn't mean to make Remi uncomfortable again. Man, no matter what he did, it seemed to be the wrong thing. Now the mood seemed weird. Just kidding, he said. She smiled, but it seemed forced. I know. I'll grab my laptop and we can start a quest. They played Final Fantasy for a couple of hours. It was so much fun getting back into the game, like they'd done in high school. And listening to Remi get all worked up about how high her experience level had gotten was amusing. When they'd finally finished playing, it was twilight, and Colton felt a surge of energy. He wanted to go do something. He didn't want to say goodnight to Remi just yet.
Hey, want to go stargaze or something? It's the perfect night for it.
There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Yes, let's go waiting and then see how many constellations we can pick out. Remi closed her laptop.
Sure.
I'm leaving my shoes in here, though. I've gotten so much sand in them, I don't think I'll ever get it all out. He grinned at her.
Why don't you get some sandals?
No need. I'm only here until Saturday. She kicked off her tennis shoes and slipped off her socks, putting one in each shoe like they used to do in grade school. It made him chuckle. He unlocked the sliding glass door and they walked out on the deck.
I love the sound of the waves at night.
Remi wrinkled her nose. Does it sound different than during the day?
Yes.
She paused, listening. I don't think so, dork.
Well, it sounds different to me.
Remi tossed him a devilish grin. First one to the water wins. She took off down the steps of the deck, leaving him behind.
Oh, so not fair! You were 10 steps closer!
He hopped over the railing and began running on the sand to catch up to her. Remi might not have long legs, but she was as fast as lightning, and he lagged behind. But a few yards before the water's edge, he finally overtook her. She squealed and shoved him away, making him stumble. It took a second to recover, and she was able to reach the ocean first.
Cheater!
He called as his footsteps splashed in the receding water. It was cold, but the sand was still warm from the day. The sky was a deep orange color, quickly fading into a dark blue. You have more advantages than I do. I was just using all the resources I could. She laughed as she said it, like she knew how ridiculous it sounded.
Pushing me out of the way is using your resources? Sheesh, egghead, that's a stretch even for you.
He reached over and mussed up her hair. Hey! She scooped up a handful of water and flung it on him. But she was laughing and not trying very hard, so only a couple of drops hit him.
You want to have a water fight?
He grabbed her wrist and took several steps toward the ocean, which was gathering into another wave. his toes squishing into the wet sand. "I think we already did that back at the fountain," Remi said, squirming to get away from him.
"Yes, although I'm pretty sure I got the bad end of that stick as well."
"Isn't it the short end of the stick?"
"Whatever."
The wave grew and then rushed at them. Remi squealed and hugged him, both arms around his neck, jumping up and clinging to him right before the water hit. He couldn't stop laughing as the water crashed into his knees, soaking into the bottom of his shorts.
"What was that?"
he said once he could catch his breath. Remi was still stuck to him like a koala on a tree branch. "I was trying not to get wet."
"Did it work?"
"Yes, I'm completely dry." He wrapped his arms around her and held on tight.
"I can fix that,"
he said as he walked toward the ocean. "What are you doing? Put me down!" She wiggled, but he was too invested to let her off the hook. The sand grew slippery, and he almost tripped on a strand of seaweed, but he recovered and kept going.
"I'm winning the water fight."
He watched another wave gather. Remi turned toward the water. "Oh no, you're not going to go any farther, are you?" He kept walking. They were both going to get soaked, but he no longer cared. He was committed. "Colton, do you see how big that wave is getting?" He chuckled.
"I do."
"You're insane." She buried her face in his shoulder and gripped him tight. The wave hit, enveloping them both in water and lifting him off his feet. But he held on to Remi and found his footing again as the force of it eased off. Remi's laughter echoed off the villas as she wiped her face with her hands. "I can't believe you managed to stay upright." Barely, but he didn't want to tell her that.
"I'm just manly like that."
"Yeah, right. Come on, another wave is coming. Let's run to the beach," she said as she hopped down from him. He immediately felt the loss of her from his arms. He probably shouldn't have let her cling to him like that, but it had felt nice. She ran, and he tried to catch up to her, but the wet seafloor was too slippery. He slid around on the goopy mess as the next wave came, hitting the backs of his calves. Remi laughed as she tried to jump the wave, but missed and got hit in the shins. Her eyes shone in the dim light still left from the setting sun, her hair wet strings around her face. She was beautiful. It hit him like the wave that had crashed into his legs. He'd never noticed before. Why was he just now noticing that? They goofed around in the water until it was pitch black, and the only lights were coming from the resort. Colton forgot his resolve to remain strictly friends and slipped his hand into hers as they picked a spot to lay down and gaze at the stars. She looked up at him with a silent question in her eyes but didn't say anything, which was good because he didn't know what he would say. He wasn't sure what he wanted anymore. Luckily, it wasn't totally out of character for him to be physical with her, so he pretended it wasn't any big deal, even though his heart felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. They found a soft spot on the ground to sit. Remi plopped down on the sand and stretched her legs. "I'm going to look like a sugar donut when I get up."
"That's the fun of the beach,"
he said as he lay back beside her. "You picked a great spot." She folded her hands over her stomach. "It's dark enough here I can even see the Milky Way."
"It's amazing how the night sky looks when you're not in the city. There are so many stars, it's unbelievable."
They sat in silence for a few moments as the wonder of the night filled Colton with a sense of awe. But the longer they lay there, the more his thoughts turned to what Remi had said yesterday about Tavon, and how she'd run from her own wedding. Why had she done that? And would she ever come to regret breaking things off with him? Was she here, running away from something? He was sure she needed to deal with some issues, but he wasn't sure if she was still in love with another man. And what did that mean for him and these new feelings he was developing toward her? He turned his head and tried to make out the shape of her face in the darkness.
Tell me why you left your fiancé at the altar.
Chapter 13. Remi had not expected Colton to ask about Tavon, and his words made her insides tighten like a twisted rope swing. She didn't want to talk about Tavon, especially not with Colton of all people. But she didn't want to deflect either, because he would just call her out on it. He was good at that. It was kind of annoying, really. She was stalling. She took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. I couldn't marry him.
Why not? Was he not good to you?
The tentative way Colton said it made Remi jerk her head toward him. Was he asking if Tavon abused her? No, that wasn't it at all. Embarrassment heated her skin, even in the cool evening breeze. Tavon was never a jerk. If he had been, she would have had a better excuse for leaving him. Instead, she was the jerk. He was a good man, she said quietly. That's what makes what I did so awful. Colton moved closer to her and propped himself up on one elbow.
Tell me what happened.
She stared up at the stars, trying to find the right words. Tavon and I started dating 2.5 years ago. We bumped into each other at the grocery store. I hadn't seen him since high school, so we talked for a few minutes while he tried to find the best bag of clementines. It was fun to chat with him, so when he asked me out, I said yes. Colton nodded.
And then what?
And then we dated. Every Friday night, he'd pick me up and we'd go knock some pins down at the Gas and Bowl. He would win every time because I suck at bowling. Then we'd go eat pie at Grandma's Pie Shack. He'd get the apple and I would get the blueberry. Then he'd take me home and we'd agreed to do it again the next weekend.
Huh.
Remi looked over at Colton when he didn't elaborate. What?
Nothing?
He traced a pattern into the sand between them. She frowned and shoved his shoulder. Something?
All right. You don't have to get pushy. I was just thinking that bowling and pie doesn't really sound like you. But maybe you've changed. Did you like bowling?
Remi shrugged and looked down at Colton's fingers moving in the sand. It's all right, I guess.
But Tavon likes it, so you went bowling with him every week.
I guess.
And pie. Tavon likes that, too.
He didn't ask it as a question this time. Yes, she said quietly.
Did you two ever do anything you like to do?
She sighed, knowing exactly what Colton was trying to do. I didn't mind bowling.
But it's not your favorite thing.
She turned to him. All right, fine, I didn't love the things we did together. But it was better than staying home alone. Do you know how lonely it is when you work from home and have no social life? It was something to do with someone that I got along with. No, that wasn't quite true. She liked Tavon, she just didn't love him. Colton's facial features softened.
How did that advance to marriage?
She tried to avoid his gaze, but it was nearly impossible. Even in the dark, she could see his gray eyes, his stare penetrating through her. It made her insides go all mushy. Embarrassment made her blush. I don't know if I want to tell you. Colton scooted even closer to her, and she could feel the heat from his skin on her arm and see how his eyelashes still held small drops of ocean water.
Come on. You can talk to me. There's no judgment here.
The sound of crickets nearby grew deafening as they sat in silence. Colton waiting for her to say something. Finally, she broke the silence. I guess it just seemed like the next step, you know? Everyone kept asking us if things were getting serious. And after a while, it seemed silly not to say yes. And then Tavon said we would get a tax break if we got married.
Wait.
Colton held up his hand, a strange look on his face.
A tax break?
Remi covered her face with her hands, embarrassment creeping over her yet again. A breeze blew and it made her shiver, her clothes still wet. I told you I didn't want to say it.
Okay, no judgment. Keep going. Why did you agree to marry him?
She rolled over onto her side so she could see Colton better. I think I just wanted to please everyone. People kept telling me how cute we were together and how we were perfect for each other. And I liked Tavon. I really did. I didn't want to break up with him.
So you said yes.
She nodded, emotions swelling in her chest. It was stupid. I shouldn't have said yes. I should have just told him he was a nice friend, but I didn't feel that way about him. Because what happened was way worse than if I had simply said no.
What happened?
You know? She broke his gaze. The whole wedding fiasco.
Tell me about it.
He placed a hand on hers and warmth enveloped her as a current skittered over her skin. He was making it very hard for her to concentrate on the conversation. I was apprehensive about the wedding, but everyone kept saying that was normal. I was just nervous. I had cold feet. I shook off the foreboding feelings and marched forward, all the while wondering why I was having such a hard time. It was how life went. You got married, had kids, then you were happy. Right? She blinked back the moisture gathering behind her eyelids. But I couldn't stop wondering why I wasn't happy right now. Colton squeezed her hand, a silent reassurance that she could go on. And then the day of the wedding came. I put on the dress, I got my hair done, and as my father walked me down the aisle, I started to feel this growing panic, like I was making the biggest mistake of my life, and I couldn't stop thinking about... Remi froze, cutting off her words. Oh no, she couldn't finish that sentence.
You couldn't stop thinking about what?
You, Colton. There was no way she could tell him that. Her mind screamed at her to think of something else to say. Anything other than the truth. But she was not any good at lying, so of course nothing came to mind. She stared up at the stars and listened to the waves.
Remi.
He nudged her.
Don't stop now. You've got me hanging on every word.
She decided to play dumb. Huh? Oh, sorry. I forgot what I was saying. Anyway, I ran out of the wedding, leaving poor Tavon to deal with everyone. And that was such a jerk move on my part.
Oh, hold it. You were going to say something and then you just stopped, and don't pretend that you forgot. I know you too well. Tell me what made you run from your wedding.
He reached over and gently ran his fingers down the side of her face. Goosebumps erupted over her skin. Every nerve ending stood at attention. His touch was electrifying. Even his breath on her cheek sent waves of butterflies through her. This is what he did to her. And this is what she couldn't stop thinking about on her wedding day. He was the reason she couldn't marry Tavon. And she would never tell him this. Not in a million years. She started, trying desperately to think of something to say. In the end, she just blurted out, I ran because of someone else. His eyebrows pulled together in confusion.
Someone else? Like someone you talked to?
She shook her head. No, someone I have feelings for, she whispered, then immediately regretted it. Why did she blurt that out? Her heart pounded so loud she was sure he heard it. Colton froze, his fingers still touching the side of her face. He didn't even seem to breathe for a few seconds. He just stared at her, an unreadable expression on his face.
I see,
he finally said after time had seemed to stretch out too long. Oh no, he didn't see. He couldn't see. She wasn't going to confess to him that he was the one. Last time she tried to confess, things got all messed up. She embarrassed herself in front of him. She was not going down that road again. Just thinking about that day made heat flush through her. She needed to change the subject. But never mind that. It's not important. What are you doing tomorrow?
Liz and I have breakfast together, but I should be free after that. Do you want to go check out the caves with me? There's a beach not too far away that has them, and it was on my list to do while I was here.
Ooh, caves sound like fun.
Perfect. We can get you some sandals. You'll want them. And wear your swimsuit, because you swim to get to the caves.
A swimsuit? Was it too embarrassing to admit she didn't bring one? She hadn't planned on getting in the water, much less wearing a swimsuit in front of Colton. Now she was suddenly self-conscious.
Wait, you brought a swimsuit, right?
Colton chuckled, as if he knew the answer without her having to say anything.
All right, we'll get you one of those as well.
She grinned, glad he wasn't making a big deal out of it. You're too good to me. Colton wore an expression she couldn't quite read in the darkness. He slowly leaned toward her until his lips pressed gently onto the tip of her nose. Then he pulled her to him and she melted into his embrace.
I'm sorry things went the way they did with Tavon.
She closed her eyes and let the stress of the conversation leave her body as Colton held her in the darkness. She could imagine the two of them, alone in the universe, the sound of the waves quietly lulling them to sleep. But all too soon, Colton pulled back.
We should probably go in. It's late and I need to get up early for breakfast.
All right. He stood, then held out his hand to her.
I think your laptop is still in my room.
Yep. They walked across the beach, the sand no longer warm from the sun. Remi stepped on a sharp rock and almost lost her balance. Colton reached out and grabbed her hand.
You okay?
The spark of pain from stepping on the rock was worth it. His hand was warm and strong, and her breaths became shallow as she tried not to swallow her tongue. Yes! He didn't let go of her hand as they walked up the deck stairs. Remi gaped at all the sand he had stuck to his back. Sheesh, Colton, you look like a corn dog. He snorted, and then they both dissolved into a fit of giggles as Remi tried to wipe the sand off his shirt.
A corn dog?
He said as he opened the sliding glass door to his room. They both fell into hysterics again.
Colton!
The stern voice made Remi jump, and she turned around to see Colton's father standing there, his arms folded, a death glare piercing through her. Chapter 14. Colton jerked around, his throat tight. Why did he feel like he'd been caught red-handed? He wasn't doing anything wrong, but still, his stomach churned.
Father, what are you doing here?
His father's gaze bounced between him and Remi, his eyes accusing.
What's going on?
Colton tensed, heat creeping up his neck.
Why are you in my room, my private room? Who let you in here?
Was the staff at this resort so easily manipulated?
I have a key.
What? Why? So he could barge in and check up on him whenever he wanted? That was unacceptable. He held out his hand, anger burning through him.
Give me the key. Why is she here?
His father pointed to Remi, completely ignoring him. When he didn't answer right away, his father blurted out,
"Are you insane?"
Remi looked to the floor, her cheeks turning pink. Colton stepped between them. He could take what his father dished out. He was used to him. But he wasn't about to let him bulldoze over Remi.
"Leave her out of this." "How can I? You're ruining everything. What are you going to do if someone catches you on camera fooling around with another woman?"
A wave of embarrassment washed over him.
"Dad, it's not like that. Don't you remember?"
He pulled her to his side, his arm protectively around her.
"We're friends from high school, that's all."
His father frowned and scrutinized them.
"Remi?"
"Yes, sir," she said, nodding her head in a greeting. His father frowned.
"Well, if someone had caught you on camera, they wouldn't think you're just friends. You're not here on vacation, Colton. You can't be with another woman like this."
Humiliation burned in him. Who was his father to say who he could and couldn't spend his free time with? There was nothing in the contract his father had made him sign about him not spending time with a friend. He turned to Remi, the instinct to protect her swelling. She needed to leave before his father embarrassed her even further.
"I'm sorry about this,"
he said, his voice low.
"I need to speak with my father. Do you mind excusing us? I'll call you later, okay?"
Remi forced a smile. "Sure. See ya." She bolted to the door, probably all too happy to leave. Once she was gone, he turned to his father.
"How dare you treat Remi like that? I haven't seen her in years. You completely embarrassed me and you made her uncomfortable."
His father scrubbed a hand over his face.
"I'm sorry, I was just startled. You can't be seen with her. It would ruin everything we're trying to do here."
"Who are you to tell me who I can and can't spend time with?"
"I'm your manager, and I think I know a thing or two. I've been able to get you all kinds of publicity these last few days. You and Liz are all over the media. You can't ruin that with another girl."
"We're just friends." That had been clear to him tonight, as Remi confessed to being in love with another man. But that was beside the point. He held out his hand again.
"Give me your copy of my room key. You don't get to barge in here anytime you want."
His father ground his teeth and pulled out the key card.
"I'm your manager. I should have access to—" "No. Absolutely not."
Colton grabbed the key and shoved it into his pocket.
"Just because you're my manager doesn't mean you can invade my privacy. You wouldn't expect me to give my room key to anyone else, no matter what they were hired to do."
His father narrowed his eyes at him.
"It's a good thing I had a key, or I wouldn't have seen you with Remi. You do realize if you're caught on camera with her, your career could be dead?"
Even though he hated his father telling him what he could and couldn't do, he also knew there was some truth to what he was saying. The public wouldn't like seeing him with Remi. Still, he didn't want to admit that, so Colton changed the subject.
"Why did you come in here? What was so important that you had to break into my room?"
His father took a step back, with a look of uncertainty on his face. He gazed at the floor.
"I need to talk to you."
Colton stared at his father. His demeanor completely changed. What in the world? It made Colton wary.
"About what?" "I spoke with your mother."
His father swallowed and tapped his leg with his middle finger.
"She said you upset her."
Oh, that. He hadn't meant to upset his mother, and he didn't want to confront his father about his suspicions. What was he going to say to him? His father stared at him, and he knew he had to say something. Colton took in a breath.
"I just wanted to know the truth."
Wrinkles creased his father's forehead.
"What made you ask your mother that?"
Colton crossed the room and grabbed the note from the desk and thrust it at him.
This?
His father took the note, and his face paled.
This is nothing! A practical joke! You don't have to worry about this. It doesn't look like nothing. And Mom acted weird when I asked her. Tell me the truth.
He paused, the words getting stuck in his throat, but he forced them out.
Are you my father? Of course I'm your father!
The words came out clipped as he continued to tap his leg. Colton stared at the man who had raised him. The man who looked nothing like him. The man who stood before him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He'd never seen his father sweat before. Not like this.
You're lying.
Tap, tap, tap.
Drop this, Colton. Right now.
His tongue felt like sandpaper across his lips.
Why? Why should I drop this when you and Mom are obviously covering something up? Don't I have the right to know? This involves me too.
His father's face turned red.
You don't want to push this. Trust me. Why won't you just admit it? You do realize I can go get a paternity test, right? Why are you lying to my face about this? I have a right to know who my real father is. I am your real father, he said, raising his voice, his hands shaking. He stalked across the room. This is the end of this discussion. I don't want you upsetting your mother anymore with this kind of talk. We are done. But...
His father pointed at him.
And I don't want to see you with that woman again.
He slammed the door as he left, and a cold silence filled the room. Frustration sparked, and he grabbed a throw pillow and chucked it at the door. It bounced off the wood and fell to the floor. What had that been about? It was obvious something was going on. And telling him not to push it? Did he think that would make Colton back down? He wanted to know now more than ever. He ran a hand through his hair and sand fell to the carpet. He'd forgotten he was covered in it. He grabbed his night clothes and stepped into the bathroom, where the shower water felt good pelting his back, and he washed all the sand off his body, but the tension wouldn't slough off so easily. Even after he was out of the shower and dressed, his muscles wouldn't loosen. He picked up his phone and plopped down onto the bed. He needed to talk. Maybe Remi was still awake. He sent her a quick text.
Hey, you still up?
Yes. Your father done yelling at you? Instead of texting back, he pressed to call her. She picked up immediately. You okay? She asked. He could hear the concern in her voice. It made his skin feel tingly.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm so sorry about that.
He cringed just thinking about how his father had acted in front of Remi. It's fine. It was just a bit awkward is all.
Understatement of the year.
He grabbed another pillow and put it behind his back. So, is tomorrow off, then?
No, my father was completely overreacting. I'll do the photo shoot with Liz in the morning, then we'll sneak off to the beach. The paparazzi won't even know we're there.
Even though he said the words, he didn't quite believe them. Maybe it would be best not to be seen alone with Remi, in case anyone did catch a photo of them. He quickly tacked on,
Do you think Brooke would want to come?
She paused for a few moments. I'll ask.
Great, thanks.
So, is everything okay with your father? Remi's voice came through soft. He exhaled and rolled his shoulders.
He got upset about the conversation I had with Mom. But he basically confirmed he's not my father by telling me to not look into it.
Really? Do you think he might have just been upset about you asking? He'd gone over it in his head 1,000,000 times.
No, Remi. I'm sure of it. They're hiding something.
Okay, then let's find out what it is. I can hack into the hospital records for you. He grinned at the phone. There was a time when he might have believed her.
You so totally can't.
She laughed. No, I can't, but we can do some digging.
How?
I'd start with your father. Can we send him on an errand and search his room? We know someone sent him that note. Maybe he's got an envelope hidden in there. We could at least find out where it was postmarked. As always, she was brilliant.
Good idea.
I'm full of them.
And so humble, too.
He chuckled, shifting on the bed. He was suddenly extremely tired. After we go spelunking, we'll formulate a plan.
Okay.
Hey, she said, sounding much more awake than he felt at the moment. We need a secret name to call it, like Operation Nativity. He made a face.
That sounds like a Christmas spy movie.
Okay, fine, it does. But someone should totally write that now because I want to see it. What about Operation Ancestry?
No good. That sounds like all we're going to do is some genealogy.
She huffed. You think of a name then, if you're going to shoot down all of my ideas.
What about Operation Origin?
Okay, smarty pants, that actually works well. Let's officially call it that. We'll work on Operation Origin tomorrow. Now, you go to bed, because you sound like you're half asleep.
Yeah, I am,
he said, stifling a yawn. Good night, Colton. Have sweet dreams. As he hung up the phone, he couldn't help but smile to himself. He was going to have fun with Remi tomorrow. Maybe he shouldn't be thinking about her in the way he was, but right now, he didn't care. She was adorable. And he was looking forward to spending the day with Remi. Chapter 15. Remi pushed the cold scrambled eggs around on her plate. The resort restaurant had good food. She just wasn't hungry. She'd spent far too long last night doodling in her scrapbook and wondering why Colton couldn't see her as anything other than a friend. And why wouldn't Brooke help her? She sighed and glared at her sister. I can't believe you won't do this for me. Brooke sat back in her chair. Why do you even want me there? Because I obviously don't know what I'm doing. If you come, you can help me out. Get Colton to see the side of me he's refusing to see? And what side is that? Brooke asked, her gaze traveling over Remi's oversized hoodie. Remi didn't want to say it. She balked at even thinking it. But she forced the words out. My sexy side. Brooke busted a gut, her laugh echoing around the breakfast area. Remi clenched her jaw. Stop it! Just forget it! She should have known her sister wasn't going to help. She exhaled. What am I supposed to tell Colton? He asked you to come. Tell him I have a boyfriend. Brooke grinned and swirled her ice water. Because I totally do now. Of course. That was how Brooke's life just went. Remi tossed her sister a flat look. That doesn't explain anything. Yes, it will. I'm spending the day with Mark. We're going snorkeling. Annoyance tightened Remi's chest. You just met this guy, and now you're abandoning me to spend time with him? Brooke set her water down on the table with a clunk. I'm not abandoning you. You may not realize it, but I am helping you. Frustrated, Remi huffed. Why won't you just come with us this one time? Because I have plans, and if this is meant to be, it will be. If not, then you tried your best, and he just doesn't feel the same way about you. That's all. Brooke shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. But it was. It was the biggest deal of Remi's life. Without Colton, she would wander around forever with a massive hole in her chest. These last 2 days had been amazing. She hadn't thought it was possible to fall even more in love with Colton, but that was exactly what was happening. Her feelings had intensified. If he didn't see her as anything more than a friend after all this, she was worried she would be broken forever. Remi set her fork down on her plate. I think I'm done. You barely ate anything. I'm not hungry. Brooke frowned. Don't worry. He wants to spend time with you. That's half the battle right there. A sadness settled in Remi's chest. We were friends growing up. We spent all kinds of time together. And look what that got me. She exhaled and sat back. Nothing. A red-headed woman from the resort approached their table. Remi had seen her around. She looked like the owner, and her name tag said Kay. How is everything? Enjoying your breakfast? Kay's gaze flickered to Remi's plate, and she felt guilty for the mound of cold eggs sitting there uneaten. Everything is delicious, Remi said quickly. I'm just not that hungry. She offered a lame smile. The woman slowly nodded. That's all right. She paused, then looked at Remi. I wanted to let you know about the singles dance we have scheduled in the Diamond Hall tomorrow evening. It's kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing, but we'll have a live band and tight security. No paparazzi allowed. I'm hoping you'll come. Before Remi could say anything, the woman left, vanishing into the crowd. The faint smell of her perfume was the only proof she'd been there at all. Brooke leaned over. Hey, you should get Colton to go to the dance with you. Sounds like the perfect opportunity to get closer to him. She grinned. And I could help you find a great dress. No way, Remi scoffed. I'm staying away from dances. I'm not going to have another repeat of 5 years ago. That was the most embarrassing moment of her life. What happened 5 years ago? Brooke raised one eyebrow. Oh, shoot. Remi had forgotten that Brooke didn't know about that. She stared down at her plate. I decided to tell Colton how I felt about him. Brooke raised her hand. Hold up! You told him you love him? Why did you not tell me about this before? All the horrible memories of that day came sweeping back, and Remi fought a massive, full-body blush. Because it was awful? And I don't even think he remembers it because he hasn't said anything, so I'm just going to pretend it didn't happen. What happened? Brooke scooted closer in her chair. If you must know, I went to that stupid dance thinking that was the night I would finally confess my feelings. I had it all planned out. We'd dance and drink punch and take a walk in the moonlight. And then we'd stop under that big willow tree on the corner, and I'd tell him that I liked him. He would smile, his one dimple showing, and he'd kiss me. Emotions rose in her throat, and she coughed to cover it up. Are you crying? Brooke's mouth dropped. Remi scoffed. No. At least, she was trying her hardest not to. So what happened? Remi stared at her hands. Nothing went right. I spilled juice down the front of me and had to change clothes before I even left, which made me late. When I got there, Colton was dancing with another girl. He was wearing the leather jacket I'd bought him for Christmas, the one I had worked extra hours to save up for. Seeing him wearing my jacket but with another girl just totally ruined my mood, and I left the hall super angry that he'd do that to me. Brooke made a face. He cheated while on a date with you? Remi shook her head. No, it wasn't a date. We were just both going to be there. I totally overreacted when I saw them. I mean, it was a dance, for heaven's sake. That's what you're supposed to do? Dance? She exhaled. So that's it? He danced with a girl and you got mad? No. I walked around and cooled off. I realized it was dumb to be mad, so I went back to the dance. When I saw him next, he'd taken off the jacket. I guess he got too hot dancing with all those other girls. She tried to keep the bitterness from her voice, but it didn't quite work. He pulled me onto the dance floor and joked around with me, and things went back to normal. We spent an hour together, dancing and having fun, and I once again told myself I was going to finally tell him how I felt. And what did he say when you told him? Stop trying to make me skip ahead, sheesh. Brooke rolled her eyes. Just tell me. I went to the bathroom and lost track of Colton. Couldn't find him, so I went looking for him. That's when I saw him enter the janitor's closet. He'd put the jacket back on. I waited for him to come out, but when he didn't, I decided it was probably better, because I could tell him without having to look at his face. I stood outside the door and told him how I felt about him. She remembered how nervous she'd been, but how she'd forged ahead anyway. She spilled everything. How she'd liked him since middle school, and how she had wanted to say something earlier but lacked the courage. So? What happened? When he didn't say anything, I peeked inside the closet. The image of Colton's back with another girl's arms wrapped around him was seared into her brain. Remi gathered up her courage to say it. He was in there making out with some girl. What? Brooke hit the table. After he'd spent the entire dance with you? Yep, and they'd both heard my confession. There was no way they couldn't have heard it. Embarrassment once again heated her face. She was sure they'd laughed about it behind her back. Brooke scoffed. Tell me again why you like that cheating jerk. Remi slumped. That had been the last time she'd seen Colton. She'd stopped taking his calls and had decided he wasn't worth having in her life anymore. 2 days later, he got a casting call in LA and had left Silver Creek for good. She'd always felt guilty for cutting him out of her life. They'd been friends, not anything more. Who was she to get mad at him for liking another girl? We weren't dating, she said to Brooke. He didn't cheat. Brooke just made a face. Why has he never said anything to you about your confession? I don't know. I'm hoping he's forgotten all about it by now. At least, if the heavens were smiling down upon her, that was what happened. It was way too embarrassing to think about him knowing her feelings this entire time. Maybe. Or he's just being polite in not bringing it up. Brooke set her napkin on the table and stood. I'd better go meet Mark. Have fun with Colton. Don't let him go into the janitor's closet. Remi hopped up and shoved her sister's shoulder. Shut up! I told you all of that in confidence. Don't you ever bring it up again. Fine. Don't be so dramatic. Brooke sashayed out of the breakfast area. As Remi watched her sister leave, she wondered if Colton really didn't remember her confession, or if he was just being polite, like Brooke said. It bothered her to think about, so she shoved it out of her mind. She couldn't dwell on it, or it would make her neurotic. Chapter 16. Colton grabbed another hanger and thrust the dangling swimsuit at Remi. What about this one? Surely she couldn't find fault with a simple blue one-piece. They'd been in the swimsuit section for over 45 minutes, and he had to admit, he was getting a bit agitated. Remi wrinkled her nose. Why is it so low cut? He huffed and held up the suit to examine it. Sure, it was harder to see with his sunglasses on, but he didn't dare take them off. Not in such a public place.
Low cut. It would be a turtleneck if it went any higher. Just try it on.
Remi shifted her weight. Isn't there anything else? Something more? Just more?
It's a swimsuit, not a cocoon. Please, just take this one, please, before I grow a beard and die from old age.
Remi shoved his shoulder and grabbed the suit from him. All right, fine, let's go.
You're not going to try it on?
No. Didn't you see the tag? She pointed to one size fits all in block lettering. He had to admit he was relieved. The last thing he needed was for her to try it on and decide it wasn't the right one for her.
Great. Let's check out.
Remi pushed the shopping cart toward the aisle. Why did you put so much stuff in here? We don't need all this. He glanced down at the sunscreen, sandals, and myriad of other things Remi should have brought with her to a destination like Grand Cayman, but didn't. It made him chuckle. Remi was adorable.
We need it. Trust me.
Whatever. I'm just excited to explore the caves. He tossed her a grin, hoping it didn't look too guilty. He may have exaggerated the caves a bit, but he wasn't sure she'd want to go to the beach with him otherwise. Maybe he'd better come clean.
Cave, singular, but it's cool.
Her eyes sparkled. How big is it? Of course she'd have to ask that. It was a small cave. It only had 3 areas and would take them 5 minutes to explore. But there was a neat tide pool in one area that always had cool sea life, and you could sit in the back of the cave and watch the tide come in. Last time he was there, it wasn't a crowded beach, so he was hoping for some privacy.
Not super big,
he finally confessed. Should we get flashlights? Remi slowed, glancing at him.
We won't need them. The cave isn't that big.
She frowned. Really? Then why are we going? He was afraid of that. He sighed.
The cave is cool, trust me. If you don't like it, we can leave.
She made a face, but nodded. All right. As they checked out, Colton noticed a trio of teenage girls whispering and staring at him. He pulled his baseball cap lower on his head. Usually people left him alone if he wore his cap and sunglasses, but these girls must have gotten a good enough look at him to recognize him. He inserted his card into the machine and lowered his head. Maybe they wouldn't have the courage to approach him.
Have a great day,
the cashier said, handing him the shopping bags.
Thanks.
He took the bags and fell into step beside Remi. Unfortunately, the teenage girls followed behind them as they walked outside. He hadn't planned on that when he decided it wouldn't be a big deal to take the limousine. The girls screamed when the driver opened the limousine door for Remi. He couldn't shove her inside the car, so he turned and tried to shield her from view. "It's Colton Drake!" one of them yelled. Of course, that caused everyone in the parking lot to look over at them. And then it happened. That strange phenomenon that Colton could never quite describe in words. It was as if teenagers suddenly appeared out of thin air whenever a movie star was discovered in their midst. They popped out from behind cars, dropped out of the trees, and rose up from the pavement itself like well-groomed zombies. What was once a group of 3 became a mob of screaming hormones, cell phones out to catch photos of him. Luckily, Remi had already started climbing into the limo and her face couldn't be seen.
"Quick, get in!"
he whisper-shouted to Remi. But for some reason, it was like she'd been frozen by some evil overlord halfway in, her leg rooted to the cement. Or maybe time somehow slowed way down for them while it sped up for the younger population. Whatever the reason, he was stuck, standing there when the mass of now crying females surrounded him. "Can I get your autograph? Can I take a picture with you? Will you sign my hand? I think I'm going to faint." "Faint? I'm going to throw up." He stepped back when he heard that last one, just in case he was within range. His driver stepped between them and put out his arms in a protective stance.
"Girls, please, let Mr. Drake get in his car."
His father hadn't wanted the expense of bringing his bodyguard to the island. He'd said it wasn't necessary, so Colton had been relying on his father to shield him from the crowds. It had worked just fine, until he ditched him to spend time with Remi. Now he was reconsidering his choices. Remi finally climbed into the car and he slid in next to her. The driver closed his door and the sound of the shouting teens diminished. Remi stared out of the tinted windows at the mob. "Holy cow! Is that what it's like for you?"
"Not all the time."
Sometimes he wasn't recognized. He wondered what gave it away today. "And they won't follow us to the beach?" Remi asked, her eyes wide. Yeah, that was exactly what they would do. He leaned forward once the driver was inside the car.
"Can you take us back to the resort? We can't take this car to the beach." "Absolutely."
"I'm sorry." He turned to Remi. "We'll have to wait until they get bored, then call a cab or something." She shrugged. "That's fine. It's still early." Colton stared at her.
"You're not upset?"
"No, I understand." His driver began to inch forward, and the teenagers parted so they wouldn't get run over. Colton grabbed Remi's hand without thinking.
"Are you sure?"
He'd dated a lot of girls. None of them would have been okay with their date getting interrupted by a mob of fans. Of course, this wasn't exactly a date. At least not to Remi. "It's fine," she said, lightly shoving his knee. "You're famous. This comes with the territory. It's no big deal." He wanted to lean over and kiss her. But obviously he couldn't, so he gave her a side hug instead.
"You're the best."
She batted her eyes at him in an exaggerated way. "Aw, shucks. You love me." His heart skipped a beat as her words sent a jolt through him. He wasn't sure if he was falling in love with Remi or not, but he certainly wanted to explore these newfound feelings he was having. Remi was something special. That was why he'd become friends with her. But now, that friendship didn't feel like enough. But what would he do if he confessed his feelings to her and she rejected him? Or worse, what if it ruined their friendship? She did say she was in love with another man. What if he was falling for her too late? He sat back in his seat, a feeling of unease settling in his stomach. He wasn't sure what he was going to do, but he didn't want to let things go the way they had before, with time and distance allowing them to drift apart. No matter what, he needed Remi in his life. Chapter 17. Remi tugged at her suit as she turned again, looking at herself in the mirror. The only place she could find a change was a bathroom in the restaurant on the beach. The smell of seafood made her mouth water as she tried to figure out how to make the small suit cover more than it did.
"Are you coming?"
Colton called through the doorway. "Yes," she said, finally giving up. Everyone else was wearing swimsuits on the beach. Why did it bother her so much? She needed to get over it. After they explored the water cave, she could get back into her sweats and t-shirt. She picked up the beach bag Colton had insisted she needed and shoved her clothes in it. Then she pulled the towel around her, slipped into the flip-flops she'd picked out, and hurried out of the bathroom. Colton leaned against the wall of the restaurant, waiting for her.
What took you so long? Did the suit not fit?
His gaze traveled over her. If he thought she looked funny in her suit, he masked it well. It's fine, let's just get in the water. I want to see the cave. And if it's super lame, I can chew you out for making me buy this suit for nothing. He grinned at her, and his eyes lit up with mirth. It made him look extra sexy.
It's not lame, you'll love it.
He slipped his hand over hers and gently tugged, leading her out of the restaurant toward the water. As they walked, he threaded his fingers through hers. It made her insides flutter. If he knew what he was doing to her, he'd probably be mortified. So she bit the inside of her cheek and didn't say anything. The beach was littered with people, but not as crowded as the resort beach had been. It was a good thing they'd waited at the resort until the teenagers had left. She could just imagine what they would do if they cornered him here. Is this a private beach?
No, but it's not as well known as some of the other ones. I found it to be a great spot, especially during the day when many locals are at work.
He sounded like he knew this place well. Do you come here often? He shrugged.
I've been here a few times.
Why did that make her a bit jealous? He didn't say he'd brought another girl here. But that's the image that crept into her mind, and she couldn't shake it. He was a famous movie star. Why wouldn't he have come with a girl? It soured her stomach.
Let's put our stuff here,
he said, stopping. They spread out their towels and plopped their beach bags on them. Then he slipped off his sandals and took off his hat and sunglasses and took her hand again. He grinned like a little kid.
Ready?
She laughed. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Of course.
He pulled her closer to the water. She followed him to the wet sand. The water slid over her feet, and she steeled herself for the cold, but it wasn't super cold. It was only the second time she'd ever been in ocean water, and she hadn't expected that. It's not freezing.
The waves aren't too high today, which gives the sun a chance to warm the water.
He walked farther in, and she followed. A large rock formation sat a few feet from the beach, and they made their way to it. This is where the cave is? She eyed the steel gray rock. It didn't look like anything special.
Yep.
The water grew deeper, coming up to her thighs, and a school of fish skittered away as they approached. It was amazing how clear the water was. The mouth of the cave came into view as they continued around the massive boulder.
Watch your step here. You might find some sharp rocks.
Remi picked her way around the stony entrance to the cave. As they got closer, the water thinned, and by the time they were inside the cave, the floor was dry. It took a moment for her eyes to adjust. The walls of the cave were smooth, probably worn down by the seawater. Rocks jutted out of the floor of the cave, the largest one in the back. It looked like a bench, big enough for 2 people to sit on, almost like it was formed for that very purpose. While the cave was not massive, there was a hole in the left side that looked big enough for them to walk through. Nice. Have you explored back in there? She asked, pointing.
Yes. Come with me.
He climbed to the back and ducked his head, disappearing into the dark hole. Remi scrambled up the rocks to join him. She found herself in another room of the cave, a triangle-shaped hole in the cave wall letting in light. The solid rock floor had been worn by the water, cool and smooth under her toes. There were several places where it looked like walls had once existed, but the water had all but washed them out, leaving giant holes. A tide pool sat in the middle of the floor, and Remi crept closer to look into it, letting her eyes adjust to the dim light. She squatted next to it,
This is my favorite part of the cave, Colton said as he sat next to her. There's all kinds of cool things that live in this tide pool.
A large purple anemone grew in one corner, the tentacle-like tendrils slowly moving in the water. An orange starfish clung to the side of the rock. She even spotted a jellyfish floating along. Awesome! Colton leaned in to get a closer look, his shoulder brushing against hers. Her breath caught.
Last time I was here, there was a baby octopus in here.
How high does the water get when the tide comes in? Colton pointed to the cave wall.
You can see about where the water gets.
Sure enough, there was a clear line on the wall where the rock turned darker. That's cool. They watched the sea life swimming in the tide pool for a while before a group of tween girls climbed into the main opening of the cave, laughing and making all kinds of noise. Colton put a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet, and rose to his feet. She stood when she saw he was climbing into the back of the cave. She followed. Once she was there, she could see another hole in the wall that had been hidden before. It led to a small room in the back. A crack let in a sliver of light, but otherwise they were encased in darkness. There was just enough room for 2 people to stand upright. "What are we doing?" she asked after a moment when he didn't do anything else.
Hiding,
he whispered. Why?
Because I don't want to get found.
The expression on his face almost made her burst out laughing. Duh, she said, poking him in the side. He doubled over and hit his head on the wall of the cave behind her. Ouch! She cringed. She hadn't meant for him to get hurt. Sorry. He rubbed his forehead. Be nice, he hissed, then smiled, betraying his teasing. Why did you make me come back here? I don't have to hide. I'm not famous. His jaw dropped.
What? You'd leave me?
She knew he was just being silly, but a tiny thrill went through her anyway, to think he wanted her with him. Not forever, she said, teasing him back. He leaned toward her. He was so close to her now she could feel his breath on her face and the heat from his body.
Don't leave me, Remi.
His face grew serious, as did his tone.
I'd miss you too much.
She didn't want to read anything into what he was saying, but she couldn't help it. These were the words she'd longed to hear. The things he whispered to her in her dreams. Her throat swelled and she had a hard time breathing. But maybe it was because every inhale brought with it the distinct smell of Colton's cologne, mixed with the salty ocean water. It was a heady smell, and it made her knees go weak. Noise from the other part of the cave snapped her out of her fantasy. They stood in silence while the girls discovered the next room, the one with the tide pool. Remi bit her lower lip. Do you think they'll find us? She whispered. He leaned close to her ear.
I don't think so. We're pretty hidden from view.
His words washed over her like cold water, reminding her how alone they were. Alone and so very, very close. Her gaze involuntarily snapped to his lips, which were now just inches from hers. They looked soft. Why was she thinking about his lips all of a sudden? Shouldn't she be more worried that the girls in the other room would find him and accost him, like the teens in the parking lot?
Can I ask you something?
Remi wasn't sure what he'd said at first, her brain taking a moment to catch up. She'd been concentrating on the teens in the other room. But once she realized he was waiting for her to answer, she nodded. Sure.
Are you in love?
The bottom of her stomach dropped and she gasped. What? She shrieked. She clamped her lips together and slapped both hands over her mouth. She hadn't meant to say it so loudly. She waited to see if the girls in the other room would come running to them, but luckily they were making enough noise of their own, they didn't seem to notice her outburst. Her legs wobbled as she tried to back up from Colton, but she was already pressed up against the cavern wall. She couldn't get air into her lungs, not with him so close to her, his smell enveloping her. Was she in love? Of course she was. She was in love with him. Did he know? He couldn't, could he? Had it been obvious? Her mind spun, trying to think of a way to figure out what he knew. What do you mean? She whispered. His eyebrows knit together.
You said you left your wedding because you were in love with another man.
Had she said that? Maybe not outright, but she'd implied it. This was all her fault. If she'd just played it cool and hadn't blurted out how she'd been thinking of Colton, he wouldn't be questioning her right now. She had to fix this. She shook her head. It's not like that. Forget I even said that. My words got messed up. The lie came out so easily, she almost believed it herself. He leaned his arm against the wall behind her.
You're not in love with someone.
She swallowed. Hard. I didn't marry Tavon because I wasn't in love with him. I didn't deserve to be in a marriage that didn't offer me everything a marriage should. She stared into Colton's steel gray eyes, willing him to understand. Leaving Tavon had been the best thing for her. For Tavon as well. It really wasn't about Colton. At least, that was what she was trying to convince herself. Colton let out a breath.
I'm so relieved.
You are? What did he mean by that? Why would he be relieved?
Yes.
He stared at her, his gaze intensifying. Why? She really didn't understand what he was trying to say.
Because...
He paused as the noise from the girls grew louder. Her gaze flickered to the mouth of the room they were in, and no one came in. Because what? She asked once she was sure they wouldn't be interrupted. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. His gaze dipped, and an expression she'd never seen on him before came over his features.
Because...
What's this? Someone asked, right behind Remi. Oh no, they were about to be discovered. Colton's eyes widened and he leaned closer to her.
Do me a favor, please,
he whispered. What? She whispered back.
Just go with it.
Before she could ask what he meant, his lips enveloped hers. Warmth spread over her like a summer afternoon, filling all the cracks and crevices of her heart. Remi had imagined what kissing Colton would be like for years, but the actual experience dwarfed anything her mind had come up with. His lips were 1,000 times softer, his touch 1,000,000 times more thrilling than she'd dreamed. His fingers slid up her arms, leaving a trail of fire igniting in their wake. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. Her heart hammered so fast, she thought it might burst. Remi closed her eyes, her senses taking in too much as his lips slid over hers. Tingles erupted over her skin. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe. All she could do was stand there and melt into Colton's arms. He was kissing her, and all she wanted to do was freeze time so she never had to leave this moment. A scream ripped through the cave, and Remi jerked back from Colton. "It's Colton Drake!" a girl yelled. Chapter 18. Colton squinted against the bright light of someone's cell phone, his hand automatically going up to shield his face from the camera. He was breathless, not from the interruption, but from the kiss. He'd actually done it. He'd kissed Remi, and it had been amazing. He silently cursed whoever had interrupted him. "Colton Drake is back there making out with someone," one of the young girls shouted. "And it's not Liz Adams." Panic gripped his chest as he was brought back to reality. This could not happen. He couldn't be caught on camera with Remi. Not after all the scolding he'd had from his father. If this leaked out, his father would murder him. How had they recognized him? He was hoping by kissing Remi she'd block anyone's view and they would just leave. That would have been the polite thing to do if you found a couple kissing. What was up with people these days? Colton ducked out of the small cavern room, his hands in front of his face. Remi followed him.
"It's not what you think,"
he said quickly. Maybe he could convince them it was innocent. The way their eyes glared gave him doubts. The tallest girl of the bunch stepped forward. "Where's Liz? I thought you were dating."
"We are."
He had to salvage the situation. He'd seen other actors blackballed for less. He wouldn't let the press get wind of this. Everyone would think he was cheating on Liz. He would look like such a creep. The girl's eyes narrowed, her phone still trained on him. "Then who is this?" He had to be careful how he responded. Was she filming him right now? Everything he said could be broadcasting to social media. Sweat beaded on his forehead and he swallowed, his mouth dry.
"This is just a friend."
"You were kissing!" Colton balked. If they had caught the kiss on camera, he couldn't deny it. He would look like an idiot. A lying, cheating, horrible miscreant. His acting career would be ruined. His father would go ballistic. He had to think of something, and fast.
"We were rehearsing,"
he blurted out, his voice squeaking like he was still going through puberty. Great. That had to look awesome. He pointed to her phone.
"Are you filming me? Is this going on social media?"
"What? No." The girl stepped back. "I don't have any bars here." Relief poured over him. Maybe he wasn't being broadcasted all over the internet right now. Still, if she did have him on camera, he needed to be careful. She could upload it later. Maybe he could convince her that wasn't a good idea.
"There are laws against putting up footage of people on the internet without their permission, you know."
The girl lowered her phone. "I wasn't filming. This is just my flashlight." His pulse drummed loud in his ears. Just her flashlight? Maybe he was okay then.
"Good, because I don't want you to get in trouble. I've seen people sued for less."
He cringed at how that sounded. He hadn't meant for it to come out like a threat, but it hung in the air anyway. Thick and heavy. "My camera isn't on," she insisted, but the color drained from her face. The girls all stared at him like he was a monster. He needed to salvage the situation. He ran a hand through his hair and put on his best camera smile.
"Let's take some selfies together. You can upload those, okay?"
That brought smiles to their faces. "Really?" the tall one said.
"Yeah, let's go into the sunlight and snap some shots. Then you can brag to all your friends about meeting me."
"Okay," the girls said in chorus. They all scrambled outside the cave. his kissing another woman suddenly forgotten. He took photos with each of the girls, then they left, squealing and giggling about the encounter. When they were gone, he climbed back into the mouth of the cave to join Remi, his chest constricting. Her lips were thin. She didn't look happy.
I'm sorry about that,
he said, shifting. Was she upset he'd left her to take photos with the girls, or was she upset that he'd kissed her? He didn't want to ruin their friendship. That was the last thing he wanted. Remi avoided his gaze. Sorry about what? Her movements were stiff as she hugged her arms tightly to herself. She looked like she'd rather be cleaning her bathroom than standing there with him. Had he blown it? Unsure if he should touch her, he reached out but then changed his mind and let his hand drop to his side.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. She stood for a moment, still not looking at him. Just tell me what that was about. She waved her hand toward the back of the cave where he'd made out with her. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. He shouldn't have kissed her. He was such a creep. Why had he done that? She didn't think of him that way. He looked down at the rocks.
It didn't mean anything, I swear. I thought they'd leave us alone if they saw we were back there kissing. I thought it would hide me. It didn't work. You can just forget it.
She took a step back from him, her face white. Forget it?
Yeah.
Was that the wrong thing to say? She seemed really upset. What could he do to make it better? He couldn't take back the kiss, but he wished he could. He wished he could rewind the last 10 minutes of his life and do it over.
I'm so sorry,
he added on, hoping that would make it better. Remi stared at him, then slowly nodded. It's all right. No big deal. He forced a smile, hoping to move on and get past this weirdness he'd created.
Good. You hungry? Do you want to eat?
Even as he said the words, his stomach growled. They hadn't had lunch yet. Starving.
Perfect. Let's eat at the seafood place on the beach.
Sounds delicious. He tried to take her hand, but she turned, stepping just out of reach. His chest hollowed. He deserved that. He felt like such a jerk. He'd ruined things between them. Remi picked her way across the rocky seafloor, and Colton followed after. He had to make things better between them. He had to smooth things over or he would feel terrible. He'd lost Remi once, and he wasn't going to do it again. He'd just have to cool his feelings. He needed to stop making advances. Remi leaned on the table and played with her straw, swirling the ice around in her lemonade. It clinked as it hit the sides of the glass. Colton had kissed her. Not just any kiss. A kiss that had melted her insides. A kiss that had filled her with hope. But it hadn't meant what she wanted it to mean. He was simply trying to hide from those girls. Not only that, but he'd told her to forget it. He'd kissed her, then he'd taken it back. In the cave, for a moment, she had imagined he wanted her. Not some movie star, not a model with long legs and killer hair. Her. Plain old Remi. Which was dumb, of course. Why would he want her when he could literally date any girl on the planet? Was kissing not that big of a deal for him? Like all the times he grabbed her hand or kissed her on the nose, was he simply like that with every girl he was friends with? The thought made her frown.
Are you okay?
Colton asked, concern pulling his eyebrows together. He had his hat and sunglasses back on. No one else had recognized him. She nodded, sitting upright. She had to snap herself out of this funk, or he'd figure out why she was acting so melancholy. That would be totally embarrassing. She needed to stop acting like he'd kicked her in the gut. Yeah, just tired. She gave him a lame smile, hoping it convinced him. The server approached their table and set down their lunch plates. Colton had ordered the shrimp and pasta dish while she'd gotten the fish tacos. Both smelled amazing. She didn't wait for him to respond. She picked up a taco and bit into it. Sauce dribbled onto her t-shirt. That was just great. Now he'd think she was a slob. She grabbed a napkin and wiped at her shirt, but Colton was nice enough not to make fun of her.
Maybe eating something will help. You need to get your energy level up. We still have to dig around my father's room. You know, Operation Origin and all that.
He smiled, showing his dimple, which sent her pulse skyrocketing. Sure, I'm feeling better already, she said in between bites. Truthfully, the tacos tasted wonderful and did help raise her spirits. Maybe part of her bad mood had been her empty stomach. After they ate, Colton called a cab that took them back to the resort. When they entered the lobby, no one was in sight, not even the woman who was usually behind the counter. Colton didn't take her hand, and she missed the casual contact. They walked for a few feet before Colton stopped short and turned to her.
Wait, how will I get my father to leave? We didn't discuss that.
She shrugged. Just tell him you have a headache and need him to run to the store for some medicine. Colton shook his head.
That won't work.
Why not?
Because he's a bit of a hypochondriac. He has enough medicine in his suitcase to choke a horse.
Oh, darn. She pondered for a second. All right, tell him you lost your phone charger and need another one.
No, he'd just give me his.
She huffed and lifted her hands in the air. Fine, you think of something. Colton tapped his chin and began walking again. The sound of the cascading water from the fountain grew louder as they got closer. It made her think of that first day when she'd accidentally pulled him into the water. It should be embarrassing, but she smiled at the memory. He turned to her with a grin on his face.
I'll tell him I ran out of contact solution. He knows I only like a certain brand.
She squinted at him. You wear contacts? She hadn't noticed. He'd never worn glasses in high school. He stopped walking and stepped close to her. He lifted his sunglasses and leaned down. For some stupid reason, the flashback of the kiss they'd shared jumped into her mind. He wasn't going to kiss her again, right? He stared at her.
Yeah,
he said, his breath on her lips.
Can't you see them?
She was totally not expecting him to be so close, and her heart went crazy doing some kind of Latin dance. She tried to play along, staring into his eyes to see if she could see his contacts, but her brain was fuzzy, and all she could think about was how it felt to have his lips on hers. He was waiting for her to say something, so she nodded. Uh-huh. He grinned and took a step back.
Stay here. I'll go talk to my dad. Then I'll text you when he's gone.
Uh-huh, she repeated, her brain no longer working at all. Colton left the lobby and all she could do was stare after him. She had no idea what she was going to do. Spending time with Colton was becoming more and more difficult. The kiss just about destroyed her. No, that wasn't the truth. What he said after the kiss just about destroyed her. He made it clear he had no special feelings for her. How could he kiss her like that with no feelings behind it? What was she going to do if she couldn't get herself out of the friend zone by tomorrow? If Colton didn't return her feelings, it might shatter her heart. But he saw her as a friend. Plain old Remi. That was what she'd always been to him. She hated the idea, but maybe Brooke was right. Maybe she needed a makeover. Chapter 19. Colton rummaged through the bottom drawers of his dad's dresser, but all he found were pairs of slacks. Mounds upon mounds of slacks. Sheesh, did his father think they were going to stay forever? Why did he bring so many pairs? Remi poked her head inside the room. There's nothing in the living room. I'll check out the closet.
All right.
Colton watched as she disappeared into the other room, leaving only the faint smell of the beach that had clung to her clothes. His mind wandered to the caves, to the kiss. Remi had been a friend for so long, it was strange to see her in any other way. But now, he couldn't stop thinking about how much he enjoyed her company. He wanted to be with her. No, needed to be with her. His feelings for her were growing stronger. But she'd acted all funny after the cave, and he knew he'd pushed things too fast. Remi wasn't like other girls. She did things her own way, and maybe he was trying too hard to get her to like him in that way. Still, he couldn't stop himself from hopping up from the floor and joining Remi in the front room by the closet. She'd pulled his father's suitcase out into the middle of the floor and was staring at it.
What are you doing?
He said as he slid up behind her. He refrained from touching her, but just barely. She paused a moment before speaking. I'm trying to decide if it's a good idea to go through this or not.
Why wouldn't it be a good idea?
I don't know. Maybe I'm starting to feel guilty about invading your father's privacy. He turned Remi around, his gaze landing on her lips. He forced himself to look her in the eyes.
My father is keeping something from me. Don't you think I deserve to know what it is? Don't I deserve to know who my father is?
She paused, then slowly nodded. Yes.
Then let's find out anything we can.
She turned from him and plopped down on the floor in front of the suitcase. Okay. She took in a deep breath. Let's do this. He joined her on the floor while she unzipped the large compartment. Sheesh, she said. You were right. He is a hypochondriac. She pawed through the bottles of pills and ointment creams left in the bottom of the suitcase. There were no notes, just half a pharmacy. She unzipped the inner lining. All that was in there was a half-eaten pack of gum that looked like it had been there since 1992. Remi made a face and dropped it back in. None of the other compartments held anything of interest either. I don't know if we're going to find anything. She tugged the suitcase back into the closet. Colton's heart sank. Why had he thought it might be just as easy as searching through his father's things? He'd hoped there would be something. Then inspiration struck.
The last note was in his pocket.
Remi brightened. Right. She grabbed his father's jacket from the closet and came back to where he sat on the floor. She stuck her hand in the inside pocket, and her eyes widened. There's something in here. She pulled out the 3 folded pieces of paper. He held his breath as she sat back down next to him, the notes in her open palm. When she didn't move, he nudged her elbow.
Open them!
With controlled movements, she opened each note and spread them out on the carpet in front of them. A hole formed in Colton's chest as he read them. I have a right to see my son. I will tell the press what you did if you don't pay me. What you did was illegal. I can put you in jail. It was true. His mother did have an affair, and it looked like his biological father was a complete jerk. He wanted money. Who was this man? Did he know him? His mind spun with possibilities. Remi sucked in a breath as she read the words. "Oh no," she said quietly. She placed her hand on his knee. "Are you okay?" The room began to spin. He'd been so focused on trying to find out the truth, he hadn't considered the consequences. He and his father didn't get along all the time, but he wasn't a horrible person. Colton knew this deep down. He was controlling, but he wanted what was best for him. He hadn't even thought about the possibility of his biological father threatening him. He was thinking things would get better if he found out who his real father was, not worse. His tongue felt dry and stuck to the roof of his mouth. He couldn't answer Remi. The door opened, and his father entered.
"I couldn't find—"
He stopped short, his gaze falling on the notes spread out on the floor. Panic spread through Colton, and he jumped up.
"Dad!"
His father's jaw clenched.
"What's going on here?"
Remi quickly picked up the pieces of paper and stood as well. Colton took a step toward his father, shielding Remi. He didn't answer his question. It was obvious what they'd done. His father's gaze traveled between the two of them, then down to his jacket still crumpled on the floor. Colton waited for him to yell, to get mad at Remi being there, or to deny the truth about the situation. But instead of blowing up, his father's face drained of color and he scrubbed his hand over his mouth.
"You found the notes?" "Yes." "You're not going to drop this, are you?"
Colton grew restless. Maybe his father would finally confess.
"I'm not,"
he said, his voice low.
"I need to know the truth."
His father motioned with his hand.
"Would you please excuse us, Remi? I need to talk to my son."
Stunned that his father was actually going to be civil, Colton turned to her.
"I'll call you."
She gave him a quick nod, stuffed the notes into his hand, and left. He turned back to his father.
"Are you going to tell me the truth now?" "Please sit,"
he said quietly. Colton did as he was told. After a pause, his father exhaled and sat on the overstuffed chair. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees.
"I want you to know, I never meant for you to find out this way. Your mother and I—"
He swallowed.
"We were going to tell you at some point. It was just difficult and it never seemed to be the right time."
Colton nodded, waiting for his father to continue. As the seconds ticked by, he realized instead of feeling relief that he was finally going to learn the truth, an anxiousness was building inside him. He crumpled the papers in his hands.
"You're not my father,"
he blurted, hoping to get things going.
"I raised you. I am your father."
He stared at the carpet.
"But you're right. We don't share any DNA."
"Then who?" Colton held his breath for the answer.
"Strictly biologically, you are my nephew."
Wait, what? Colton struggled to comprehend what his father was saying.
"Nephew? Your mother and I took you in after her sister gave birth to you."
His mother wasn't his biological mother either? He hadn't even considered this, and the news made his mind reel. Mom has a sister?
"Had. Her name was Laura. She passed away when you were 5.
Colton blinked, unable to take in another breath.
My biological mother is dead? I'm sorry, there's more. Please, let me explain.
Colton nodded.
Go on. Laura had a lot of issues. She got involved with some bad people when she was in high school. Got into drugs. She was in and out of trouble with the law. She quit school and traveled around the country with these people. I don't know the details. All I know is that she ended up pregnant and in jail.
This was so much worse than Colton had imagined.
Go on, he said after a moment. Laura called us after you were born. She'd sobered up in prison. All she wanted was to give you a chance. They were going to take you away. She didn't want you raised in the foster care system. We had a stable home. She pleaded for us to take you and raise you as our own. After careful consideration, we agreed it was the best thing for you.
How did she die?
There was a fight in prison. I don't know all of the details, but she somehow got in the middle of things trying to break up the fight. She got stabbed.
A sick feeling enveloped him.
So, my father...
Colton almost didn't want to know the rest of it.
We asked about him when we agreed to take you, but Laura refused to tell us who he was. Only that he was a dangerous man. We tried to find out who he was, but it was impossible, and everyone she had been running around with had ended up in prison or worse.
His father took in a large breath and then exhaled.
We felt like we had no choice. We found someone who was willing to forge your birth certificate. We did it to keep you safe. We weren't sure what else to do. We didn't want some jerk coming and taking you because he shared your biology.
A sick feeling grew in his gut.
But now he's coming forward and wanting money to keep all of this quiet.
His father shrugged.
Looks that way. But we don't even know if this man is really your father. We have no proof. I hired a private investigator, but haven't heard anything back yet.
You haven't called the police?
No.
His father said, shaking his head.
I don't think the police would be able to do anything. Besides, then our situation would be all over the news. It would be bad publicity.
Colton couldn't believe his father was saying this right now.
Is publicity what's important right now? What if he hurts you? It could be empty threats. Or he could be really dangerous.
Colton sat back in the seat. His head was beginning to hurt. This was not at all what he was expecting.
Yes,
his father said.
This is why I must find out all I can about who this is.
He stared at Colton, his gaze hardening.
And why we must keep this a secret. You have to tell that girl she can't talk about those notes, not to anyone. Remi wouldn't. I'll write up a non-disclosure agreement.
Heat flashed through Colton. Would his father really force her to sign a contract?
Dad, you don't need to write up anything. I trust Remi.
His father stood and shoved his hands in his pockets.
I'll have the document written up. You can get her to sign it when you tell her you're not going to see her again. As your manager, I know what's best for you. Please do as I say.
Colton couldn't believe his father. He was banning him from seeing Remi? He jumped up and crossed the room, fire igniting in his belly. This was not going to happen. His father wouldn't be controlling his life anymore. A memory flashed into his mind. He was walking with his father on a summer day, on their way to get ice cream from the downtown shop. He couldn't wait to order his cone. They came to the street and his father grabbed his arm, yanking him backwards, not allowing him to cross. He must have been 4 or 5 years old, but he could still remember the way his father commanded him to stop. 2 seconds later, a truck sped by. The sound of the tires on the pavement sent an eerie feeling through him. He would have been hit had he kept walking. His anger cooled. His father was not the most diplomatic man, but he knew he loved him. He knew he'd done his best raising another man's child as his own. Taking in a deep breath to calm himself, he looked his father in the eye. He had to do this, or he would forever be under his father's thumb. With careful control, he took his father's shoulders.
Dad, you're fired.
His father blinked.
What did you say? I love you. Thank you for everything you've done for me, but I need a new manager. I'm firing you. Colton! Wait. Before you say anything, I want you to think about it. Our relationship has been strange these past few years. You've worked so hard for me, and I appreciate that. But now it's time for me to take control of my own life. I need a father now, not a manager.
His gaze traveled to the jacket that had held the threatening notes.
No. Please, take some time to think, Colton said. His father swallowed. I don't need time. I know what's best for you.
Colton shook his head.
I'm sorry. Not this time, Dad.
Pink colored his father's face.
Is this about that woman? No.
He knew it was much more than that. His father clenched his fists.
Don't do this.
For a split second, he wondered if he was making a mistake. Maybe he should just pacify his father. Maybe his father needed this. A sinking feeling spread through his gut. No, he had to stop things from getting any worse.
I have to,
he said. His father pressed his lips into a tight line, turned his back, and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Colton let out a breath. Well, that could have gone worse. Chapter 20. Remi paced the resort room, chewing on her thumbnail. It had been 30 minutes since she'd left Colton and his father. 30 whole minutes! What had happened in that time? Were they still talking? Was everything all right? She rummaged through her suitcase and pulled out a black hoodie, slipping it over her head. She'd changed into her comfy sweatpants and a comfy t-shirt, but for some reason she was still cold. It was probably her nerves. Her phone rang and she quickly swiped to answer. Hello?
Can I come over?
Colton's voice never sounded so good to her. Yes. Thank goodness he was only a few doors down. When he knocked, she about tore the door off the hinges. Come in. Colton let out a breath as he walked in. He tugged at his polo shirt. She tried not to stare, as he looked fantastic. He raked a hand over the back of his head.
He told me everything.
Really? What did he say? Colton related the entire story to her. She stared at him, unable to believe it all. Your parents forged a birth certificate? Isn't that like a felony?
Probably.
And your biological father?
No one knows who he is.
Remi plopped down on her bed, letting out a breath. This was all too much to handle. That's so crazy. Colton sat beside her.
There's more.
The way he said it made a heaviness settle between them. Remi looked at him, her heart in her throat. What? He stared down at the bedspread.
I fired my father.
She gasped. You didn't! Colton jerked his gaze to her.
Why? What's wrong? You told me to!
I didn't think you'd do it right after your father told you all that! She whacked his shoulder. What were you thinking? His eyes widened and he slumped.
I was thinking you'd be proud of me. Sheesh, Remi. This day has been so difficult, the least you could do is support me.
Guilt constricted her throat. He was right. She was being awful. It took a lot of courage for him to say that to his father, and yes, it was the right thing to do. It was best for them both. She patted his leg and shifted closer to him. I'm sorry.
At first I thought he was going to see that it's best for us. I thought he was listening to me, but in the end he just got mad and left.
Colton shook his head.
I don't know what I can say to make him understand.
Maybe he just needs time. Let him process what you said. He's been through a lot. When you were little, he had to be terrified of losing you. That must be where he's still at. She gently squeezed his leg, then removed her hands. The warmth from touching his skin was starting to spread through her, and she needed to stop. He grabbed her hand and threaded his fingers through hers.
You're right. Why are you always so much smarter than me?
She looked down at their hands and realized something. Colton was always touching her, but it never meant anything. No wonder she was so confused when it came to him. She was constantly getting the wrong impression. For a split second, she debated pulling away, but she decided against it. The evening was quickly approaching, and she only had one day left. She wanted to pretend for just a little bit that things were different between them. That the hand-holding and, yes, even his kiss meant something more. She impulsively batted her eyes at him. I guess I was just born that way, she said, trying her best to flirt. Something told her it wasn't the right way to do it, though. She felt awkward and clunky. Colton chuckled, his gaze smiling at her.
Yes, you were,
he said quietly. His gaze traveled over her features, dipping to her lips. Her mouth grew dry as time seemed to slow. His thumb grazed over the back of her hand, and his grin slowly faded. He drew closer to her, and all she could think about was how it had felt to kiss him in the cave. He slowed, and then stopped just inches from her. What are you doing? She whispered. The second the words were out, she regretted them. Why was she asking him that? She didn't want him to answer. She just wanted to pretend for a moment that Colton desired her like a woman. He blinked, but didn't move away from her.
I don't know,
he whispered back. He raised his hand and brushed his fingers across her cheek, sending electricity through her. She closed her eyes, leaning into his touch. She no longer cared what he was doing. She just wanted him to keep doing it.
Remi,
The door opened and Brooke waltzed in. Colton jumped back. He stood and crossed the room, sliding his hand over his hair.
Hey, Brooke,
he said, his voice sounding funny. Brooke's gaze bounced between the two of them, and then she grinned. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt anything. Colton waved his hands.
No, you didn't.
Right. They weren't doing anything. Then why was her heart going 1,000,000 miles an hour? Just needed to grab something. Brooke dug around in the closet and pulled out a light jacket. It's supposed to rain tonight.
Oh, is it?
Colton glanced to the patio door. Brooke sent another grin toward Remi. I'll be out late. Don't wait up for me. She didn't wait for a response before leaving. Colton exhaled and sat back down. His cheeks were flushed and his movements stilted. It was obvious why he was embarrassed, but she couldn't figure out why. Then it hit her. He liked Brooke. Of course, he was embarrassed because it looked like he and Remi were doing something. Suddenly, the long summer days he would spend at her house took on a new meaning. She remembered how he would hang around and they would play video games or pull out a 1,000-piece puzzle. She always thought he liked hanging out at their house because he liked her. But now she wondered if he had ulterior motives. She leaned back and squinted at him. "How long have you liked Brooke?" He cringed and avoided eye contact.
Don't ask. It's stupid anyway. Brooke and I have nothing in common.
"No, really, tell me." Remi studied him. "I want to know the truth." Colton took in a deep breath and let it out. He lifted his gaze to meet hers.
A long time?
"Since we were kids?" Colton nodded. That confirmed it. Colton hung out at her house all the time because he wanted to see Brooke. She thought about all the times they'd spent together. Was he always looking for Brooke, then? Was he simply using her? Her gaze went to the empty space that had just been occupied by Brooke, remembering how he'd asked her to bring Brooke to the beach today. Was he still using her? Hurt swelled in her throat and tears pricked at her eyes.
"Remi,"
he said softly. He took her hand and she blinked, trying to get rid of the stupid tears.
"What?" "I admit, I had a crush on your sister, but I became friends with you, not her. And I can safely say my crush is finally over."
He seemed quite sincere. "Over?" Colton nodded.
"Yeah, I'm not crushing on your sister anymore, I swear."
That did make her feel a little better. Colton shifted closer to her.
"I'm so glad we reconnected. I've missed you. I didn't realize how much until I saw you again. I don't even know why we drifted apart."
Remi knew. She swallowed and stared at the clock on the wall. Those were memories she'd rather not revisit.
"What's the matter?"
Concern knit his eyebrows together. She hadn't meant to be so transparent. "Nothing."
"Something?"
He peered at her until she could no longer look away.
"What is it?"
"I just made a mistake. That's all." She forced a smile.
"A mistake? Back when we drifted apart?"
He pinched his lips together.
"I remember you wouldn't return my phone calls. Is that what you mean?"
"Really?" He was going to force her to talk about this. She pulled her hand back from him. "No, at the dance." He squinted at her.
"That dance? What mistake? You mean you ghosting me? I thought you didn't feel well, so you left."
And that gave him the right to make out with another girl? Anger rose in her thinking about that day. She clenched her fists. "I left after I saw you with that girl."
"What girl?"
He genuinely looked confused. Had he forgotten? "That girl you were kissing in the closet!" Chapter 21. Colton stared at Remi, not understanding what she was saying.
"What are you talking about? I didn't kiss any girl."
Remi narrowed her eyes at him. "How could you forget that? You were wearing that jacket I gave you." Colton raked a hand through his hair in frustration.
"Someone stole my jacket that night, which totally sucked because I loved it so much."
Remi's eyes widened as she took in what he said.
"Stolen?"
Sheesh, what a mess this was. Remi saw someone else wearing his jacket and thought it was him?
Did she think he'd just make out with some random girl? Did she not know him at all?
He exhaled. To Remi, he must have looked like such a jerk.
Did you think I abandoned you that night for some girl? Is that why you got mad at me?
She buried her face in her hands. I wasn't really mad. I was mortified. He was so confused.
About what?
She brushed her hair back and shook her head. Nothing. It doesn't matter now. I'm so sorry I ghosted you. I never should have done that.
It wasn't all your fault. I let our friendship slide when my career took off. I should have made more of an effort.
Letting Remi go was his biggest regret. He needed her in his life. He knew that now. His phone chimed and he pulled it out of his pocket. It was a text from his father.
If you can finish the contract with Liz, we can talk about you hiring another manager.
Colton jumped.
I can't believe it. Look what my father sent.
He shoved his phone at Remi. She read the message.
That's an improvement.
Her words were reserved.
Yes, for sure. I wasn't sure he'd ever calm down enough to talk about it. You were right, of course.
She smiled, but it seemed forced. Looks like you'll have to continue to date Liz. How long is that contract? He scrubbed a hand down his face. His father would be so mad if he found out Remi knew the details of this publicity stunt.
I can't say anything.
She dropped her gaze. Long time, then? He suddenly wanted to tell her the truth. Who cares about the non-disclosure contract? He just wanted to salvage things with Remi.
A week, he blurted out. This week, to be exact. Our movie came out last week. The plan was to do the publicity to boost sales on that all-important first weekend. We're done with our contract Friday night.
A weight lifted off his shoulders. That felt good to say, but just to cover himself, he tacked on,
hypothetically, of course.
Remi nodded, but didn't say anything. It was obvious she didn't like him spending time with Liz, which made him hopeful. Maybe she could like him as more than a friend.
That doesn't mean we can't do stuff together, he said quickly. I don't have anything scheduled with Liz tonight. We could go somewhere.
Remi frowned and smoothed out the bedspread. That didn't work too well. We were caught twice today. He waved away her concern.
I just wasn't being careful.
A gurgling sound came from Remi's stomach, and Colton laughed.
Come on, let's go get something to eat. I have the perfect disguise.
Remi tried not to laugh as Colton stood before her wearing a salt and pepper wig and glasses. They'd gone to his suite so he could get in disguise. He held his arms out.
See? I don't look anything like myself.
That is true, she admitted, biting her lip to keep from smiling. He looked like a thin version of her grandpa, but with less wrinkles and a cuter smile. He'd even put on bushy fake eyebrows.
Let's go for a walk. I know there are a ton of restaurants close to this resort, and it's nice out.
Remi glanced at the setting sun beyond the patio window. Her sister said it would rain, but there weren't too many clouds in the sky. Maybe Brooke was wrong. Her stomach gurgled again, reminding her it had been hours since lunch. All right. Colton grabbed her hand and they left the resort. As they walked along the sidewalk, Remi tried to tell herself that Colton holding her hand meant nothing. But it was difficult because it felt so much like something a boyfriend would do. The contact sent shivers of tingles up her arm.
What are you thinking?
He asked as they turned a corner. Smells from all the restaurants made her mouth water. About how hungry I am. That wasn't a lie. She was just omitting a few other things, like how it felt to be beside him again. How she could tell him anything and he would understand. How she might be falling even deeper in love with him.
What are you hungry for?
He motioned to all the restaurants in front of them.
Pick one.
Pig's barbecue looks good. The smell was amazing, plus it was the closest one.
Okay.
They entered the restaurant and were seated in the back by a large picture window. After they ordered, Remi stared out of the window at the sunset painting the sky with pink and purple clouds, which reflected off the water. Light refracted off the ocean as if someone had sprinkled thousands of diamonds over it. "Great view," she said.
"It is,"
he said, not taking his eyes off her. She wondered if he was flirting with her. She wasn't sure at all. No one had ever flirted with her before. At least not that she'd realized. Maybe her flirt sensor was broken. Tavon had never flirted. He wasn't that kind of guy. He'd asked her out, she'd said yes, and that was it. She blushed at his compliment.
"I heard there's a dance tomorrow at the resort. Want to go with me?"
Her breath caught. Was he asking just as friends? She was so bad at this. She wasn't a mind reader. She nodded, keeping her tone light. "Sure."
"My father has the day planned tomorrow with Liz, but I'll be free by the evening."
"What are you doing with Liz?" Remi cringed. Why did that question pop out of her mouth? She didn't want to know.
"We're doing some all-day bike tour thing."
Colton shrugged and made a face, making it clear he wasn't looking forward to it. "Could be fun," she said, trying to be supportive.
"I'd rather spend the day with you."
His words warmed her, and it spread through her, melting her insides. She gave him a smile. "Me too. Except, get rid of that wig." He raised his bushy eyebrows.
"You don't like the wig?"
She shook her head, trying not to laugh. "It's terrible."
"Really?"
You know those commercials that say, "Only you know it's a wig"?
"Yes."
They lied.
He burst out laughing. "Noted."
Colton sat back, his expression growing contemplative.
"I think I want to ask your opinion on something."
"You think?" He gave her a shy smile, which looked adorable on him.
"Yeah, I do. I've decided. I want your opinion."
Remi shot him a questioning look. "On what?" Their server came to their table with their food, interrupting them. He set down their plates, and Colton waited until he left before leaning forward. The smell of her baby back ribs was amazing, and Remi couldn't wait. She picked up a rib and took a bite. The meat practically melted in her mouth. "Oh my gosh, this is so good!" Colton nodded, digging in as well.
"To die for."
Remi picked up another rib. "So, what do you want my opinion on?" He shrugged like he'd decided he no longer wanted to talk about it.
"It's just something. Nothing big."
"What is it?" He shifted. Remi hadn't seen him this uncomfortable.
"I have been working on something, and I haven't told anyone about it."
"Ooh, a secret something," she said, getting excited. "Tell me what it is."
"I will, when we get back to the resort."
"Why wait?" She took a quick peek around the restaurant. "No one is listening to us."
"It's okay,"
he said, holding up a hand.
"It's not that important."
She gave him a last side glance. Obviously, he wanted her to drop it. Fine. Whatever it was, he seemed nervous to talk about it, which made her even more curious. She'd just have to wait and see if he would tell her back at the resort. He sat back in his chair.
"What do you plan to do when you get back home?"
Her mind went blank. Was she supposed to have plans? Her only plan was to get Colton to fall for her, but she wasn't going to talk about that. I have no plans.
No plans?
His eyebrows rose. Remi froze. Why? Should I have plans? Colton shook his head.
No, I didn't mean that. I figured you'd want to go somewhere else. Silver Creek is small. It might be hard to see Tavon all the time.
Oh, Tavon. She hadn't thought that far ahead. She'd always lived in Silver Creek. Where else would she go? She picked up her napkin. I don't have any plans at this time. I guess I'll just see how things go.
And if they don't go well?
Are you asking me to move to LA with you? Remi couldn't believe she'd blurted that out. Her cheeks instantly heated. Colton coughed like he'd choked on his spit.
Well, no, I mean...
Remi laughed to try to lighten the mood. Sheesh, you don't have to get so flustered. I was kidding. Colton regained his composure.
Well, why don't you move to LA? You can do your job from anywhere, right?
Was he really suggesting she do that? She stared at her water glass.
I don't know, that sounds crazy. What's crazy about it? There are lots of people who live in LA. And then we could see each other more often.
He wanted to see more of her? Really?
Yeah, we could go to movie premieres and stuff.
The image of her and Colton showing up at a movie premiere popped into her mind. She could see Colton there, talking to the fans, smiling for the cameras, wearing something dashing that the fashion industry would talk about. But she couldn't see herself clearly at all. Her throat closed as she realized why. She wasn't movie premiere material. She couldn't be suave or graceful. She wasn't a fancy dress or high heels girl. She'd trip and fall in front of the cameras. Her throat closed as she realized what this meant. She didn't fit in Colton's world at all. She took a long drink of water, pushing away the thought. If she didn't belong in Colton's world, this whole trip was for nothing. And she wasn't willing to admit that to herself. She just needed to figure out how to fit in his world. She could do it. All she needed was Brooke's help. She gulped the last of her water and set her glass down with a clunk. Let's go. He raised an eyebrow.
Before dessert?
I'm full, she said, which was only a partial lie. She had room for dessert, but chocolate wasn't what she wanted. She wanted to prove to herself that she could fit into Colton's world. She could be flirty and fun and make Colton think of her as more than a friend. She was ready to show Colton they were meant to be together. Chapter 22. Twilight was quickly fading, the darkness setting in, and Colton walked with Remi back to the resort, the sidewalk lit by street lamps. The scent of seawater mixed with the smells from the restaurant carried on the breeze. Colton slid his hand into Remi's once again. He couldn't help himself. He had noticed how she'd changed the subject when he mentioned moving to LA. Why had he even pressed the issue? He was coming on too strong again. He needed to take things slowly. The only problem was his heart wanted to rush into a relationship. He was falling hard for Remi, and he knew they were both leaving soon. The dwindling time left with Remi made him want to get the most out of what he had.
If you won $1 million, what would you do with it?
He asked, curious as to what her goals were. I'd buy more RAM, she answered quickly.
RAM? That's what you'd buy?
She peered up at him. You can never have too much RAM. He laughed.
You'd buy $1 million worth of RAM?
She wrinkled her nose and scoffed. No, that'd be silly.
You just said, and I quote, "You can never have too much RAM."
She rolled her eyes. I was being facetious.
Then you wouldn't buy RAM.
No, I totally would. I need more. But who needs to spend all that money at once? I'd save the rest.
She flashed him a grin.
He chuckled to himself, and Colton had to clamp his hand down on his wig to keep it from flying off. Before he could tell Remi they were probably going to get that rain Brooke mentioned, the downpour started. Remi yelped, and they ran the rest of the 3 blocks to the Billionaire Club. By the time they got inside his room, they were both laughing and soaked to the bone.
You look like you have a wet rat on your head, she said between fits of giggles. It feels like it too.
He pulled it off and shook it, spraying them with more water.
Stop,
she yelled, snatching the wig. He reached for it, but she pulled her hand back.
No way! This thing has seen its last days. What? You can't get rid of that. What if I need it again?
He tried to act affronted, but he was laughing too hard for it to work. Prepare to say goodbye, she yelled as she ran to the bathroom. Colton rushed in behind her. She skidded to a stop and held the dripping mass of gray hair over the toilet bowl.
Wait!
No, I'm sorry. The wig must die. He frantically waved his hands.
You'll clog my toilet. Then I'll have to call down to the front desk and they'll ask questions. It will get messy.
He crept toward her. Too bad. Should have thought about that before you... Colton grabbed her wrist and pushed her up against the wall. Remi tried to wiggle free, but he had a firm grip.
Drop it,
he said, trying to be serious, but a laugh inserted itself into his words. Right now? She lifted one eyebrow.
Yes.
Okay, she said, letting go of the wig. It fell on his foot with a wet splat.
Not on my good sandals,
Colton said, kicking it away. You said to...
I know.
He stared into her cerulean blue eyes, and suddenly the situation didn't seem nearly as silly as it had. She smelled of almonds and summer rain, and the heat from pressing against her seeped into him. Drops of water clung to her cheeks and lips. He wanted to kiss her so badly. He could still remember how his lips felt sliding across hers. How could he have imagined that Remi could make him feel this way? He'd always liked Remi, but this was something else. He wanted to be near her all the time. Touching her was electric. He'd never felt this way about anyone before. He was falling hard for her, maybe even falling in love. The thought startled him, and he jumped back from her.
You should dry off.
He grabbed a towel and put it around her shoulders. Thanks. Her gaze dropped. They both toweled off as best they could before moving into the other room. His heart pounded. Did he really think he was falling in love with Remi? He pointed to the couch.
Have a seat.
Instead of sitting, Remi went over to the coffee maker and rummaged around in the basket. They have hot chocolate. Want some? He shook his head, chuckling.
No, it's 80 degrees outside.
Remi tore open the packet. Why does everyone say that?
Because everyone else thinks you're crazy for drinking hot chocolate in the summer.
The rain made me cold.
Come on, you'd drink it even if you weren't cold.
He challenged her with his gaze. She nodded. You're right. After she made her cup of cocoa, she sat beside him. So, tell me the super secret thing. He cringed. Why had he said anything? It was a moment of weakness. He wasn't thinking clearly, and now he wished he could take it all back. The screenplay was amateur. She was going to hate it. The whole plot seemed stupid now. He sighed. He couldn't take it back. Maybe Remi could help him make it better.
I'll show you.
He crossed the room to the closet and pulled his screenplay from where it was tucked in his suitcase.
It's probably terrible,
he said as he handed it to Remi. She scanned the top page before her eyes lit up. A screenplay? You wrote this?
Yeah,
he said, nerves making his stomach clench. She pulled him down to the spot beside her. I want to read it! She set her cup of hot cocoa on the end table beside her. Colton had no idea how nerve-wracking it was to sit beside someone while they read something you poured endless hours and all of your heart into. And not just anyone. Remi. He desperately wanted her to like it. She turned to the last page, no expression on her face. When she was done reading, he couldn't stand it any longer.
What did you think?
A grin spread across her face. I think it's brilliant.
You do?
Relief cascaded over him. He took in a deep breath and released it. Yes, I love the diary. The passages are so eerie and unexpected, yet you tie everything in together at the end.
Colton grew excited. Did you like the hidden room? Was it too cliché?
Remi slapped the arm of the couch. It was perfect. Don't you dare take that out.
What about the love interest? Was it too unbelievable that she'd been in love with him all this time without saying anything?
Remi stilled and looked down at her lap.
I think it's fine.
He leaned closer to her.
Just fine? What aren't you saying?
It's believable. She picked up her cocoa cup and sipped from it.
Anything else?
She paged through the script once more. I think you should give the stalker more backstory. He seemed flat to me. Colton shifted on the couch.
Okay, I see how you could think that.
If he could have a tie into the main character's past, that would be more impactful. She drank the rest of her cocoa and set the cup down. Colton's mind reeled.
What if he were related to him?
Yes! You allude to the uncle's disappearance, but you never follow through with that thread.
If the stalker was the uncle, that would make it even better. You're brilliant!
Colton pulled Remi close and kissed her forehead. It was an impulsive thing to do, and he regretted it immediately when she let out a little gasp.
Sorry.
He shrank back.
I just got excited. I'm so happy I showed this to you. I knew you would have great input.
He tried to calm his emotions as he sat back. Remi was so smart. He was such a jerk for letting their relationship wane. If he'd kept in touch, it's possible their relationship would be so much closer. The realization made acid burn in his throat. If he lost Remi, it would be his own fault. She pulled her leg up and wrapped her arms around it. It's a great script. You should pitch it. I bet it would sell.
If it sells, will you come to the premiere with me?
He shouldn't have said it, but it just popped out of his mouth. He waited to see what she would say. Remi smiled, although it looked a bit forced. Of course.
Really? You're not just saying that only to back out later?
Really. She put her hand on his. I wouldn't miss it.
Thanks.
She swiveled and grabbed his remote. Let's watch a movie. They picked something suspenseful, and Remi settled in beside him. As the movie played, she gradually moved closer to him, until she was leaning on his shoulder, her eyes closed. He smiled. Since when couldn't Remi finish a movie without falling asleep? When the movie ended, he gently nudged her.
Hey,
he whispered, but she didn't move. He let her sleep on him for another 30 minutes before he decided they would both have back problems the next day if they stayed that way any longer. He shifted and gently slid his arms under her. Then he lifted her. He half expected her to wake, but she didn't. Colton carried her to the bed and tucked her in. She rolled to her side and hugged the pillow. "Thanks, Brooke," she said. He chuckled.
"You're welcome."
"Do you think this will work?" she mumbled. He crouched down beside her. She looked so peaceful. He didn't realize she talked in her sleep. He smiled and brushed a strand of hair from her forehead.
"Do I think what will work?"
"Do you think Colton will fall in love with me?" He froze, his fingers still touching her skin.
"What?"
It came out loud, and he cringed. He didn't want to wake her. When she didn't answer, he lowered his voice.
"Why do you want him to fall in love with you?"
"You know," she said, like she was talking to a child. "Because I've been in love with him forever." His pulse accelerated.
"You have?"
She didn't respond.
"Remi?"
She took in a breath, but didn't say anything else. He contemplated waking her to see if she really meant it, but decided against that. She was obviously talking in her sleep. But did that mean she was telling him the truth? His mind reeled as he brushed his teeth and got ready for bed. Remi was in love with him? Then why did she act so strange after he kissed her? Had he offended her? He had acted like it was a ploy to get the teenagers away from him. The more he thought about it, the more he realized what a jerk move he'd made. Instead of coming out and telling Remi he was attracted to her, he'd pretended like he needed to kiss her to get the kids away from them. He was such an idiot. He wasn't quite sure how to fix it, but he knew he had to soon. They only had one evening left together. Chapter 23. Remi heard a soft noise in the background of her dreams. It wasn't a normal noise to her, so it stood out. It was like a purring. No, wait. Snoring. Was Brooke snoring? The morning sunlight streamed in through the window, and she blinked against the brightness. Another snore. She chuckled to herself. She'd have to tease Brooke about it. She'd never heard her sister do that before. As her vision came into focus, she realized something was wrong. This wasn't her room. With a gasp, she sat up in bed and clutched the covers to her. She was in Colton's room. And not only that, she was sleeping in his bed. Colton lay on his side beside her, his mouth slightly open. Another soft snore escaped. Remi raked a hand over her hair. How had she ended up in bed with Colton? They'd been watching a movie together and she'd fallen asleep. Had he put her in his bed? Embarrassment flooded through her, and she slowly lowered a foot to the floor. Maybe she could get out of there without waking him up. She eased herself off the mattress, making sure not to jostle him. She found her shoes beside the bed and slid her feet into them. As she crept across the carpet, Colton's alarm blared. Remi panicked and raced toward the door. His alarm silenced as she crouched and grabbed the door handle.
"What are you doing?"
he asked, his voice heavy from sleep. She peeked at him. Why was he adorable with crazy bedhead and she just looked like a dork? "Nothing," Her voice cracked and she cringed. He chuckled.
You don't have to sneak out. I already know you slept with me.
What? She jerked upright and whipped around to face him.
I mean, not like that. He waved his hands. Just sleep. That's all.
Heat crept up her neck. This was awkward. Yeah, she said, mainly because she couldn't think of anything else to say. He tried to tame his hair, but it didn't work.
You're cute when you're asleep.
Her mouth dropped open. Don't say that. That's creepy.
Creepy? Why?
She mimicked him, but with a deep, raspy voice.
You're cute when you're asleep. I don't say it like that.
No, but it's still creepy. Just don't. Plus, it was super embarrassing.
I didn't mean it in that way.
He pointed at her.
By the way, you talk in your sleep. Did you know that?
Great. Could this get any worse? A full-body blush heated her. What did I say? He grinned at her, showing his perfect white teeth.
You were cute.
He wasn't going to tell her. Just tease her about it. Fantastic. I have to go. Brooke is going to freak. Colton gave her a nod.
Okay. See you tonight then, right? At the dance?
Sure. Yes. She flung the door open and hurried down the sidewalk to her own room. Brooke still lay asleep in her bed, thank goodness. She didn't need a lecture from her. Remi locked herself in the bathroom so she could shower and try to wash off her humiliation. Brooke told her while growing up that she talked in her sleep, but why did she have to do it with Colton around? And what in the world did she say to him? Hold still! Remi tried to do as her sister said, but she was uncomfortable, and the curling iron was giving off a lot of heat. It made her want to squirm. Sorry! Once she gave Brooke the go-ahead to do her stupid makeover, the rest of the day went by in a whirlwind. They went shopping for a dress and tried on everything in about 20 stores. Okay, maybe that was an exaggeration, but still, it felt like that. Remi didn't like any of them, but finally gave in to Brooke and bought a red silky one with heels that matched. Mostly because it was getting late in the afternoon and Brooke was getting pushy. Then it was the makeup and hair. Sheesh, how long can a person sit while someone fusses over their skin and hair? She just hoped that Brooke had obeyed her instructions. She wanted a very light makeup look. She wanted it to look natural. Brooke opened the curling iron and let the last curl fall to Remi's shoulder. There, hold still. I'm not going anywhere, she said, a bit annoyed at all the bossiness. Brooke grabbed the hairspray and proceeded to make sure nothing within a 10-mile radius would move for the next 3 hours. Remi waved away the cloud of chemicals now choking her. Are we done? Yes. Stand up. Remi did as she was told. Brooke led her over to the floor-length mirror on the wall. She tried not to trip as her heels wobbled. When she looked up, she had to hold in a gasp. She turned her head slowly to the side. Brooke had done a great job with her hair and had even obeyed her instructions to give her a natural look. It made her skin glow, and you really couldn't tell she was wearing makeup. It wasn't like she imagined at all. Plastic and fake. She actually looked nice. Wow. See, I told you. Brooke nudged her. You're beautiful. She frowned. You think I need makeup to be beautiful? Brooke grabbed her shoulders and turned her. No, not at all. You have a natural beauty. You just hide it behind baggy clothes, ponytails, and low self-esteem.
I'm not hiding,
Her voice trailed off as she stared at her reflection. She always thought that Brooke got all the beauty genes and she got, well, nothing. She was short and clumsy, and everything Brooke was not. But looking at herself right now, she didn't see the dumpy-looking girl she always thought she was. Maybe Brooke was right. Maybe she was hiding. Hiding because she didn't think she could be elegant like her sister. Hiding because facing the fact that she was undesirable was too much to bear. Was that why she agreed to marry Tavon? The thought made her balk. Was she so sure no man would want her that she had said yes to marrying Tavon just because he asked? Her throat grew dry. "Look at you," Brooke said, turning her to the mirror. "You don't need makeup, or a man, or anything else. What you need is confidence. Stand tall. You are amazing just the way you are." Remi couldn't believe it. She was standing next to her sister, and for the first time in her life, she didn't feel like the one who lost out. She straightened her back. "You think I have a chance with Colton?" She scoffed. "Of course. Colton is really into you. I can tell. Why else would he have ditched the hot superstar girl to hang out with you? You just need the courage to tell him how you feel."
Really?
Remi turned to her sister. "You're not just saying that?" Brooke squeezed her shoulder. "I wouldn't lie to you. Besides, you have to tell him tonight. We fly home in the morning." Nerves shot through Remi. "Yeah, I know." Brooke gave her a small shove. "Now go to the dance. It's already starting. I'm meeting Mark in 20 minutes, and I need to get ready." Remi brushed her hair over her shoulder and took in a deep breath. "All right, here I go. Good luck." She nodded and headed out the door, crossing the courtyard and entering the building that housed the large ballroom where the dance was held. The music could be heard in the hallway as she approached the doors. She swallowed her nerves and entered. Twinkle lights were hung across the ceiling, creating a shimmering effect on the fabric that hung down. People dressed in their finest milled about, some dancing and some talking. She scanned the room looking for Colton and spotted him by the wall near the small stage where the band played. He wore a tuxedo and looked like he'd walked off a movie set. She circled around the dance floor, making sure she didn't trip and fall on her face. She wanted tonight to be memorable, but not in that way. As she approached, Colton turned to her. His eyes widened and his gaze traveled over her.
"Wow."
The way he said it sent a shiver of pleasure through her. But it also made her self-conscious. "Brooke made me buy a dress." He nodded.
"I can see that."
She shifted under his scrutiny. "How was your day?"
"It's much better now."
His smile made the butterflies take flight in her stomach. The band began playing a new song, and he motioned to the dance floor.
"Shall we?"
"Sure." Colton took her hand, and they walked to the center of the room, where he slid his arm around her waist and pulled her to him in a fluid motion, and they began to move to the music. His touch was electric, and the feel of being in his arms sent her heart into her throat. It felt so good to be near him. So right. He leaned toward her ear.
"Have you figured out yet what you said to me in your sleep?"
That again? Her face heated. "No, and I wish you'd just forget it."
"Oh, I don't think I can do that."
"Why not?"
"It's too good."
His lips brushed against her temple and her butterflies intensified. Did he do that on purpose? Remi decided a change of subject was best. How are things with your father today? Have you spoken to him?
I did see him this morning. He's pushing me and Liz to keep our fake relationship going, but I told him I can't do that. I'm ending things.
I'm sure you want your own love life back. Remi inwardly cringed. She didn't want Colton to start talking to her about his love life. He ran his thumb across her back and whispered in her ear.
Yes, I do.
More shivers cascaded down her back.
You look beautiful tonight,
he said, his breath tickling her ear. Her cheeks once again heated in a blush. He'd never called her beautiful before. Thanks.
I like your hair down. It looks nice.
You look good as well. And he smelled heavenly. Whatever cologne he had on was musky and woodsy, and it made her feel all tingly. He smiled and pulled her even closer. They danced through several songs, and Remi only faltered on her heels twice. Both times Colton caught her before she fell to the floor. Want to go for a walk? I kind of want to go somewhere quieter. Just being with Colton was amazing. Dancing was fun, but it was hard to talk over the music. Plus, if they were alone, she could maybe get up the courage to tell him her feelings. Just the thought of that sent a wave of nerves through her. She wasn't sure if she could, but she had to try.
Sure.
Chapter 24. Colton held the door open for Remi. After she walked outside, she suddenly stopped. Sorry, I have to get these shoes off. She slipped out of her heels and picked them up. Much better. He chuckled. That was so Remi. He put a hand on her lower back.
You could have found some flats.
I wanted to wear my tennis shoes, but Brooke wouldn't let me. He laughed and motioned to a bench near a fountain in the courtyard.
Do you want to sit for a minute?
Okay. She dropped her shoes on the grass and took a seat. Colton sat down beside her. Her blonde hair shone in the moonlight. He'd never seen her dressed up like this. She hadn't even worn a dress to the dance 5 years ago. She looked amazing. But then again, she'd looked amazing soaking wet last night. She was everything he wanted, and he was not going to lose her again. Do you remember that magic kit you bought from that store downtown? Remi asked. He nodded and smiled, remembering the plastic top hat with the hidden compartment inside.
Yeah, I thought that was the greatest thing.
You made me sit and watch magic show after magic show, and you were really terrible at it, so I could always see how the trick was done. She laughed, the sound echoing off the resort buildings around them.
Hey, I wasn't terrible.
Yes, you were.
You never told me.
He leaned close and tapped her nose with his index finger. That's because I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
Sweet of you.
She folded her hands together in her lap. I should have known back then you'd become an actor. You always loved being in front of people, hamming it up.
I was obsessed with drama club in high school.
She let out a laugh. You totally were. Such a drama nerd.
Hey, that's not a thing. I think I should be referred to as a drama king.
She lifted one eyebrow. You're royalty now? Boy, you sure think highly of yourself. He chuckled and put his arm on the back of the bench, his fingers resting near her skin. He wanted to touch her, but he still wasn't sure if what she'd said in her sleep was garbage or if she really had feelings for him.
What I think of myself isn't as important as what you think of me.
Her face flushed and she looked toward her lap. The soft gurgle of the fountain filled the silence between them. "I think you're cool," she finally said. "That was good. He would work with that."
"I'll take it."
"Are you close with your sister? Do you get to see her often?" Remi brushed a strand of hair behind her ear.
"Jules, we talk a couple of times a month. She's doing well in Silver Creek. She opened a bakery, but I suppose you probably know that."
Remi nodded. "She makes the best macarons." He shifted and his fingers brushed the exposed skin on her shoulder. He moved his hand back for fear he was trying too hard.
"She loves baking. I'm glad she's fulfilling her dreams."
"Is she dating anyone?"
"Not that she's told me. Of course, she probably wouldn't tell me unless it started to get serious."
Another couple entered the courtyard. The woman giggled as they walked past them in the darkness. Then they headed toward the garden area. Colton's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to see his father's name on the screen. He sent the call to voicemail and slid his phone back in his pocket. "Who is that?" Remi asked.
"Just my father. I'll text him later. I'm sure he just wants to talk about our flight in the morning or something."
His phone went off again and he rolled his eyes. He didn't want to interrupt his time with Remi. He had to get up the courage to talk to her. Really talk before it was too late. He held down the power button until his phone powered off. "Are you sure it's not important?" Her eyebrows were pulled down in concern. He picked up Remi's hand, threading his fingers through hers.
"This is more important. There's something I really need to tell you."
Two men entered the courtyard and crossed to the fountain. They were talking about a business transaction, and they stopped a few yards from the bench. Colton silently cursed them. "What is it?" Remi asked.
"Let's go for a walk."
She stuck out her bare feet and wiggled her toes. "I'm not really wearing the right shoes for a walk."
"How about we go back to my room and sit on the deck? We can look at the stars."
Remi nodded and stood. "All right. I have something to say as well." Curious, Colton led the way to his room while Remi carried her shoes. He unlocked his door, and they crossed the room to the patio door. Remi tossed her shoes on the deck as they walked out to the wooden patio. The sound of the waves coming in played in the background as the cool night breeze washed over Colton's skin. Remi walked to the railing and peered out into the night sky. "I love how the moon reflects off the water."
"It's peaceful here,"
he said, standing beside her. She clutched the railing. "I didn't think I liked the beach, but I've changed my mind."
"Really?"
"Yes, I'd come back here for a vacation anytime."
"It's a great location. The weather is nice all year round."
They stood for a moment, enjoying the night sky lit with 1,000 stars. Now was the time. Colton needed to say something, but his stomach clenched with worry. What if what he heard was just nonsense talk? What if he pushed Remi out of his life by admitting his feelings? It had only been a few days since they reconnected. What if she didn't feel the same? He rubbed the back of his neck and tried to stall.
"What was it you were going to tell me?"
"Oh, you first," she said, turning to him. Colton took in a deep breath and let it out.
"All right."
He struggled with what to say. Maybe if he took it slowly, it wouldn't freak Remi out.
"I've enjoyed our time together this week."
"Me too." A streak of light shot across the sky, and Remi grinned. "A shooting star! Cool."
"You get to make a wish."
"So do you." Colton stared into Remi's blue eyes. His gaze traveled down to her lips.
I've made mine.
What is it?
I can't tell you, then it won't come true.
She huffed, but didn't break eye contact. Then I've made mine too. He sat in silence for a moment, taking in her slight smirk. He really wanted to know her wish.
Okay, I take it back about it not coming true. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours.
She blushed. You first. He leaned closer to her.
You really want to know mine?
She paused a moment, and the air turned electric between them. He was now inches from her lips. Maybe he didn't have to tell her his feelings if he just showed her. Yes, she said, moving even closer. He took it as a good sign. He cupped her face with his hands, his fingers sliding into her silky hair. It was hard to breathe this close to her. His emotions swelled.
Can I kiss you?
He whispered. She nodded, and his lips captured hers. Their first kiss had been rushed and interrupted by the teen girls, so he took his time with this one. He pulled her to him as his lips slowly got to know hers. She was soft and warm and everything good all wrapped up in a perfect package. She kissed him back, her lips moving in sync with his. She smelled like coconuts and sandy beaches, and having her in his arms was making his heart do crazy things in his chest. He poured all his emotions into the kiss, letting his passion show her he was serious about starting a relationship with her. He wanted this to last. A loud knocking noise came from inside his room, and he jerked back from Remi. Are you expecting someone?
No.
The knocking turned frantic, and Colton rushed inside to answer his door. Liz stood there, her hands wringing. Colton, come quickly! Your father's been stabbed! Chapter 25. Colton's head reeled.
Stabbed? How? What happened?
Liz shook her head. I don't know. Your father called me when you didn't answer your phone? Some crazy guy attacked him at a restaurant. He said he's your biological father. It's all over the news. Remi gasped. That's terrible. Colton felt horrible for ignoring his father's phone calls.
Is my father okay?
Liz exhaled. He lost quite a lot of blood, but he's not unconscious. They're going to do emergency surgery as soon as they can fly the surgeon in. Your father is very upset and asking for you. Colton's tongue felt like a dry sponge in his mouth. He turned to Remi. Go, she said, motioning for him to leave. Text me later when you can.
I will.
He followed Liz to the resort entrance. The limo is waiting. Just be prepared. There's a lot of paparazzi. She pushed open the door and the flashes of light went off.
Is it true your parents forged your birth certificate?
Were you aware that your biological father was a criminal?
Were you stolen at birth?
Colton raised his hand to shield his face, each question stabbing into him.
No comment.
Liz grabbed his arm and pushed them through the crowd. The driver opened the door and he rushed inside. He scooted over so she could climb in. Are you okay? Liz asked once they were on their way to the hospital.
I'm still processing everything.
Did you know? She left the rest of the question hanging.
I found out recently. My father's been receiving threatening notes. He didn't want to call the police.
Oh, dear. Liz turned to stare out the window.
I should have insisted. What was I thinking?
Colton scrubbed his hand over his face. You couldn't have known.
I had a gut feeling. He'd been bothered by it. Why didn't he do anything?
Your father has a very strong personality. It's difficult to get him to do anything he doesn't want to.
Yeah.
This was true. Still, he should have taken the notes more seriously. They arrived at the hospital and more paparazzi rushed around them as they entered. A large television was on the wall in the lobby, and footage of the police restraining a man was playing. Colton couldn't help but stare at the man who claimed to be his father. He had the same auburn hair and pointed nose Colton sported. He screamed at the police to let him go.
I was robbed from being a father. What they did was illegal. I have parental rights too,
he yelled. Liz got done talking to the woman at the front counter and turned to Colton. He's in room 317. Colton tore his gaze away from the screen.
Thanks.
Liz walked with him to the elevators. Are you okay to go up alone? I don't want to intrude on your family situation.
I'm okay. Thanks, Liz. For everything.
He impulsively gave her a hug. She patted his arm. Call me if you need anything. The elevator dinged and the doors opened. Colton entered and pushed the button for the 3rd floor. His stomach was in a knot as he waited for the elevator. And as soon as the doors opened, he was in the hallway searching for his father's room. He entered room 317. His father lay in bed, his arm and abdomen bandaged.
Dad,
he said as he approached. His father reached out to him.
Colton, where were you? I tried to call.
His voice was raspy and low. He'd never seen his father look so weak. His skin seemed too hollow and thin, like he'd aged in the last hour.
I'm sorry.
He couldn't tell his father he was with Remi. That would only incite another argument.
I'm here now,
he said, taking his father's hand. His father cringed as he shifted in the bed. Colton's chest constricted.
Do you need anything? Water?
He felt helpless just standing there looking at his father in pain.
No, I'm okay. What happened? Do you feel like talking?
His father took a minute before responding.
He approached me as I was eating dinner. He was livid I hadn't answered his messages or offered him money. I tried to calm him down, but he was past that. I didn't see the knife until he came at me and slashed my arm.
Colton swallowed as a sour taste filled his mouth. This could have been so much worse. His father could be in the morgue right now.
Next thing I knew, he was lunging at me again. The knife went into my side, punctured my kidney. That's when the restaurant staff grabbed him and got him off me.
I heard you're getting surgery. Do they think they can repair the damage?
Yes. They expect a full recovery. Does Mom know?
His father nodded.
Your mother is coming on the next flight out.
Colton patted the back of his father's hand.
Good.
He stood in silence for a moment while his father struggled to keep his eyes open.
It's okay, Dad. You can rest. I want to tell you something.
What? His father once again took a slow blink.
I want you to know I never meant to hurt you. I love you, son. I would do anything for you. And I know you need me to step down as your manager. I will. I'm just happy I had the chance to be your father. I know I'm not the best with words. I yell too much. But know that no matter what, I'll always be there for you.
Colton's throat swelled shut, and his eyes pricked with tears. He struggled with what to say. When the right words wouldn't come, he settled for something simple.
I love you, Dad.
His father smiled and nodded before he closed his eyes again, and after a moment his breathing turned even, and Colton squeezed his hand before letting go and allowing his father to sleep. Remi paced back and forth in her room, her stomach in knots. Mr. Drake? Stabbed. She couldn't imagine how terrible Colton felt. Even though she needed to fly home in the morning, she couldn't sit still long enough to pack. The door opened and Brooke entered, a scowl on her face. "I don't want to talk about it," she announced, her voice hoarse. "Sheesh, are you okay?" Remi looked closer and noticed how red Brooke's eyes were. "Have you been crying?" "Stupid Mark broke up with me." She plopped down on the edge of her bed and her shoulders sagged. She wore a pink top Remi hadn't seen before. It was cute on her. Everything looked good on Brooke. She swiped at a tear. "I'm so sorry. If he broke up with you, then he didn't deserve you." Brooke looked at Remi, and her eyebrows furrowed. "Why are you here? Why aren't you dancing?" Remi smoothed down her dress. She hadn't had time to change yet. "There was an accident. Colton's father is in the hospital." Brooke gasped. "A car accident?" Remi shook her head. It was all over the news, so there was no use trying to keep it a secret. "A stabbing." She told Brooke everything as Brooke's eyes grew wide. "That's so crazy! Will his father be okay?" "I don't know." Anxiety tightened in her chest, making it hard to breathe. Brooke stood and wrapped her arm around Remi. "I'm so sorry your date got ruined. How were things going before that happened?" The kiss flashed into Remi's mind, and her skin tingled just thinking about it. Things were going really well. He kissed me. "What?" Brooke shoved her shoulder. "Get out!" We were interrupted. He said he had something to tell me, then he kissed me. That's when Liz came. "What kind of kiss was it? A little peck or a long, passionate one?" Remi had no idea how to answer that. She wasn't experienced in the kissing department. "More than a peck." "But was it emotional, or more of a friendly makeout session?" Remi let out a huff. "I don't know." She didn't even know there was such a thing as a friendly makeout session. Her phone vibrated and she quickly checked the text. It was from Colton. "They think my father is going to be all right. They just wheeled him back to prep for surgery." Relief washed through her. "Mr. Drake is okay." "Such good news." Brooke opened the drawer and began gathering up clothes to pack. Remi texted Colton back. "I'm so glad." Her phone vibrated again. "Can I see you tomorrow morning before you leave? I really do have something I need to say." "He wants to see me in the morning. Do we have time?" Brooke grinned at her. "Girl, we will make time." A buzz of excitement bubbled up in Remi's chest. She texted back. "Yes, I can come to the hospital before I go to the airport." "Great. See you tomorrow." Remi slid her phone onto the nightstand. "What do you think he wants to say?" "I think that's obvious." Brooke pulled her suitcase out of the closet and unzipped it. "Obvious?" "Oh, honey, he likes you." "You really think so?" Brooke gave her a sad smile. "At least one of us found love here at the Billionaire Club." Remi crossed the room and pulled Brooke into a hug. "I'm sorry you and Mark didn't work out." Brooke sniffed. "Me too. I really liked him." Chapter 26. Colton splashed cold water on his face. After staying up until 3 a.m. waiting for his father to come out of surgery, he finally dozed a little in the hospital chair. But now he had to wake up and meet Remi before she left the island. His father was going to be fine. He just needed to rest for a while. Thank goodness. Colton breathed out his relief. It was funny. He spent all this time trying to find out the truth about who his father was. But in the end, he came to realize his father was with him this whole time. His true father. Colton's phone went off and he checked his screen. Remi had texted. "I'm in the lobby." This was it. He grabbed a paper towel to dry his face. He ran a hand through his hair before heading down. He had no idea what he was going to say to Remi. His mind had been going over the past few days, playing them on repeat. If Remi was in love with him, she didn't know how to show it. Which wasn't impossible to believe. She was adorable, but a bit socially blind. Still, there was a possibility that he could ruin their friendship by confessing his feelings. And he didn't want to do that. In fact, it terrified him. He continued to waffle back and forth on whether he should tell her he was developing feelings or let things play out. The elevator doors opened and he walked out. Remi sat in the far corner of the lobby near a potted plant. She smiled when she saw him, but it seemed forced. "Hey," she said. "How's your father?"
"He's going to be fine."
He sat next to her.
"The surgery went well."
"And your mom?"
"She'll be here in the afternoon."
Remi nodded. "What's going to happen with your biological father?" Colton sat forward in his chair.
"He's going to go back to jail. I guess he's been in jail for the last 15 years. Just got released 2 months ago."
"Really?" Remi's eyes widened. "How did he find out about you?"
"He told the cops he knew my aunt was pregnant when they broke up. When he was in jail, he saw me on TV and thought there was an uncanny resemblance. That's when he started digging into things and figured out what had happened."
"Wow." Remi gripped her armrests. "He could have gone after you." Colton exhaled.
"I know."
She stared down at her shoes. A pair of gray Crocs. "I don't know what I would have done if it had been you that got stabbed." Before he could respond, the lobby doors opened and a steady stream of basketball players entered. In just moments, the entire lobby was full of noise and bustle. Colton frowned.
"Can we go somewhere more private?"
"There's a park about a block away." He didn't have his wig or baseball cap with him, and for a split second he wondered if it would be okay if he left the hospital, but he pushed the thought away. He really wanted to speak to Remi alone.
"All right."
He took her hand, and they maneuvered around the crowd of basketball players toward the doors. Once outside, he took in a deep breath. The air here was so crisp, unlike the smog of LA. He would be sad to leave once his father was well enough to travel. He could see himself buying a house here and settling down. A man approached them.
"Colton Drake?"
Before he had time to duck his face, a camera was shoved in it, and out of nowhere, a mob of paparazzi accosted them. Behind the mob, he saw Liz getting out of a cab, but she hung back once she saw the reporters.
"Colton, are you cheating on Liz? Who is this woman you're holding hands with?"
"Did you break up with Liz?" Colton hadn't even realized he was still holding hands with Remi, and he quickly released his hold on her. He didn't want to get her involved with any of this. He took a step away to draw the attention away from Remi. As the questions grew louder, passers-by began to gather and see what the fuss was about.
"Are you and Liz through? Does it have anything to do with her weight gain?"
What? Anger ignited in Colton with that last question. Liz's expression grew mortified as she took a step back. Colton didn't want to assess the situation. He acted on impulse.
"This is just a friend of mine,"
he said, taking a step away from Remi.
We've known each other since we were kids.
He pushed his way through the crowd of paparazzi and people and walked to Liz, pulling her to his side.
Liz and I are happy together. And she is not overweight. There is nothing wrong with her. She's perfect how she is.
Tears pooled in Liz's eyes, and he could tell she was desperately trying to blink them away. Seeing her struggle fueled his anger, so he faced the cameras and the crowd that had formed.
This industry is brutal enough. We don't have to make anyone feel insecure about their weight as well. Let me make this perfectly clear. I'm against any kind of body shaming whatsoever.
A hush came over the crowd. Colton felt something inside him pushing to continue.
This industry won't change unless we demand a change. I can't be the only one who sees this as wrong. If you are with me, stand up and be heard. We cannot allow young people to develop eating disorders because of this impossible standard we put forth. The billboards we see? Photoshopped. No one can look like that. Let's stand together and fight this.
A slow clap started near the back of the gathering, but it was quickly joined with another and another. The clapping grew and a couple of people shouted and hooted. The paparazzi didn't say a word. Colton shot an apologetic look toward Remi, but he couldn't find her in the crowd. His stomach clenched as he searched and realized she'd slipped away. There was nothing left to do but take Liz's hand and walk back into the hospital. Chapter 27. Remi sat silent beside her sister and stared out the window of the airplane. Emotions swirled in her, and she couldn't pick which one to feel the strongest. Hurt, anger, confusion, and a hollow deadness all fought for the most attention. Colton had just told the world that he had no feelings for her. He'd showed it by stepping away from her, turning his back, and walking away. Just friends. Like they'd always been just friends. She wanted to cry and scream at the same time. She had wondered if he was going to announce his breakup with Liz right there in front of the hospital. But no. He must not have any feelings for her after all. He made it perfectly clear when he dropped her hand and moved away. It made her so angry. She ducked out of the crowd and left immediately. He'd kissed her last night. She was sure he was going to tell her he had feelings for her. But he'd changed so fast when the cameras were on him. Was this how things were going to be? Did she need to stand there and take that kind of treatment from someone who should stand up for her? Or maybe she'd totally misread him last night. Maybe he was the type of guy to kiss and not mean anything by it. And if that was the case, she definitely didn't want to be around him anymore. Brooke nudged her leg. Are you ready to tell me what happened with Colton?
No.
Brooke rolled her eyes. Come on, it's been over 3 hours now. I want to know, was he a jerk to you? Remi sighed. You could say that. How was he a jerk? The last thing Remi wanted to do was relive her humiliation, but she'd managed to put Brooke off long enough. She wasn't going to let her stay silent. You'll probably be able to see it on the internet when we land. Brooke cringed and brushed her hair over her shoulder. It's that bad? What happened? Remi rubbed her temples. Colton and I were on our way to the park when the paparazzi surrounded us. They caught us holding hands and asked if he and Liz were through. Oh no. Yeah. Instead of saying yes, he and Liz are done dating, he dropped my hand so fast my head spun. Then he stepped away from me and told everybody we're just friends. But he only did that because everyone thinks he's dating Liz. That contract was up last night. He told me so. Still, he might have been flustered being caught with another woman before he had a chance to officially break things off. Right? Brooke's mouth dropped open. You're not jealous of Liz, are you? No, Remi huffed. I'm not jealous. Sheesh. Then why are you so mad? Because he walked away from me. He just turned his back on me to go to Liz. Tears threatened to come this time, and she blinked them back. Yeah, that wasn't very nice. See? I'm not crazy for being upset, am I? She sat up in her chair. What he did was kind of a jerk move, right? Well, yeah. Especially with all that paparazzi around. I don't usually deal with all of that. It was hard getting out of that crowd. Okay, I see why you're mad, Brooke said, but she wasn't super convincing. It was like she was just saying it to appease Remi. She folded her arms and looked back out the window at the puffy clouds. She was hoping talking to Brooke would make her feel better, but it didn't. She was still mad about the whole thing. And hurt. And even though she knew why she was upset, a part of her knew it was a little unreasonable. Brooke reached under the seat in front of Remi and pulled out her backpack. She unzipped it and took out Remi's crush book. I guess you won't need this then. Remi's stomach clenched and she reached for it, but Brooke pulled it away too quickly. Give me that, Remi said, her voice low. Why do you want it? Colton is a jerk. You said so yourself. Brooke gave Remi a smug look as she let the backpack slide to the floor of the airplane. I just want it. It's mine. Brooke tossed the crush book on Remi's lap. Fine, keep it. But you should spend some time thinking about why you want a book full of Colton pictures if you hate the guy. Brooke went back to playing games on her phone. Remi stared down at her Colton crush book. Her book she'd had since she was 12. There was no way she could get rid of it. Her favorite memories were enclosed in there. She turned to the first page. She and Colton had walked to the railroad underpass one summer afternoon when they were bored. They'd found flattened pennies that local kids had put on the train tracks. She'd wanted a photo of Colton, so she took a selfie of them. She touched the smooth surface of the photo. Colton's dimple made her butterflies come to life. She'd looked so young in the picture. It was the first picture she'd taken of him, the first of many. She flipped through the pages, remembering their summer adventures. There were pictures of Colton on her couch playing video games, or in the kitchen sneaking an ice cream cone. She had pictures of them in the park after a bike ride, and photos in their backyard when they would roast marshmallows. Remi's throat grew tight as she remembered all the good times they'd had. And the hard times as well. Colton had been her support through her parents' divorce. It had been the worst time of her life. She very nearly had a tailspin into a major depression. It was Colton who didn't let her stay in her room all day. He'd come over and just sit on her bed with her. He distracted her with her favorite video games. He let her vent to him about how angry at her father she was. It had meant so much to have him there. She had fallen hard for Colton when they were young. But something had changed this week. Her feelings had matured. A tear rolled down her cheek as she thought about how he'd let go of her hand. This is just a friend of mine. Those words had cut through her so deeply it physically hurt. She loved Colton. Really loved him. And seeing him deny any feelings for her and turn away had devastated her. The speaker system turned on and the captain announced the plane would be landing soon. Remi stuffed her crush book back into her backpack and shoved it under the seat in front of her. Brooke was right. She was being unreasonable. She knew why Colton had done that. It didn't mean he had no feelings for her. She shut the window and closed her eyes. Maybe he did have feelings for her, but it still was so difficult to hear him tell the world they were just friends. The plane landed and they disembarked. Remi kept her phone on airplane mode, not wanting to know if Colton had texted her. If the answer was no, he hadn't, she wasn't sure her heart could take it. Remi dropped her sister off and drove home. Her apartment felt different somehow. Colder. She didn't like the feeling, so she quickly changed into her pajamas and bunny slippers. Much better. She went into the kitchen to make a mug of hot chocolate. That would cheer her up. As she waited for the water to heat, she turned on her television. Remi flipped through the channels until she saw Colton flash across the screen. She froze as she watched the scene with her play out. She almost turned the channel, but was so mesmerized by Colton's face, she stood frozen. She watched the reporters yelling things in his face, then Colton dropped her hand. One reporter asked about Liz's weight gain, which shocked her. She hadn't heard that question when she was there. She was still reeling over Colton distancing himself from her. She winced when he said, "This is just a friend of mine." As Colton walked away, she forced herself to watch. He seemed angry. He stood by Liz and pulled her to his side. He defended her and made a speech about the film industry using body-shaming tactics. And as he spoke, she found herself getting emotional. Colton didn't leave her simply to keep up the ruse. He went to defend Liz Adams. Guilt washed over her, and she felt bad for getting so upset at Colton. He was standing up for someone who was being unjustly picked on. She was a terrible person. Disappearing on him, leaving him there to deal with the paparazzi. She didn't even say goodbye. She never told him how she felt. How could she have ghosted him? Doing the same thing that she did 5 years ago. A knock sounded on her door as the electric tea kettle began hissing. Remi turned off the television and walked over to peek out of the peephole. Tavon? What was he doing in her apartment? Tavon knocked again, a very polite sound. She backed slowly away from the door. She didn't want to talk to Tavon, so instead she went into the kitchen and finished making her cocoa. Tavon knocked a third time. Remi, I know you're home. Your car is in the parking lot. Please open the door. Maybe I'm sleeping, she called through the door as she stirred her drink. Very funny. Please, I want to talk to you. Nerves shot through her as she slid the chain and opened the door. Tavon stood there wearing his good Sunday suit. He clutched a bouquet of roses that he extended to her. These are for you. She took them in her hand that was cocoa-free and motioned for him to enter. She shut the door behind him and then turned. What do you want? Tavon stood there looking strange in her apartment. Out of place. I've come to ask if you're free tomorrow night. She stared at him like he had grown massive buck teeth that extended to the floor. What? Will you go bowling with me tomorrow night? I know I made you angry, I'm sorry. Let's start all over. Remi slowly shook her head. No, Tavon, you didn't make me angry. Then why did you call off the wedding? Remi tried to think of a nice way to say it, but after a brief moment of contemplation, she gave up. I'm not in love with you. But you can learn to love me. Over time. Remi set her mug of hot cocoa down on the end table. I'm sorry, I can't. It's over between us. Another knock came on her door. This one was less polite, more insistent. Remi couldn't believe this. Who was at her door now? She let out an exasperated grunt before checking her peephole. It was Colton. She swallowed. Colton had come? She could barely believe it. How could he have gotten there so fast? She had just arrived herself. Colton continued to knock even louder.
Remi, are you in there?
She opened the door and Colton burst in.
Remi,
He looked at Tavon, then down at the roses still in Remi's hand.
Oh,
he said. Tavon blinked at Colton like he was seeing things. Colton?
Tavon,
Colton said, nodding at him. He turned back to Remi.
I'm sorry, I feel like I've interrupted something.
You have? Tavon said, sounding annoyed. Remi could barely breathe. Colton had flown all the way to Silver City. He was here, in her apartment, and if she didn't say something, he was going to leave. No, you haven't. She shoved the flowers back at Tavon. Tavon was just leaving. No, I wasn't. Remi grabbed his arm. Tavon, we're through. I don't want to start over. But, sorry, I don't want to date. I don't like pie. She opened the door. And I hate bowling. She shoved him out into the hallway and shut the door. She took in a deep breath before turning to face Colton. I can't believe you came here. Colton looked like he was suppressing a smile.
Tavon came to make amends?
Yes.
And he brought flowers?
Remi nodded. Colton ducked his head.
I guess I'm not too original then. I came to make amends as well.
Colton reached into his back pocket and pulled out a small sack marked with the Best Buy logo.
But I didn't bring flowers. I just brought you this.
Remi opened the sack and looked inside. Emotion swelled in her throat and tears pricked at her eyes.
You bought me Ram?
Colton shifted and his cheeks flushed.
Yeah, I know it's stupid, but you said...
It's not stupid, she said quickly, setting it down on the table with her hot cocoa. It's the sweetest thing anyone has ever done for me. Colton was exactly what she needed. He knew her better than anyone. She'd dated Tavon for over 2 years, and he still didn't know enough about her to know she didn't like roses or bowling. Colton knew. He paid attention. He cared for her. Colton drew in a breath.
I'm so sorry I said we were just friends. I lied. You're so much more to me.
His words warmed her. She was so glad he said it, but she'd already figured that out herself. I'm not mad anymore.
You're not?
No. I saw what you did for Liz on the television. She blinked back more tears. You stood up for her when she needed you. That was really impressive. He raised his eyebrows.
Impressive, huh?
Yes. She slid her arms around him. He pulled her to him.
I'm going to have to wait a bit more before I can break up with Liz now.
I know. Remi laid her head on his chest. It wouldn't be very believable to make a speech like that and then break things off.
I'm glad you understand.
He kissed the top of her head. So, I know this is bad timing and all, but I want to confess something to you. Remi gathered up her courage and looked Colton in the eyes. His kind expression gave her courage.
Oh?
She swallowed. Yes.
Well then, go ahead.
She lifted her hands up to his face, cupping his cheeks. I've been in love with you since I was 12. But this last week with you has made me realize I didn't really know what love was. You are the kindest, most caring man I know, and I love you now more than I ever have before." She pulled him down and brushed her lips against his. Electricity zapped through her as he returned the kiss, his lips sending a blaze of fire through her. She didn't hold back, and kissed him like she'd wanted to since forever. He threaded his fingers into her hair, and the kiss turned passionate. Remi had spent countless hours watching footage from Colton's movies, wishing she were the female lead on the screen. Now, here she was, kissing Colton, and it meant so much more to her than being in some movie. This was real life, and her dreams were coming true. Colton pulled back and smiled at her.
"I love you,"
he said, his voice cracking. Her heart soared. "I love you too."
"After I break up with Liz, will you go out with me?"
He smiled, and his dimple about did her in. "Yes." Colton picked her up and swung her in a circle.
"You've made me the happiest man in the world."
Remi giggled. She didn't know how it had happened, but Colton had fallen in love with her. No matter what else happened in her life, she knew she could withstand it, because her one true love was going to be with her. And this made her happier than anything. Epilogue. Remi squinted out of the small window beside her seat on the private jet, but she couldn't see anything but clouds. "You're not even going to tell me where we're going?" she asked Colton, even though she had a sneaking suspicion. He grinned at her.
"Nope."
Colton took her hand and threaded his fingers through hers. He'd been away for the past 4 months filming on location in the mountains of Montana, and she'd missed him terribly. But he'd been so happy getting to play the villain in a psychological thriller, she couldn't complain. And he'd been so sweet to her, whisking her away for a surprise getaway. "No hints?"
"Just that you'll love it."
Colton kissed the back of her hand, sending sparks of electricity through her. They'd been dating for 3 years now, but she still got silly schoolgirl butterflies when he was near her. "Did you finish that screenplay you've been working on?" She nudged his knee when he didn't answer.
"Almost. I have to run it by my favorite beta reader before I can."
Warmth spread through her. "And who might that be?" He kissed her cheek.
"Just my best friend in the whole world."
The captain announced they would be landing soon. Remi kept an eye out the window, and when she saw the ocean, she grew excited. "I think I know where you're taking me."
"You were always smarter than me."
"Are you taking me to the Billionaire Club?" He smiled, but his eyes held a secret.
"Yes."
She bounced in her seat. She hadn't been to the Diamond Oasis since they'd been there 3 years ago. She was anxious to dip her toes in the water and lay on the sand. The plane landed, and they disembarked. Colton carried her luggage to the limo that waited for them. "Can we go back to the cave?"
"Sure. Did you pack a swimsuit?"
"Yes." She whacked his arm. "Of course." He studied her as the driver pulled out onto the street.
"You knew where I was taking you, didn't you?"
She grinned. "I didn't, but I had hoped."
"Well, maybe I can still surprise you today,"
he said under his breath. Remi wasn't sure what he meant by that. "Can we take a late-night walk on the beach and look at the stars tonight?"
"Of course."
She grew even more excited. "Can we order that pizza with the brownie dessert?"
"Already in my plans."
And this was why she loved him. She laughed. This was going to be fun. They came to a stop outside of the resort.
"They'll bring our luggage to the room," Colton said. "Let's go check in."
Remi was glad there was no paparazzi crowding them as they entered the resort. Not that they were terrible, she'd gotten used to them, but it was nice having the privacy. Colton put his arm around her.
What is that they have hanging over the fountain?
She glanced at the fountain and saw some kind of a sign, but it wasn't facing them. I don't know.
Let's go see.
They walked together to the side of the fountain where she'd pulled him into the water. It was silly, but that incident had kicked off the most important week of her life, and she thought of the memory fondly. She looked up at the sign. Will you marry me, Remi? She gasped and looked at Colton. He got down on one knee and emotion surged in her. She blinked back tears.
Remi, you have brought light and love into my life. I have been so blessed to know you. You are the reason I breathe, the reason I smile, the reason I live. I can't imagine my life without you.
As he reached into his pocket, she noticed Brooke standing in the crowd of people who had formed. And then she noticed her mother, Jules, and both of Colton's parents. Jules held her phone out like she was recording them. Her heart swelled and she couldn't stop the tears. Colton opened the small ring box.
Will you marry me?
Remi threw her arms around him. Yes! He stood and lifted her off her feet, twirling her in a circle.
I love you so much,
he whispered. I love you too. I haven't stopped loving you since I met you. Colton set her down and took the engagement ring out of the box, then slid it onto her finger. Brooke clapped her hands. Yes! She yelled. Colton's parents came over. Colton had hired a good attorney for them, and he was able to plead their case in court. Neither of them had to spend any time in jail for forging Colton's birth certificate. Colton's father put a hand on Remi's shoulder.
I know I was against this relationship at first, but I've seen how happy you made my son. I want you to know I'm sorry. I was wrong. You are the best thing that has happened to Colton.
He gave Remi a hug. She could no longer hold back the tears. She was full-on ugly crying, but she didn't care. This was the happiest day of her life. Jules came and also gave her a hug. Welcome to the family. Brooke came to her next, pulling her close. I know you won't run away this time. Absolutely not, Remi said. Her mother took Remi's hands. I've watched you blossom these last few years. I know you and Colton belong together. I'm so happy for you. Remi turned back to Colton. He smiled at her, his dimple making her knees weak. She didn't know how she'd gotten so lucky. He was her everything. He completed her. And now she would spend the rest of her life with him. She drew him close and kissed him. I can't believe I get a fairy tale ending.
And I can't believe I get to share it with you.
The end. This has been A Necessary Nudge Out of the Friend Zone by Victorine E. Liskey. Narrated by Liz Krane. Production copyright 2023 by Victorine E. Liskey.